Chapter 421. Without any precautions or concerns, you just appeared like this. Xianxia was once again petrified in China. The corridor fell into an eerie silence. Mr. Wang stood at the door, and the sound of the television broadcasting the news came from the room behind him. Mr. Wang's back was facing the light, so Xianxia couldn't see the expression on his face. However, he knew that his expression would be seen by Mr. Wang, so he had to keep his cool. Luckily, I'm proficient in acting. He was in despair. Mr. Wang had been unsmiling the whole day, and his favorability towards him was 0. Now, his favorability was probably in the negative. He was already disliked as his future son-in-law, but this time, good things were really hard to come by. Wang Qingfu's favorability towards him. 10086. Before opening Sister Ziwei's door, Xianxia was still singing in his heart, "My passion is like a fire." In the blink of an eye, a basin of cold water was poured over me. What should I do? She rushed over and said, "Father-in-law, please listen to my explanation. Sister Xian and I are innocent." Innocent? Why would a boyfriend and girlfriend want to be innocent? But I haven't received the approval of the Wang family. In the end, I sneaked into Sister Ziwei's room in front of Mr. Wang. Xianxia had 24 years of life experience, but he didn't know how to deal with this awkward situation at all. Uncle, he said with a dry smile, "the night is long. I'm here to talk to Sister Ziwei about the glorious deeds of the revolutionary martyrs." Terrible lines, lame excuses. The corner of Mr. Wang's mouth twitched. He gently closed the door and turned on the lights in the corridor. "Do you like to drink?" Xianxia was stunned and answered honestly, "Just so." Mr. Wang's study was at the other end of the corridor. On the entire second floor, other than Mr. and Mrs. Wang's master bedroom and Wang Zijin's boudoir, there was only this study. The study was F*** bigger than Xianxia's living room. A room within a room could be used as a place to rest. Father Wang's room was decorated exquisitely and elegantly. The furniture was of the highest quality. There were also some rare trinkets, such as the brass and gold beasts on the antique shelf, the blue and white porcelain plates, and the sandalwood table by the balcony. The table was covered with rice paper, paperweights, and inkstones were all of good quality. Xianxia had known for a long time that those in high positions in novels had simple private residences and simple study furnishings. It was all nonsense. Sitting in the study that many people could only dream of entering, he felt a little flattered. There was a bottle of Moutai and a plate of peanuts in front of them. The housekeeper had specially heated up the braised beef for them, cut it and served it to them. Xianxia thought to himself, Father Wang is a person who knows how to enjoy life. After drinking half a glass of white wine, Mr. Wang finally spoke, "Wang Zijin has caused trouble for your family in Shanghai." As he spoke, he poured some wine for Xianxia. Xianxia quickly picked up his cup. "No, my parents like her very much." He was flattered again. Father Wang looked directly at him. "What about you?" Xianxia was stunned. "Of course, I like her. I like her very, very much." Father Wang nodded. That's good. When he said this, his eyes were a little dazed. Xianxia scratched his head. He couldn't figure out what Father Wang was thinking. It was 10:30 at night when they finished drinking. Father Wang didn't pour his heart out with Xianxia. He only talked about some very ordinary things, such as politics and business, but he didn't overdo it. Most of the time, he asked about Xianxia's family situation. Then, Father Wang would talk about the Wang family. It was like two families of different social status trying to find the right place to start a conversation. Xianxia found this strange. He felt that Father Wang didn't seem to dislike him or his relationship with Sister Ziwei. Strange. Didn't Sister Ziwei say that Father Wang liked Zhang Mingqing and was very firm about it? Father Wang turned off the light in the study and closed the door. He said faintly, "Go back to sleep." Xianxia didn't know what to say. The meaning was obvious. Don't even think about chatting with my daughter tonight. The glorious deeds of the revolutionary martyrs? Go to hell. That was a pain in the ass. A lot had happened today, especially after the meeting at the club. His relationship with Wang Zijin had obviously improved. Otherwise, Sister Ziwei wouldn't have sent him a message. He also wanted to be intimate with Sister Ziwei. Have you ever seen a man who didn't want to be intimate with his girlfriend? Qin Zhe nodded sullenly and turned to leave. After returning to his room, he turned on his phone and saw that Wang Zijin had sent him several messages. Where are you? Ace, are you asleep? Little bum, if you don't reply, I'm going to get angry. Maybe the room was soundproof, but Sister Ziwei didn't hear the conversation outside the door. Qin Zhe typed a message and replied, Sister Ziwei, I was at your door just now and was caught by your father. Wang Zijin sent him a string of ellipses. Ace, how did you survive? Humph, of course it's because of my strong moral character. Bragging, huh? My father might have thrown you into the cold palace. Sister Ziwei, you're really wrong this time. I'm not that unlucky guy who sold newspapers. Your father and I have a good chat. Qin Zhe thought of a question. Sister Ziwei, if your father insists on opposing our relationship, what will you do? Wang Zijin sent an emoji of rolling its eyes. I'm getting married, not him. Just like I won't marry someone I don't like because of his request, I won't leave the person I like because of him. Then what about you? Qin Zhe replied, me too. Wang Zijin replied, what if Bao Bao opposes it? Qin Zhe pressed his fingers on the screen and couldn't type for a long time. What if it's his sister? What if she opposes it? 10 seconds later, he typed, me too. Wang Zijin sent a smiley emoji. In the room, Wang Zijin was lying on the bed, holding the phone high with both hands. The fluorescent light illuminated her oval face. Idiot, your silence has already told me. Qin Zhe was about to go to bed when Sister Ziwei sent him another message. Come over. My parents should be asleep. What's wrong with Sister Ziwei today? Did the sheep die? Qin Zhe said happily, I'll be right there. You didn't lock the door, did you? Why do you lock the door at home? Come over, idiot. Wang Zijin sent him a picture of Brother Funny lying on the bed and taking pictures of the empty bed next to him. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and put on his clothes. X2 this time, Qin Zhe crouched down, stuck close to the wall, and moved as fast as a mutant. He quietly swept across the corridor, opened the door to Sister Ziwei's room, and quickly entered. Perfect. The light in Wang Zijin's room was turned off, and the bedside lamp was lit with a dim yellow light. She was leaning against the headboard, reading a book. Qin Zhe took off his pants and clothes, leaving only a pair of boxers, and pounced on Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin pushed him away. Don't, them. Qin Zhe pressed Wang Zijin on his body and kissed her passionately. Wang Zijin gasped and tried to respond to his enthusiasm. Sister Ziwei's mouth was also soft, but different from her sister's shy avoidance, she would respond implicitly, giving Qin Zhe a great kissing experience. Sister only knew how to avoid and kissing. When filming a kissing scene, she would be very nervous, and her two small hands pinched his arms tightly. Then it was Suyu. Suyu's response was the most enthusiastic and bold, often turning from defense to offense. After sucking for a full 5 minutes, Qin Zhe didn't let her go until Wang Zijin punched him a few times. Sister Ziwei, can I test your depth? Qin Zhe expressed his love implicitly. Next, I may have a chance to shoot like a dragon. Non-combatants should evacuate immediately. No, scram. Wang Zijin panted and said angrily. She touched her lips, which were burning. Then I'll touch, Qin Zhe said. Sure enough, Sister Ziwei could accept kisses and touches at most now. It's okay, I'll teach her slowly in the future. No. Wang Zijin was a little shy. Then you touch me? Qin Zhe held her hand. No. Wang Zijin struggled violently. Qin Zhe was not disappointed. After all, she was not Suyu's sibling demon. You can only touch through the pajamas. Wang Zijin bit her lips, and her face blushed. She was super cute. On the other side, Mr. Wang and Mrs. Wang were actually not asleep. They were talking about Qin Zhe and their daughter. It was only on this matter that they could talk for so long. Mr. Wang's impression of Qin Zhe wasn't bad, especially since he knew of Qin Zhe's talent. He admired Qin Zhe from the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, Mrs. Wang, who had always been amiable, didn't think much of Qin Zhe. Although the times had changed due to the reform and opening up, it didn't mean that the views of the ancients were wrong. From ancient times to the present, it was important to have a well-matched family. This was the truth of life and practice. Xianxia was from an ordinary family. Even if he was rich. So what if he was rich? His family was still not well-matched. Not well-matched. Wang Chengfu sneered. That's right. Back then, it was because their families were not compatible that the gentle Jiangnan girl had brushed past him. Because of the consideration of their families being well-matched, he listened to his father's arrangement and married a woman whom he had only met a few times. He didn't think much of it. In that era, everyone was like that. Marriage was arranged by the parents and the organization. What did Dad say? Mrs. Wang frowned. I don't know what Dad means. Mr. Wang shook his head. Forget it, just treat it as a relationship. Mrs. Wang said, after a long time, maybe Zijin will realize the distance between the two families and understand. Do you think with Zijin's character, she will give up her man because of the distance? Mr. Wang said. What do you mean? Mrs. Wang raised her eyebrows. When I went out for a drink, I saw that boy trying to enter Zijin's door. Mr. Wang's tone was calm. I sent him away, but they have been living together in Shanghai. His meaning was simple. He felt that his daughter and Xianxia lived together before marriage. Impossible. Mrs. Wang said loudly. I asked Zijin during the day, she said no. Mrs. Wang suddenly paused. She felt that she was too lax. How could a girl admit to such a thing? How could she have the face to admit it? Mrs. Wang wanted to say something but stopped. She lifted the blanket and put on her sleeping robe. No, I think I should ask her and make her explain it clearly. As the daughter of a well-educated family, she should resist premarital sex. The Wang family had always been strict. Such things were not allowed. Chapter 422. In the room, Wang Zijin lay limp in his arms, panting heavily. She was a little shy, a little nervous, and a little sweet. The room was filled with the sour smell of love. Sister Ziwei was 26 this year, and Xianxia was 24. They were 2.5 years apart. Technically, they were both adults, but the way they talked about love was similar to that of high school students. They held hands, kissed, and touched. The cycle was gradual, but they were careful not to cross the bottom line. It was completely unlike the way adults in their 20s fell in love. Enough tough. Wang Zijin pressed his hand, her face burning. She couldn't let him touch her anymore, or her sheep would really die. You're so bold today. She gasped. This is called drinking to strengthen one's courage. Xianxia burped at the right time. Just now in the study, he drank 2 glasses of white wine with Father Wang. Good Lord, the alcohol was too strong, and now his brain was a little excited. Before drinking, he was a salted fish. After drinking, he was Heiai's king. Now, even if Father Wang and Mother Wang were here, he could still smile and say, Yo, bro, how are you? A glass of erguota would make him choke on his tears. A salted fish would never look back. I'm the only one in control of the battlefield now. Xianxia held Sister Ziwei's breasts, feeling like he was floating. Please call me Tuanai Heavenly King. At that moment, there were 2 clear knocks, followed by Mother Wang's faint voice. Is Zijin asleep? The room was soundproof, and Heiai's king, who was in control of the battlefield, didn't hear it clearly. Wang Zijin's body shook, and her blurry eyes instantly sobered up. Quick, let go of me and hide. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard the sound of the doorknob being turned. The prince was startled. Mother, don't come in. The latter half of the sentence was stuck in her throat. Mother Wang had already opened the door and entered. The moment Mother Wang opened the door and saw the scene in the room, her heart sank. The dim and soft light of the bedside lamp illuminated the young man and woman on the bed. The bedding was messy, and her daughter was lying in the arms of a shirtless man. The young man she looked down on was holding her daughter's chest with both hands. The light from the corridor shone into the room. Heavenly King Tuanai's mind finally cleared up. If he hadn't been drinking and hallucinating, then the angry woman standing at the door was Sister Ziwei's mother. Oh my God, why is my mother-in-law here? Isn't she asleep? What was she doing here? Are you here to have fun? Come on, let's have some fun. Anyway, there's still a lot of time ahead of us. To such a mother-in-law, I would give her a knee. Auntie, you haven't slept yet? Qin said awkwardly. He wasn't afraid at all. He was just a little embarrassed. I got into bed with my own ability, so why should I be a coward? Unless the one standing at the door was a wailing monster. Mother Wang took a deep breath and put on a fake smile. Aren't you awake too? We were just about to sleep. Mom, if you don't have anything else, you can leave. Qin said. Wang Zijin was speechless. Mama Wang was speechless. Who's your mother? Mama Wang was furious. A mother-in-law looking at a son-in-law? No way. She didn't like Qin, and premarital sex didn't conform to her views. Auntie knows that you young people are open-minded, but sometimes being open-minded isn't necessarily a good thing. Mama Wang was a cultured woman. She forced a smile. Auntie hopes that you can control yourselves. When you get married, at least get engaged first. Qin said happily, No problem, Auntie. When do you think Zijin and I should get engaged? Mama Wang was stunned. That's not what I meant. Qin nodded. I also think that an engagement is unnecessary. Then, when are we getting married? I'll get my parents to come to Beijing someday. That's not what I meant either. Qin shrugged, feeling wronged. Then, Auntie, are you deliberately making things difficult for me, fat? Qin? Mama Wang was speechless. She thought to herself, why am I the one making things difficult for him? Mama Wang walked to the bedside and sat down. She crossed her arms and looked at Qin as he put on his pajamas. Mama Wang said, Qin, to be honest, I don't like you. Qin smiled bitterly. I can tell. Sometimes, coldness was enough to explain everything. Mama Wang said in a low voice, So, before the two of you get engaged, I don't want you to do that. Give Zijin a way out and give yourself a way out. Qin shook his head. Auntie, there's an abyss in front and hell behind. Seeing that the situation was a little awkward, he laughed. I'm just kidding. There's no need for a way out. I believe Sister Ziwei doesn't need one either. Young man, don't be so full of yourself. Mama Wang warned. Middle-aged man, don't be so arrogant. Qin said, Auntie, don't you think it's sad if you have to think about a way out even for love? Love isn't a business. Before investing, you have to think about a way out. It's also not a job. Before resigning, you have to find a new job. I like her and she likes me. If you still want to think about a way out, it'll only cause a gap between us. Qin hugged Wang Zijin in his arms. Wang Zijin snuggled up to him cooperatively. Mama Wang was speechless. This Qin was so thick-skinned that she couldn't believe it. Logically speaking, after being caught red-handed in this situation, shouldn't he be scared and embarrassed like a child who had made a mistake? The two of them weren't married, let alone engaged. Qin should know about the upbringing of the Wangs. There was no way Wang Zijin didn't tell him. Coupled with the halo of the Wangs. Where did this person get his confidence from? At that thought, Mama Wang's expression changed. She glared at her silent daughter. Mama Wang said in a low voice, Zijin, how long have you two been like this? Wang Zijin said shyly, 3 months. 3 months? Mama Wang's heart sank. Qin looked at her in surprise. She was too cunning. How could she lie to her mother? Qin immediately said, Auntie, Zijin and I are actually planning to have a child this year. Wang Zijin, who was in his arms, froze. However, when she met her mother's angry and questioning gaze, she nodded vigorously. Mama Wang came over to ask her daughter about this matter. Now, there was no need to ask. They were already 3 months pregnant and they were still planning to have a child. What was it? Did they want to get married with a child and return to the Wangs with a big belly so that the Wangs would have no choice but to accept this son-in-law? Mama Wang's thoughts made sense. She even suspected that this was her daughter's idea. How could she not know how smart her daughter was? Mama Wang was boiling with anger. However, she felt helpless. Her daughter was biased towards Wang Zijin. Hence, she told them to rest well. Then she turned around and left. Mama Wang left her daughter's room and strode back to the master bedroom. She stared at Papa Wang and sneered, Didn't you say that you sent him away? What do you mean by sent him away? When I entered the room, he was holding your daughter's breasts. Papa Wang was confused. What do you mean? He's in your daughter's room. Mama Wang sneered. You'd better go take a look. I heard that you're going to be a grandfather this year. Papa Wang was shocked. He picked up his spectacles from the bedside table and rushed out of the room. When he knocked on his daughter's door, he saw her leaning against the headboard and flipping through a book elegantly. She was really quiet. Where is he? Papa Wang asked in a low voice. I knew that you were coming, so I sent him back. Wang Zijin said calmly. Her attitude towards her father was obviously cold. Back then, her father's attitude towards her marrying Zhang Mingqing was really firm. Wang Zijin didn't like to talk to her father. However, she was afraid that her father and Xianxia would fall out too much. Hence, she sent him back quickly. After Mother Wang left, Xianxia once again left at a speed comparable to that of a mutated Zhong. He brushed his clothes and left, hiding his identity and name. What's with being a grandfather? Papa Wang asked. I'm preparing to have a child this year. Wang Zijin said. Papa Wang's mouth twitched. If you want a child, you'll have to wait until you settle down in the system. Not now. Papa Wang's face was sullen. I won't agree to it. Your grandfather won't agree to it either. Why is this kid so naughty? Mama Wang came in from the door and complained, You told him to go back and he came back again. He doesn't care about you at all. Papa Wang's face darkened. This matter had indeed embarrassed him. Even his good impression of Xianxia had dropped. I was the one who told him to come. Wang Zijin said. Her face was slightly red. Fortunately, the lights were dim and her parents couldn't see it clearly. Although Wang Zijin was a little black-hearted, she had always been a well-mannered and sensible child at home. How could such a sensible daughter suddenly invite a man into her room in the middle of the night? Mama Wang was exasperated. What did I teach you when you were young? Did you remember it in your heart? Papa Wang shook his head. He definitely wouldn't agree to this matter. You're not even engaged yet. If you leave everything to him, what if in the future? What will you do? Mama Wang reprimanded. The older you get, the more immature you become. I don't like this kid at all. He's both human and talkative. Look at what he said to your siblings today. Also, I heard from Zining that he beat up Mingqing. He's not polite at all. Is he good enough for you? Does he have the right to be smug with his little achievements? Yes, he should be proud of his status at such a young age. But what is our Wang family? Is his little bit of money and achievements good enough for us? Mama Wang was furious with Xianxia just now. And his family? His father is only a teacher. Is his family good enough for our Wang family? Mama Wang blabbered. Some words were inconvenient for her to say when Xianxia was around. But now that the family was closed, she could speak freely. These words were a little harsh. Wang Zijin said angrily, You're so annoying. Mama Wang and Papa Wang were stunned. Wang Zijin scolded, I'm asking you a question. Are you annoying? Mama Wang and Papa Wang were stunned again. Wang Zijin threw the book on the floor and said loudly, Speak, are you deaf? Chapter 423. This was the first time Wang Zijin had shown her vicious side in front of her parents. Even Mr. Wang, who had been through a lot, was stunned, let alone Mrs. Wang. He thought to himself, My daughter didn't drink tonight, right? Mrs. Wang said angrily, What's wrong with you? Mr. Wang said unhappily, Zijin. You want me to marry Zhang Mingqing, right? Do you think I'll be happy in this way? Like you? Wang Zijin's current state could be summed up in one sentence. You can't control my anger. Do you think I'll be able to live a happy life if I'm matched with the both of you? Like you only have one daughter? Cold relationship for life? Pretending to be harmonious in front of my family? Why are you pretending? If you're tired, just say it. Divorce. You're pretending to consider my feelings. I feel that you're hypocritical. Wang Zijin looked at her father. You slept in the study for 3 years. Do you know how much Mom hugged me every day and cried? If you like another woman, go find her. What do you mean you can't go against your father's orders? You're just selfishly doing it for your career. How many times have you hugged me? Wang Zijin looked at her mother. Don't come back if you go back to your parents' home. Am I not happy with Grandpa? What's the difference between you and me? You only know how to cry in front of me. What else can you do? I don't want to see you cry. Every time you cry, I feel sad and depressed. Where are you when I'm crying for Mom? Have you ever considered my feelings? Have you ever thought about how much damage you've caused me? Other children have their parents accompanying them to the amusement park. They visit the Forbidden City and climb the fragrant hills. Their family is happy. What about me? Now you're telling me what to do with my marriage. Do you have the right? Wang Zijin's eyes reddened. After so many years, she didn't care anymore. However, she couldn't bear to hear her mother badmouthing Qinze. She looked disdainful. Your marriage is such a failure, and now you're interfering with my marriage. Qinze's family isn't on par with our Wang family, but at least his family isn't as hypocritical as you guys. His family can sit together, eat happily, and chat happily. But what about you? When you were giving me emotional abuse, did you ever think about what was good for me? The words that he had been holding back for so many years were finally spoken. Can you stop criticizing my marriage? She cried and said, I like him. I've never liked someone so much before. Whether it's his family background or his money, is it important? I've been very happy in Shanghai for the past 6 months. I only know how to laugh all day. I don't even think about the mess at home anymore. I'm even willing to drink water with him. I don't care about you guys anymore. You can do whatever you want. I just want to be happy. Wang Zijin hugged her knees and cried. Mother Wang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but at this moment, any words would be useless. No amount of apology or consolation could make up for the trauma left in her daughter's heart. Most of the time, adults only cared about themselves and neglected the sensitive and delicate heart of their children. She only knew that she couldn't get her husband's love. At night, she hugged her daughter and cried night after night. She thought about how she was the victim in her marriage and how wronged she felt. However, she ignored the dim eyes and pale face of her daughter in her arms. A child's tolerance was very, very low. The trauma of childhood often followed them for life. Therefore, Wang Zijin had been very evil since she was young. She didn't leave any leeway for others. She vented her negative emotions, but at the same time, she was afraid that she would be hurt. She would rather kill others than get hurt herself. Father Wang felt that it was tragic that he had to spend the rest of his life with someone he didn't love. It was tragic that he would lose his true love and have regrets for the rest of his life. However, he didn't think that his indifference and the cold atmosphere in the house he created were equally tragic for his daughter. Wang Chengfu looked up at the ceiling and remained silent for a long time. Wang Zijin wiped her tears and said softly, Dad, Mom, go back to sleep. Ace is very good. He will love me very much. Please accept him. Father and Mother Wang left in silence and gently closed the door. Wang Zijin lay on the bed and sniffled. Her eyes and nose were red. She sent a message to Qinze. My parents don't like you. What should I do? Salad. What's the meaning of salad? Let them do whatever they want. As long as you like me. What if they force you to give up your sister? Which sister? People are all forced. Who's afraid of who? At most, we can elope. Maybe if you give up on me, you'll have a bright future? Is that so? Then I'll give up on you quickly. Hey beauty, who you? Get lost. I think we can consider plan B. What plan? If we can't cause trouble, we'll kill someone. How about it? Get lost. Wang Zijin wiped her tears and couldn't help but laugh. She hugged her phone and fell asleep. The next day, Wang Zijin took Qinze back to Shanghai. She left in a hurry. She only said goodbye to Grandpa Qin and left at dawn. The noon flight arrived in Shanghai at 2:30 p.m. Qin Baobao came alone to pick them up. She drove her little red horse and wore a large-brimmed hat, a mask, a pair of sunglasses, and a very loose sweater that covered her iconic 36D. However, her pair of long legs that stood out from the crowd, as well as her round and perky butt, still attracted the attention of many male comrades on the second floor. Qinze and Wang Zijin dragged their luggage and walked side by side. Qin Baobao waved her hand. Zijin, a day apart feels like 3 years. Qin Baobao shouted happily and ran over with open arms. Wang Zijin smiled and threw her luggage aside. She opened her arms to welcome her best friend. But just as the two were about to hug, Qin Baobao turned 180 degrees and dribbled the ball. She then dribbled the ball and crashed into Qin Zai's arms. "Ace, I missed you so much." Her soft body was in his arms. Wang Zijin froze in the wind. "Hey, what are you doing?" Qin Baobao hugged her brother's waist and turned her head, pretending to be innocent. "I'm holding a maggot in my arms." Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. "I'm going to strangle a certain black-hearted maggot." "Ace, she's going to strangle you," Qin Baobao complained. Qin Zai was speechless. "Sister Bao, have you equated me with a maggot in your heart?" The three of them walked toward the car. Along the way, Qin Baobao hugged her brother's arm and rubbed her big chest. She said coquettishly, "Did you miss me?" "I missed you so much." Qin Zai said, "I've only been in the capital for a day." Qin Baobao said sadly, "I didn't wash the clothes for a day. I didn't wash the bathtub for a day. I didn't dry the sheets for a day. I didn't turn on the stove for a day." Qin Zai said sympathetically, "Sister, you've worked hard. I'll make it up to you when we get home." Qin Baobao nodded vigorously. The real girlfriend, Wang Zijin, dragged her luggage and gritted her teeth. Steady aura. Steady aura. Whenever the siblings were together, her presence as the real girlfriend would be infinitely reduced. Every time she thought about it, Wang Zijin wanted to cry. Qin Zai acted as the chauffeur while the sisters sat in the back and ate the local snacks Wang Zijin brought from the capital. The two best friends chatted happily. Wang Zijin talked about Qin Zai's performance in the capital yesterday. Qin Baobao talked about the interesting things that happened in the entertainment industry recently, things that were not in the entertainment news. Their bell-like laughter echoed in the car. Qin Zai occasionally interrupted, but he did not succeed. The sisters did not let him. Every time the two of them talked about topics between best friends, his presence as the real boyfriend and dear brother would be infinitely reduced. Every time Qin Zai thought about it, he wanted to cry. They reached home smoothly. Wang Zijin dragged her luggage back to her room to pack. She had planned to stay in the capital for a few days, but she did not wear any of the clothes she brought with her because of the argument with her parents. Wang Zijin hung the clothes back in the wardrobe one by one and took out a small plastic bag from her luggage. Inside were the clothes she wore yesterday. She had no chance, so she brought them back directly. The bra was inside. Every time she wore this bra, she would run to Qin Baobao for help. Then, Qin Baobao would mock her wantonly and call her small breasts. In fact, her breasts were not small. They were above average. But that guy was crazy. They were 36D. Wang Zijin took the dirty clothes into the bathroom and threw them into the laundry basket. She usually did not wash clothes. Like Qin Baobao, she just threw the clothes she changed out of into the basket. The little red guy would obediently help them wash and dry. In the bathtub, the curtain was drawn. Qin Baobao's voice suddenly came from inside. It was soft and very soft. "You're here? I was just about to take a shower." Wang Zijin thought in her heart. Why is she taking a shower in the middle of the day? Just as she was about to speak, she heard Qin Baobao say timidly, "Can you lock the door? I'm a little nervous." Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. Why was she so nervous? She frowned and walked closer to the curtain. Qin Baobao said again, "I missed you so much the day you went to the capital." Wang Zijin was stunned. Her face suddenly became serious. Who was she talking to? Chapter 424. Wang Zijin turned serious. First of all, she was sure that Qin Baobao was not talking to her. The two of them had shared a bed for half a year. They had bathed together, soaked their feet together, and played ball together. If Qin Baobao knew that it was her, she would have lifted the curtains and hooked her finger at her with her 3060. Come on, have fun. Since she was not talking to her, there were only two possibilities. First, Qin Baobao was in the bathtub with someone else. Second, Qin Baobao had mistaken her for someone else. The first possibility was unrealistic. If she walked in and made a sound, Qin Baobao would definitely know that someone had entered and would not ignore her. Knowing that someone had entered but not lifting the curtains meant that she was avoiding them. There were only 3 people in the house. Other than her, who else could it be? Wang Zijin frowned. She realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. The sinister Wang Zijin purposely kept quiet. She wanted to hear what she had to say next. Actually, I don't want you to go to the capital. You should belong to me alone, Qin Baobao said. Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. Good, you big cow. You finally let me hear your inner voice. You even agreed so quickly the day before yesterday. Brother Khan. Damned Brother Khan. I'm about to take a shower. I've already taken off all my clothes. Do you want to come? Qin Baobao asked gently. Wang Zijin, I've never seen such a shameless sister before. Oh, you're still shy? It's not like this is the first time, Qin Baobao giggled. What's there to be shy about? Where have you not touched me before? Wang Zijin's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all trembling. If you keep acting dumb, I'm going to get angry. Come on, let's take a shower together. You can do whatever you want. It's all up to you, Qin Baobao's soft voice rang out. Then Qin Baobao added, but you must keep it a secret from everyone. What a terrible line, what a shameless sister. Wang Zijin was furious. She strode towards the curtain. When she reached out for it, the curtain opened on its own, accompanied by Qin Baobao's charming laughter. Come on, Wang Zijin, let's take a shower together. Wang Zijin was speechless. Behind the curtain, Qin Baobao was fully dressed. She shook her butt and laughed arrogantly. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Wang Zijin was stunned. You knew I came in? Were you talking to me just now? Why not? Zijin, are you thinking of something bad? Qin Bao covered her mouth and exclaimed, aside from you, there's only A's in the house. Did you think that I wanted to take a bath with A's? Oh, so this is how you are, Zijin? Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. She had just come back, but she had been tricked by Qin Baobao. What was the reason? Wang Zijin was well aware of the palace intrigue. Yesterday, she had gone shopping with Qin Zhe, walked the dog in front of Tiananmen Square, flirted in Uniqlo, sat in a row in a roast duck restaurant, had a drinking competition in the barbecue hall, and fought in the boxing room. Anyway, she had taken pictures of everything. She posted more than 10 messages on her WeChat moments. Drinking in the barbecue pavilion. These guys are so useless. They wanted to get someone drunk, but they got drunk first. Photo of the boxing room. P.S. Zhe is so skilled. Awesome. Tianfang Gate. P.S. Walking through Tiananmen Square together is like walking through the long years of the revolution. I hope we can still walk hand in hand in the future. Uniqlo fitting room. Wang Zijin was wearing a white dress. She looked dignified, elegant, and beautiful. Ace picked the dress. Beautiful. Taking advantage of her boyfriend, Wang Zijin showed off her PDA in her WeChat moments. She was not afraid that Qin Baobao would find out that there was something fishy going on between them. Anyway, it could be explained by acting, and it could also discuss the big cow. Yes, that was what Wang Zijin thought at that time. The big cow's jealousy was stronger than expected. First, she gave her a warning when she picked her up at the airport. Then, she teased her in the washroom. Wang Zijin touched her chin and pondered. Was she teasing her or secretly declaring her sovereignty over the salted fish? Didn't you say you were going to take a shower? Why didn't you take off your clothes? Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Oh, you can't wait to take a shower with me? Qin Baobao retorted. I'm not taking a shower. You take a shower yourself. I'm going out to watch TV. Wang Zijin swayed her slim waist and left. On the balcony, Qin Zhe bathed in the warm sunlight. He got into a stance and practiced his "the times are calling" calisthenics. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow would be the day when the system would recharge. The system would extract energy from his body. As for what kind of energy it was, scientifically speaking, it was the energy of the cells. Damn. Actually, this was just Qin Zhe's imagination. The system did not mention it, so he did not know what the theory was. He could only speculate based on his own experience. Every time the system finished extracting energy, His legs would turn to jelly and he would feel weak all over. This would be accompanied by a short period of muscle soreness. It was just like when he was in middle school during the boys' 1000m race. Thinking of this, Xianxia was envious of the system that ignored the law of conservation of energy. Did they not need to be recharged? Stupid host. You're just like those peasants who guessed that the emperor used a golden hoe to farm. Stupid and ridiculous. The system said. If you're not stupid, then explain it to me. Xianxia was not convinced. They don't need to be recharged. They're a bug. The system said. Then why do you need to be recharged? The system was silent. Oh. Xianxia suddenly understood. He laughed sinisterly. What a sad story. You're so low. You're indeed a configuration that's 500 years behind. The system. Who are you calling low? Wang Zijin stood at the balcony with a dark face. I'm not talking about you. Xianxia explained. About your sister? Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. No. Xianxia hurriedly explained. So you're talking about me? Wang Zijin's face darkened again. Xianxia, where's my sister? Xianxia could not explain this. He could not say that he was talking to the system in his brain. It was a low level. He was alone on the balcony. He could not help but blurt it out. He could have communicated with the system in his brain. In the bathroom. Wang Zijin said, help me wash my clothes and wipe the bathtub. I need to take a bath tonight. But Xianxia ran to the bathroom. Xianxia equals Hai Zhe King equals little henchman. Wang Zijin lay on the single-seater sofa and basked in the sun comfortably. See, Zhang Mingqing can do this? Xianxia entered the bathroom. The lavish bathroom was 50 square meters. It was comparable to a small or medium-sized house. He saw the bathtub curtain was drawn and the sound of water splashing could be heard. He thought that Sister Ziwei asked him to clean the bathtub. Then, he remembered that his sister was also in the bathroom. He thought that his sister was cleaning the bathtub. He was touched. It was rare that his sister, who had never done any housework, took the initiative to share the housework with him. Sister, let me do it. Xianxia was touched and pulled the curtain open. His sister stood in the water. Xianxia stood beside the bathtub. The brother and sister looked at each other speechlessly. The sister standing in the water was naked. Her curly hair was tied up, and her bangs were tied up with bangs. Her charming face, snow-white neck, round shoulders, slender waist, and the lower half of her body was twisted by the waves. Xianxia swore that this was the first time his sister met him. They were a family, so they should be honest with each other. I just came back, and she's already giving me benefits? No, that's not right. This scene, it's not because my sister is giving me benefits, but because I accidentally barged into the bathroom and saw my sister bathing naked. Why is she bathing? Didn't Sister Ziwei say that the bathtub was going to be cleaned? She even tricked me? Or, is it because I pulled the curtain the wrong way? Xianxia pulled the curtain back and pulled it open again. He repeated it several times. Yes, there's nothing wrong with the way I pulled the curtain. Sister is really bathing. Xianxia laughed awkwardly. Qin Baobao was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, she had met her brother face to face. She was not on guard at all. She really wanted to take a bath just now. Her clothes were indeed unwashed and no one cooked for her. But in a neighborhood like Royalview Mansion, a phone call could get a professional cleaner to come up and clean, so the bathtub was cleaned. So, Ace did it on purpose? In the name of cleaning the bathtub, he did the dirty things openly? Impossible. This is definitely not the style of her salted fish. After a few seconds of sluggishness, Qin Baobao roared, "Get out!" She grabbed the wooden brush hanging by the wall and threw it hard. The other party didn't want to talk to you and threw a wooden brush at you. The wooden brush hit the bridge of Xianxia's nose, causing him to stagger. Qin Baobao took the opportunity to pull the curtain and screamed, "Get out! Get out!" Although she hoped that salted fish could get hard, she was not ready to be honest with him. "It hurts. My nose is bleeding." "Get out." "It hurts a lot, sister." "Get out." "I didn't do it on purpose." "Talk more nonsense and I'll kill you." On the balcony, Wang Zijin stretched, squinted, and enjoyed the sun. She hummed a little tune, Today's weather is good, and there's so much scenery everywhere. This kind of weather was the best for sunbathing and sleeping. How wonderful! Chapter 425. After Qin Bao came out of the shower, she started to have a cold war with Qin Zhe. She knew that she didn't have the dignity and image of an elder sister in front of Qin Zhe, but an elder sister was still an elder sister. Was the extra 2 years of living a dog's life? Therefore, when Qin Zhe saw her bathing picture of a beauty, she felt very ashamed and lost face. I'm the elder sister, right? Don't I have face? But she didn't realize that other than feeling embarrassed, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was as if being seen naked by her younger brother wasn't something unacceptable. Wang Zijin fell asleep on the balcony, curled up like a cat. Qin Zhe covered her with a blanket. The wind was strong, so it wasn't suitable to sleep here. He didn't know what happened after last night, but Wang Zijin knocked on his door at 6 in the morning. She also said that she had quarreled with her parents. When she knocked on Qin Zhe's door, she said with 2 dark circles under her eyes, "Ace, we're going back to Shanghai today." Then Qin Zhe followed her back. Thinking back, his performance in the Wang family was commendable. If he was too cowardly, the Wang family would look down on him. If he was too tough, they would think that he was rude. In fact, they didn't love him as a son-in-law, so they could find fault with him. Oh, how considerate. If I didn't know better, I would think that she's your real sister. Qin Baobao sneered and said with a sour tone, "No, you're my real sister." Qin Zhe scuttled to his sister's side like a pug. Qin Baobao snorted and prepared to continue the Cold War. Imperial concubine, I rashly barged in just now and offended Imperial concubine Bao. I deserve to die. Qin Zhe apologized. Qin Baobao grabbed a pillow and hit his head, scolding as she hit, "Where's the holy light? Where's the holy light? Didn't you say it was worth a fight? Come on, come on." Qin Zhe said in his heart, "What fight? Do you believe that I will lick your bones until they break?" Hugging his head, he ran from the living room to the bedroom. Qin Bao chased him into the bedroom. He then ran from the bedroom to the bathroom. Qin Bao chased him into the bathroom. Along the way, he was beaten up violently. After beating up salted fish, he felt refreshed. Qin Baobao held her waist, straightened her 36D, and let out a long sigh of relief. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe rushed to the company with bags of specialties, not for employees, but for Suyu. Food, necessities, and some gifts from men to women. They were definitely not strange things like electric sticks and bouncing balls. When Suyu saw that he had brought back so many gifts for her, she would definitely be overjoyed. She would throw herself into his arms and call him her husband. Thinking about it, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Qin Zhe was the most distressed for Suyu, and his feelings of pity were even more than his sister and Wang Zijin. When he rushed to the company, he found that Suyu was not there. The assistant explained that Suyu had gone out to discuss the acquisition of the company and had made an appointment with 2 bosses of the entertainment company. Qin Zhe had discussed the acquisition of the entertainment company with Suyu half a month ago. He could not count on Tian Fong in this aspect, so he needed a professional teddy bear to handle it. He was really not short of money now. Tian Fong was thriving in the entertainment industry, and a few good artists had appeared. After If I Become Memories was released, the star actress Qin Bao's fame increased. This movie, which had a better reputation than the box office, made Qin Zhe famous in the film and television industry. Bao's investment was now fully involved in the securities market, investment banking, and other financial industries, and the profits were considerable. Suyu was planning to invest overseas and was preparing to operate on 2 fronts. The entertainment company would be acquired by Bao's investment and merged into Tian Fong, which could deepen the relationship between the 2 companies. Now, only Sister Ziwei's company was alone outside. Qin Zhe had not found a joint for the 3 companies for the time being. He was only relying on the support of an antivirus software. It was difficult to find an overlapping field with Tian Fong and Bao's in terms of business and cooperation. He had thought of making a self-media platform, browser, and so on, but these industries were dominated by the leading bosses. Not to mention the time, effort, and money he might not be able to succeed. At this time, He had to rely on low skills to force the system to help. Low skills, punches and cheat, infinite magical power, kill Aotion. However, he had no points and refused to recharge. His recent considerable income was to wait until the end of April to complete the top 3 box office and 8.5 reputation mission. In the next year, Tianfeng would become one of the big bosses of the domestic entertainment industry. Just these 2 missions alone would give him tens of thousands of points. Did Suyu say when he will be back? Xianxia asked. I'm not sure. The female assistant shook her head. I heard from Suyu on the phone that he had invited them to dinner. He probably won't be back to the company today. But Xianxia asked. This kind of social entertainment was generally arranged by the assistant and the time and place were set. The assistant told Xianxia the location, hesitated for a moment, and said, Boss Qin, would you like to go to the conference room? What's wrong? Xianxia looked at the female assistant. Suyu had 2 assistants. Their work efficiency was high, they were very competent and professional, but they had one thing in common, they were mediocre. Not to mention Suyu, even the girl at the front desk was more beautiful than them. Suyu herself said righteously that as long as the ability was outstanding, appearance was not important. In fact, with Bao's capital, it was not a problem to recruit 2 talented and beautiful female assistants. As the president, Xianxia did not have an assistant so far. The position of the president's secretary was held by Suyu. Xianxia saw through her little thoughts but did not say anything. It was the same as Qin Baobao. When she first entered Tianfeng, she directly sent the 2 beautiful assistants to the general manager's office. Zhang Fu was flattered and wondered if he was too handsome to be favored by the beautiful president. The truth was that she didn't like to have a coquettish bitch around her brother. Well, it's Boss Su's relative. The assistant whispered. He's been here for 2 days. He came to our company to get investment, but Boss Su ignored him and left him in the conference room. Which conference room? Xianxia frowned. Number 3. It's been sitting since noon. The assistant said awkwardly, It's not that I'm meddlesome, Boss Qin, it's not very good. The worst was Suyu. She didn't look good with or without money. What did Boss Su say? Boss Su said she was too lazy to care. While talking and walking, Xianxia came to the door of conference room number 3. Inside, a middle-aged man in a suit was sitting with his hands on his knees, gently tapping and humming a tune. In front of him was a cup of tea that had long been cold. This man was very familiar. Xianxia recalled and remembered that he was Suyu's uncle. Oh, uncle, why are you here? Xianxia was surprised. The man was also surprised to see Xianxia. Xianxia, you're finally back. I heard from you, or that you went to Beijing? Uncle has been waiting for you for 2 days. Xianxia turned his head and reprimanded the assistant. The tea is cold. How can you treat guests? Uncle waved his hand. Hey, I didn't want it. I've been drinking it all day. Xianxia nodded and waved his hand to let the assistant leave first. He pulled out a chair and sat down with a smile. Uncle, you're here this time? Don't you run an investment company? Uncle rubbed his hands. Investing in others is investing. Investing in your own people is also investing. Don't let the fertile water flow into other people's fields. Uncle wants to invest some money in a business. Uncle, what kind of business do you plan to do? The economy is not very good now. Have you done any market research? Xianxia took out a cigarette and handed it over. I can't smoke here. Your company doesn't allow me to smoke. I've been holding it for most of the day. Uncle happily took the cigarette and lit it for Xianxia. Uncle took a puff of the cigarette with the posture of an old smoker. Your cousin's baby is 1 year old. It's too expensive to raise a child now. It's not like us at that time. We used to use a few diapers. Now we have to change 3 diapers a day. The cost of milk powder is even more expensive. One can cost a few hundred, and it costs 2,000 a month. Your cousin and cousin-in-law are not promising. They're ordinary office workers. Think about it. In the future, the child will have to go to school, buy a house in the school district, and so on. Unknowingly, Xianxia had turned on his hypocritical good boy mode in front of the elders. He agreed with him with a sincere face. Topics like how it was not easy for a man to be the head of the family had touched the bottom of Uncle's heart. Uncle almost forgot the purpose of this trip to the company. He turned his head and looked at the sky. It was almost dark. Only then did he force himself to return to the topic. It's like this. I'm thinking of opening a supermarket. It's best to open it in an office building. A few of my friends have made a fortune this way. Of course, Uncle has done market research. This supermarket has to be opened in an office building to make money, right? Xianxia said in his heart, "Damn, you want to open a supermarket and come to my company to seek investment? I thought you wanted to open an aircraft carrier." Uncle's idea is not bad. "Uncle, how much money do you have?" Xianxia asked. Uncle stretched out a peace sign. 200,000. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Uncle said, "I've asked my friends. From the supermarket to the storefront, then to the stock, hiring staff, and finally to the normal operation. The rent of the office building is very expensive. The total investment is about 1 million. "I understand." Xianxia pressed his hand. "It's a small matter. I'll let someone do it." "Uncle, you invest 200,000. I'll invest 800,000. If our supermarket receives dividends, I'll give you 20%. Uncle was stunned and waved his hand. No. In this case, the supermarket will become your company's." "Tisk, Uncle, you're making it difficult for me," Xianxia said. "The company is not mine and Su Yu's. There are other shareholders. If you want to invest, you have to go through the formal process. I think you want to open a supermarket yourself, right?" Xianxia said. "You see, the company can lend you 800,000. The supermarket is yours, and the money is also yours. When the supermarket is operating, you can repay it in installments." Uncle was stunned again. This was not what he thought. Why was it the company borrowing money and not private borrowing money? "This is the best way. Uncle, you choose one. Either the company invests in the shares, or you pay in installments. Then borrow the money," Uncle said. Chapter 426. President Zheng, if you want to invest, we can give you a chance. As long as this acquisition is successful, you will be a member of Tianfeng. Last year, Tianfeng and Feiyang Entertainment were still the same company. Everyone can see how it is now. President Su, I know that your daughter has a lot of resources in Huaiyue. For your sake, Tianfeng will definitely take care of her. In addition, I promise that Miss Qin will tailor a few good songs for her. I promise to reverse the audience's impression and restore her reputation." Su Yu raised her wine glass and motioned to the two middle-aged men. With President Su's words, I'm relieved. President Su, please take care of us in the future. We will do our best to facilitate this acquisition. President Zheng and President Su nodded and drank. This was a luxurious private room of a 5-star hotel. 6 uniformed waiters served on both sides. The lights were bright and shone on the beauty drinking. The light passed through the red wine in the glass, refracting a diamond-like red light, reflecting on the snow-white neck when she raised her head to drink. President Zheng and President Su were the major shareholders of the 2 entertainment companies that Baoza Investment was preparing to acquire. Acquiring a company required repeated negotiations. The acquisition of these 2 companies was not easy. There were always shareholders like Nan Manpei who were unwilling to fail, so they encountered a little trouble in the acquisition. But it didn't matter. For Su Yu, it was only a matter of time before 2 pieces of fat meat were in her mouth. With sufficient financial support, she was very confident. In addition, she could also cater to their interests. For example, President Zheng, who wanted to continue working in the entertainment industry, so you could promise to let him transfer his money into shares and place him in Tianfeng. President Su, who was wholeheartedly paving the way for his daughter, his daughter was in the entertainment industry like Qin Bao Bao, a little bitch, singing. Su Yu drew a big cake and promised to let Xianxia write a few songs for his daughter. Who didn't know that a song by a fast shooter could easily make a singer popular? The gimmick was big and didn't cost money. Although Su Yu was smiling like a flower, she was actually in a bad mood these 2 days. For example, her husband accompanied another woman to Beijing, and a black-hearted woman even posted on Weibo to show off their love. Suyu was so angry that she couldn't wait to post a little red door or a teddy door to PK with her. Suyu was a little sad. They ate, drank, and played in the capital. They went shopping hand in hand. They were in love. While they spent the whole day laughing and chatting, she was all alone in her work. Just thinking about it made him sad. Today, Xianxia came back. He should be at home with his sisters, cooking and being intimate with each other. On the other hand, she had to attend social events for the sake of the acquisition of the company and was even pestered by her uncle. Just as she was thinking about this, her uncle called. Suyu frowned slightly. She had a cold relationship with her family and relatives. She hated those poor relatives who ate and took. She felt that her uncle was just trying to get money from her. Today, he was going to open a supermarket. Tomorrow, he was going to buy a house. The day after tomorrow, he was going to buy a new car. Day after day, what was he doing? Was she close to him? We only see each other during the holidays, but you don't usually care about me. Can't we just go our separate ways? She answered the phone. I know you're busy. Did I disturb you? Her uncle laughed twice. I've got the money to open the supermarket. Your aunt and grandma insisted that I call you to say thank you. What money? Suyu was stunned and then became angry. Did the company's people give the money to her uncle without authorization? It was possible. If they followed the investment process, the company's department managers had the power to casually set up a project and give the money to her uncle. They could also please her. Didn't Xianxia come back? He gave it to me. Her uncle laughed and said, your boyfriend is really good. He has a better eye for men than your mother. When I left, he caught up with me and said that the loan treaty was just a process, and you don't have to pay it back. Uncle received this kindness. When the supermarket makes money in the future, you have to pay it back. After all, it's the company's money. You, come home for dinner some other day. Your grandma and grandpa miss you very much. Suyu hung up the phone blankly. After talking about things, the dinner party was over. Suyu drank wine and didn't bring a driver. President Zheng and President Su enthusiastically wanted to send her home, but Suyu declined. The April evening breeze blew on her face, cool and comfortable. Suyu stood at the door of the hotel and made a phone call. Hello, come and pick me up. Where are you? I'm at Huijin Hotel. It's too far away. The person on the other end of the phone refused. But I drank. Aren't you afraid that I'll meet bad people? In a society ruled by law, what are you afraid of? You don't love me at all. Suyu angrily hung up the phone. The night wind blew on her face and messed up her hair. Suyu stroked her hair, sighed, walked through the flower bed in front of the hotel, and was about to take a taxi home on the side of the road, but saw a black car parked on the side of the road. Xianxia was squatting by the wheel and smoking, with his back to the hotel. Suyu's eyes immediately shone. She bit her lip, walked over, and deliberately stomped her high heels. Hello. Suyu shouted. Xianxia ignored her and smoked. Hello. Suyu stomped her feet. Heard you. Wait for me to finish this cigarette. Xianxia threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it, and then picked up the cigarette butts on the ground one by one. Only then did Suyu find that nearly half a pack of cigarette butts fell on the wheel. She was moved. Have you been waiting for a long time? Just arrived. Xianxia said nonsense. You just arrived and smoked so many cigarettes? Smoke one by one, pretend that you have waited for a long time, just to let the little lady be moved. Xianxia said, Are you moved? Dare to move? Suyu's eyes were red and she threw herself into his arms. If you dare to move quickly, Xianxia said. It seems to be raining, I'll take you home. Suyu twisted her small waist and said coquettishly, Don't take a car, go shopping, walk back. Xianxia scratched his head. Your home seems to be 10 kilometers? Suyu rarely had a small temper. I don't care, I have to walk back. Xianxia said in annoyance, Get up, I'll park. Suyu smiled as brightly as a little girl. Xianxia parked the car in the hotel's underground parking lot and trotted back. He saw Suyu standing on the side of the road, carrying a bag in her hands and hanging on her lower abdomen, a black office suit, a white shirt, and black hair flying in the night wind. It was as beautiful as a beautiful scenery. As night fell, street lights and signboards formed a gorgeous neon light. The cars in the evening rush hour flowed endlessly. The white-collar workers who were rushing to get off work crossed the road in groups, forming a long stream of people, like a group of ants seen on the ground when he was a child. Good things don't come true, bad things come true. Halfway through, it really started to drizzle. Not long after, a crystal and fine raindrops condensed on Suyu's hair. Spring rain is as precious as oil. Suyu stepped on high heels and rushed forward for a distance. She turned around and looked back at Yanran. Qinze, who witnessed this scene, was lost for a long time. The style of this turn, the drizzle in the long streets soaked the eyes. Suyu ran back and hugged his arm. How long have you been shopping with Wang Zijin? Without waiting for Qinze to answer, she pointed to the front and turned to look back. Is it 10 kilometers? How could it be? Qinze didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's good. Suyu was very happy. Well, are you sleeping at my place tonight? No. Qinze shook his head. In order to wait for her, he turned off his mobile phone. When he sent Suyu home, he would go back immediately. Be conscious and be ready to kneel on the keyboard. It must be that you are tired of playing with the uniform, but it doesn't matter. I bought tiger underwear, the kind with stripes. Suyu whined, but raised her two fists to her chest and made a catgirl's action. I'm afraid of tigers. He rolled his eyes. How can you get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Suyu smirked. Qinze. He glanced at Suyu's belly subconsciously and felt that he couldn't look at these two idioms directly. Qinze, I'm afraid it will be hard to get off. Suyu. After 5 minutes of walking, Suyu rubbed her feet and said bitterly, I can't walk, let me die. It was hard for her to walk for 20 minutes in high heels. Qinze squatted down and said angrily, Come up. Suyu cheered and threw herself on his back, almost pushing Qinze down. Fortunately, her scale was not as abnormal as her sister's. This wave of ball-hitting people, Qinze could still withstand. Suyu carried the high heels and hung them on Qinze's chest. The two shuttled through the drizzle, crossing the intersection, through the crowd, and through the traffic. I like you. Suyu whispered. Isn't it love? Qinze said angrily. Love. Suyu trembled. I dare not love. I'm afraid that one day I can't live without you. My world only has you. Do you want to love me? Suyu nodded. I'm happy to be the brightest star in your night sky, he said. Chapter 427. At home, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were living too comfortably and looking for excitement. They hugged their pillows and stared at each other on the sofa. Why are you looking at me? Qin Baobao asked calmly. Aren't you looking at me too? Wang Zijin was expressionless. Okay, let's continue watching TV. Let's watch then. A Thai horror movie was playing on the 65-inch LCD TV. These days, with the suppression of the mythical river crab, the domestic horror movie market was stagnant. They were all suspense movies disguised as horror movies. Therefore, if one wanted to watch horror movies, the first choice was Japan and Thailand, followed by South Korea. Western horror movies were like the national football team. The former focused on blood and gore, while the latter focused on soy sauce. They were all useless and could not be supported by a wall. Qin Baobao was very afraid of horror movies. When she was young, she would hug Qinze tightly when she watched zombie movies. Wang Zijin was also afraid of horror movies. Female hipsters could not accept such movies. Then why did the two of them want to die? After Qinze left the room, the two best friends began to quarrel again. New worries and old hatred made their brows turn green. The battle would start at 8 p.m. sharp. If you're sisters, come at me. The Thai movie was scary and bloody. The plot was old. It was set in an old tube-shaped apartment. A few main characters lit candles in a dark room and played a game of summoning the pen spirit. At the crucial moment of the game, a girl in white on the rooftop couldn't take it anymore and jumped off the building. Before she died, her eyes were fixed on the window of the room where the main characters were. After that, they were haunted by the pen spirit. The main characters died one after another. Their deaths were tragic and bloody. The 2 men and 1 woman who survived were so scared that they peed their pants. They asked a witch to exorcise the spirit, saying that they were haunted by the ghost of the girl who jumped off the building and begged for help. The witch performed a ritual to help them and successfully exorcised the ghost of the girl in white. They thought that they had escaped death. However, the next day, one of the men died in his own house. The lower half of his face disappeared. The male and female leads were so scared that they pooped in their pants and asked the witch for help again. Said the enchantress, allowing me to ponder. As soon as the male and female protagonists left, a little girl with disheveled hair suddenly appeared in the witch's dark room. The little girl killed the witch and crushed her chin. Just like that, she muttered to herself to death. The male and female protagonists felt that the witch wasn't very reliable, so they tried to think of a solution themselves. First, they had to determine what kind of evil spirit was bothering them. Therefore, he went to the old residence of this tube-shaped building to ask for information. Finally, they found out the true face of the evil spirit. It turned out that before the building was built, a cute little girl passed by and was dragged in and out of the building by an evil lolicon uncle. Then she was killed. It was said that her chin was smashed. This lolicon was said to be called Nauchi. He had yet to be arrested and was on the run. It turned out that the pen spirit summoned by the protagonists wasn't a girl in a fluttering white dress, but a little girl without a chin. The little girl kept following them. The sky gradually darkened. The male and female protagonists went to the witch for help, only to find that the witch was already dead. They fled back to the apartment in fear. The male and female protagonists ran down a long corridor. Just then, the corridor lights flickered a few times and went out. The male and female protagonists saw a little girl with disheveled hair appear at the end of the dim corridor. The little girl was still very far away at first, but in the blink of an eye, she was standing in front of them. She raised her head. Her face was badly damaged. Her chin was shattered and there was still black blood. Only the whites of her eyes were missing her pupils. The little girl's appearance was extremely frightening. Qin Bao Bao picked up her teacup and sipped on it expressionlessly. However, her hands were shaking as if she couldn't hold her blanket properly. Wang Zijin pretended to look at her phone as if nothing had happened. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. The 2 girls were actually so scared that they peed their pants. After watching the horror movie, the pale-faced girls tacitly went back to their rooms to sleep and turned on the lights. However, they didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but they felt that the house was especially quiet. Sometimes, they would hear strange noises in the living room. Qin Bao Bao's room was big, so it was even worse. She turned on the lights in the bathroom and opened the door. Every 5 minutes, she would step into the bathroom in her slippers and take a look. She was afraid that something would appear in there. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." After calling her brother for the 10th time without any results, Qin Bao Bao threw her phone on the bed and sat cross-legged. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "Where the hell did you go? Don't come back tonight if you dare." After thinking for a while, she changed her words. "If you don't come back, I'll cut off all ties with you." In the room opposite, Wang Zijin covered the mirror on the wardrobe with a blanket. She was playing a funny variety show on her phone, but it couldn't get rid of the shadow brought by the horror movie at all. From time to time, she would dive under the bed to take a look, afraid that something would appear under the bed. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." After dialing for so many times, Wang Zijin quickly switched her phone back to the variety show and bit her lip. She couldn't rely on her boyfriend at the crucial moment. The Thai movie was too scary. At 10 o'clock at night, Qin Zhe returned home. The lights in the living room were dark. His sisters had gone to bed early today. That was good too. He didn't want to kneel on the keyboard until the middle of the night. Very good, very good. Time to wash up and sleep. After taking a shower, Qin Zhe returned to his room. Just as he lay down, the door opened. His sister, who was wearing pajamas, was standing at the door with a pillow in her arms. His sister called out softly, "Sis, I came back late because of a company dinner. Don't be angry." Qin Zhe said the lines he had prepared as fast as he could. "What nonsense are you saying? Why would your sister be angry with you? Qin Baobao entered the room. Your sister loves you so much. How could she bear to be angry with you? His sister was unexpectedly gentle today. What's the matter? Qin Zhe was confused. Chat for a while, Qin Baobao said. No, let me sleep. Qin Zhe refused. Qin Baobao said happily, make way, make way. She threw off her slippers and crawled under the blanket. Qin Zhe was speechless. Hey, boss, did you misunderstand me? At this moment, the door opened again. Wang Zijin stood at the door. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Zhe was cold. No, his heart was cold. Sister Ziwei is not like what you see. Why didn't you knock on the door? At least give me time to crawl under the closet. Wang Zijin hugged the pillow and glanced at Qin Baobao, who was next to her brother. She curled her lips and walked to the other side with the pillow. She threw off her slippers and crawled under the blanket in one go. Sleep over there. Wang Zijin nudged Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was speechless. It was late at night. Qin Zhe, who was enjoying the happiness of having two wives, lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, not daring to move. On his left lay his 36D seductive sister, and on his right lay his dignified and gentle girlfriend. The sister slept on her side facing him. Her big breasts were shockingly hot, and her breast volume was shameful. Wang Zijin's back was facing him. Her butt was shockingly hot, and the distance was shameful. She was just touching his waist. What's wrong with the sisters? Are they giving me benefits? Are you touched? I don't dare to move, I don't dare to move. The distance is too scary. If I move even a little, I'll rub against sensitive parts. Usually it's fine. But now, my pajamas are thin, and the sisters will definitely slap me to show that they are pure. When that happens, if Qin Zhe moves, they'll slap me. Slap me every time I move, slap me every time I move. So, this is their plan to play with me, punish me. Aren't they underestimating me too much? To the sisters, I want to be big. To Sister Ziwei, we're already boyfriend and girlfriend. I just need to wait for the good weather. Qin Zhe tilted his head slightly. With a faint light outside the window, he scrutinized his sister's sleeping face. Her facial features were exquisite, her eyelashes were like brushes, and her lips were red and moist. What are you looking at? Qin Baobao opened her eyes and said angrily. Without waiting for Qin Zhe's reply. What's wrong with looking at you? Wang Zijin continued the conversation. She turned over and raised her head slightly. Try looking at me again. I'll try. Qin Zhe, what are you doing? Qin Zhe was confused from the beginning to the end. Why are you squeezing into my bed all of a sudden? Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin couldn't think of an excuse, so they said in unison, stop talking and go to sleep. The sisters were still shy. Although he didn't know what went wrong that made the two of them unable to control themselves, this didn't hinder Qin Zhe from feeling pleased in his heart. Ying Freak, although she usually didn't act like an older sister, she had wholeheartedly relied on him since they were young. She raised him for 3 years without caring for him. If he was the brightest star in Su Yu's night sky, then he was his sister's son. Other than indulging her, he was still indulging her. Black-bellied sister, although she usually pretended to be gentle and generous, she always exposed her black-bellied side from time to time. When she got jealous, she would even dig a hole for her boyfriend. But overall, she was considerate and had a good temper. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tolerated Ying Freak for so long. Presumably, she would be a good wife in the future. Thinking about this, he fell asleep in a daze. The next day, early morning. The first to wake up was always Qin Zhe. He slept very tiredly last night. The three of them squeezed into one bed, so everyone was quite tired. Moreover, the current Yuan Chun was hot from my warming. Qin Baobao kicked the blankets twice in the middle of the night, and Sister Ziwei was pushed out of bed twice by him. She angrily beat him awake, apologized, and continued to sleep. As for Qin Zhe, he was the most tired. When people sleep, they automatically adjust to a comfortable sleeping position, so he squeezed in with all his might. In this aspect, Qin Baobao's large but had an absolute advantage. Then, the squeezed Qin Zhe subconsciously squeezed in the other direction, causing Wang Zijin to flip out twice. But during this process, Wang Zijin also continuously squeezed in, so Qin Zhe, who was in the middle, was the most tired. The first time he enjoyed the happiness of having multiple partners, he didn't want to try it again. Qin Zhe pushed his sisters awake and chased them away. It's daybreak. Qin Baobao rubbed her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't sulk in the future. Wang Zijin looked at her. You squeezed into my bed to sulk? Qin Zhe was at a loss. Whoever climbs into my bed first wins. Qin Baobao sneered and glanced at him. She hugged her pillow and left with Wang Zijin side by side. This guy is too arrogant. I don't know what he was doing last night. His phone was also turned off. He said something about a company gathering, but he clearly didn't drink. Why don't we just beat him to death? Qin Zhe. In the past few days, there had been many discussions to bribe the two major shareholders to contribute, facilitate, and be willing to spend money. The acquisition process was progressing smoothly. Su Yu personally sent the information to Tianfeng for two reasons. As a minor shareholder of Tianfeng, she had never been here before and wanted to take a look. Qin Zhe was in Tianfeng today, not at Baozi and Purple Crystal. Su Yu knocked on the company's door. When the receptionist saw the cold beauty, she was stunned. Then, she remembered something and quickly opened the door. At last year's annual meeting, Su Yu sat at the same table as CEO Qin. She was on the same level as CEO Qin. Moreover, her beauty alone left a deep impression on people. The male and female employees present at that time should have a deep impression of Su Yu and Wang Zijin. There were many beautiful women in Tianfeng and Baozi companies, especially the former. As an entertainment company, any artiste or model would be better looking than an ordinary person. Not to mention a B-list artiste like Li Wei. But even a B-list artiste was not qualified to sit at the main table. Hello, how can I help? The receptionist asked cautiously. Where is CEO Qin's office? Su Yu asked. It's in the innermost area. I'll take you there. The receptionist welcomed her. The entire floor of the office area was Tianfeng. The total area added up to more than 800 square meters, not including the two offices downstairs. Su Yu followed the receptionist and walked through the office area of various departments. Many male comrades stopped their work and stared at her with excited and amazed eyes. Su Yu was also looking at them, or rather, the layout and scale of the company. At present, Tianfeng's funds were certainly not as good as Baozi's, but the company's staff was nearly twice as much as Baozi's. Different industries had different divisions of labor. Investment companies did not need too many post-production and logistics personnel, but in the entertainment industry, they were basically logistics personnel. The ones who were really on the table were actually just stars. Next, the two entertainment companies were merged into Tianfeng. How would Qin Baobao manage it? Would it be integrated together, or would it remain in place and exist in the name of a branch company? If it were Su Yu herself, she would undoubtedly choose the latter. A few minutes later, she came to Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's exclusive big office. Su Yu said thank you, I'll go in by myself. The receptionist nodded and turned to leave with her low-heeled shoes. Just as she was about to knock on the door, Su Yu, who had sharp ears, suddenly heard a soft conversation inside. Well, there's a lot coming out. Qin Baobao's voice. Su Yu had a strong sense of déjà vu in that tone of complaint and surprise. Hey, don't suck so hard. Qin Zhe gasped. Su Yu's face changed, and she couldn't believe what she heard. It's all your fault. How did I know there was so much inside? It's white and sticky. Qin Baobao complained, it's all over my face and hands. Sister, I'll help you get it. Qin Zhe gasped for breath. No, you keep moving. You can't stop if I don't let you. Qin Baobao snorted. But even if it's me, I can't stand such intense movements. Qin Zhe's gasping became more and more intense. You can't stand it just a few hundred times? Are you a man? Qin Baobao said. Su Yu's raised hand froze in the air and couldn't fall. If she remembered correctly, the two inside were brother and sister, right? They must be brother and sister, right? They were so evil. Her outlook on life suddenly collapsed. If Wang Zijin was inside, Su Yu would be very angry. But the person who was exercising with Qin Zhe inside was actually Qin Baobao. Su Yu's hand trembled slightly. "Oh, there's so much coming out, I can't eat it at all," Qin Baobao said. The taste was really bad, and it was hard to swallow. Su Yu's brain twitched and resonated uncontrollably. "Isn't there a paper towel? You wipe it clean, don't lick it," Qin Zhe said. "It's quite sweet, delicious." Qin Baobao enjoyed the sound. "How can it be sweet? It's obviously very fishy." Su Yu thought. No, now is not the time to think about this. Although I like Qin Zhe very much, she can't accept the fact that her sister threw her clothes. It's even more evil than the grass python hero Su Xian. Su Yu took a deep breath, twisted the handle, pushed the door open and shouted, "What are you doing?" In the office, Qin Zhe was doing push-ups, while Qin Baobao took off her high heels and sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a sweet like bread in her hand. She took a bite, and immediately white cream flowed out. Qin Baobao licked it clean and squinted. "What we do is none of your business. Why you here?" Qin Zhe took the opportunity to get up. "Hey, I didn't ask you to stop." Qin Baobao threw the crumpled paper towel over. "Keep moving, 200 more." Su Yu walked to the sofa and her eyes fell on the dessert. "Do you want to eat?" "Ace bought it, I'll give you 2 and the rest are mine," Qin Baobao said. It turned out that the white, sweet, and relied on sucking was this thing. Su Yu's heart was tired. "How long have you been doing it?" Su Yu turned her head and asked Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe looked at his sister, who thought for a while. "Almost 500. Don't do it, tomorrow your muscles will be sore." Su Yu was distressed. "It's none of your business." Qin Baobao raised an eyebrow. "How is it none of my business?" Su Yu retorted. "Oh, you tell me, I'm training my brother, how is it none of your business?" She threw the contract on the table. "If you want to train, go home now, discuss things." Qin Baobao glanced at the contract. She knew about the acquisition of the entertainment company. She hooked her finger. "Little Zhe, come here, push-ups, go home and continue." "Hey, thank you, sister." Qin Zhe came over. Su Yu secretly kicked him, hating iron for not becoming steel. Why should my man be bullied by Qin Baobao like this? Qin Baobao focused on looking at the information and did not find Su Yu's little movements. She roughly went through it and frowned. "How is the attitude of the artists of these 2 companies?" Su Yu said. The communication passed, and the contract was automatically extended to Tianfeng. The 2 companies added up to only 1 second-tier artist, a 3rd or 4th-tier artist, and they are eager to enter Tianfeng. By the way, the 2nd-tier female singer is the daughter of the general manager of Xia Yi Entertainment. I promised to let Qin Zhe write a few songs for her. Mr. Su has made a lot of efforts in the acquisition. Is there any problem? Qin Zhe nodded. "No problem." Qin Baobao looked at him in surprise. As we all know, the fast shooter is famous for being stingy. Other singers eagerly ask for songs, but don't even think about it. But Su Yu's words made her brother agree. When Qin Baobao looked at Su Yu again, her eyes were secretly vigilant. Qin Baobao's biggest imaginary enemy was Wang Zijin, and then Su Yu. Wang Zijin's biggest imaginary enemy was Su Yu, and then it became Qin Baobao. Only Su Yu foolishly thought that after she got Wang Zijin, she would embrace the whole world. "After the acquisition, what are you going to do?" Su Yu looked at Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao looked at Qin Zhe. "Rent the whole floor below?" Qin Zhe shook his head. "The office area downstairs is full." Qin Baobao, "Then change the address." The 3 discussed for a few minutes, and Qin Baobao said, "Ace, the program, Let's Play, invited me to participate. I asked Li Wei for a place, but she had a personal matter to deal with and couldn't get away. How about you go on her behalf? Can't you give this opportunity to the other artists in the company?" Qin Zhe frowned. "Because the program has a lot of interaction between men and women. It's super interesting." Qin Baobao twisted her body and said coquettishly, "Go." Okay, I'll reward you with a piece of bread." "Ah, thank you, sister." Su Yu was speechless. Chapter 428. On a sunny weekend in spring, the warm sunshine made people sleepy and lazy. After dinner, Su Yu and Wang Zijin sat in the coffee shop, enjoying the leisurely afternoon. Wang Zijin gradually took over Amethyst network technology. Unlike Tian Fong, even if Qin Zhe didn't know much about business management, he could write songs and make movies to help his sister. Not to mention Baozi. At the beginning of the company's establishment, Qin Zhe carried the performance of the whole company alone. In the area of network technology, Qin Zhe couldn't help. In the management of the company, he was also a dabbler. He told Wang Zijin that she should consult Su Yu more when she had time. She was a professional in business management. They left, leaving Yu poor soul, and went to Hangzhou to eat, drink, and have fun. After teaching for a long time, Su Yu didn't forget to satirize Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin curled her lips and leaned lazily on the rattan chair. The sun shone in from the floor-to-ceiling window. She was bathed in the sun, and her face was crystal clear like white jade, flawless. Work is important, Wang Zijin said insincerely. After that, she glanced at Su Yu. Hey, why do I feel jealous? Su Yu, do you like Qin Zhe? Of course, I like him. Don't you see how tacit and cooperative we are? We work together to create such a big family business. Su Yu was proud. Wild lovebirds? Wang Zijin sneered and suddenly her small face became serious. Then tell me, how far have you and him developed? She silently dug a hole for Su Yu, just like Qin Baobao regarded her as a wolf in the house. If Su Yu was interested in Qin Zhe, no doubt, then she would definitely bluff and anger herself. It was better to let her misunderstand. Eat all day long. So you said, Wang Zijin? Then she came to her senses, and two sharp rays of light shot out of her eyes that were like peach blossoms. What do you mean? She said. Just kidding. Su Yu laughed and said, Do you think I have an affair with Qin Zhe? Stop fooling around. I'm such a pure and innocent little fairy, a pure and untainted white lotus. That's right, there's something going on. She paused for a moment, and before Wang Zijin could say anything, she smiled and said, What about you? Are you having an affair with Qin Zhe? She was exaggerating so much that Wang Zijin didn't believe her. Wang Zijin pretended to be relaxed. How is that possible? I only treat him as a younger brother. I'm not some kind of brother complex. It doesn't exist. She thought that she couldn't let Su Yu know her relationship with Qin Zhe. Otherwise, Su Yu's big mouth would turn around and tell Qin Bao. The big cow was going to explode. Wang Zijin was not ready to have a showdown with the big cow. Su Yu was confused at that time. What was going on? Wasn't she Qin Zhe's official girlfriend? Why did she cower faster than her? What was she afraid of? It didn't make any sense. Was he worried about something? Anyway, it was impossible to worry about her, Su Yu. Su Yu frowned and realized that things were not simple. Today's training will end here. I'm going home to write novels. Su Yu stretched. Wasn't your novel banned? Wang Zijin asked curiously. Su Yu's novel was 404 because of too many illegal content. At that time, she was heartbroken and called Qin Zhe with tears in her eyes. She cried and said that she wanted to buy that novel platform and then fire all the employees. Qin Zhe comforted her that it was useless to do so. The power of the number one beast in the world was not something you could compete with. Just go to work obediently. Su Yu was not reconciled and secretly started a new book. At the same time, in Hangzhou Stadium, the program group of Let's Play officially started recording. It was a relatively popular reality show. There were 4 permanent guests in the program, 2 men and 2 women. 2 of the female stars were acquaintances, Qian Shishir, who was in the variety show, and Gu Ling, a very popular female singer in Wanwan. It was the sister who posted Qin Zhe's picture, Pigeon, the sheep below is dead. They met when they participated in the Golden Melody Awards. Of the 2 male stars, one was once a big star in the music industry, called Li Guangxing. The other won the Best Actor award, called Sun Qin. In the stadium, hundreds of audience members were looking forward to it. At this time, there were 2 male guests standing in the stadium. Yes, there were only 2. Following the director's speech, a man came out of the entrance. Lin Jiao. It's him. I love him. The stadium was noisy and the audience cheered in surprise. Lin Jiao, a popular young actor in recent years, debuted as a singer and then transferred to the film and television industry. He was often criticized for having no acting skills, but it did not prevent him from being popular. The classification of the entertainment industry was actually very vague now. In the past, the classification of A-list and B-list stars was very clear. With the development of the times and the emergence of young actors, this classification faded away. In the past, the level of stars was divided according to the work and salary. After the young actors, this method did not work because good work did not mean high salary. Lin Jiao went on stage and exchanged pleasantries with the two male stars. The director raised the microphone and shouted, "Let's welcome the next guest." There was a puff of air from the entrance and a tall voice walked into the stadium. Several male guests exclaimed in surprise. Then, there were hundreds of audience members exclaiming. The person who came was Qin Zhe. As soon as he appeared, he overshadowed Li Jiao. Not only did the female audience scream, but the male audience also howled excitedly. It was because of the rampant popularity of young actors that the audience was particularly partial to those with talent and acting skills. Qin Zhe, as a young actor with acting skills and no scandals, could be said to be popular with both men and women. It was not that there were no scandals. In fact, recently, there was a scandal about Qin Zhe running rampant on the internet. Someone took a picture of him carrying a woman on his back and strolling down a drizzling street. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin did not know about this scandal for the time being. Qin Zhe himself did not know about it either. Because it was not a major scandal, it did not make the headlines, so Qin Zhe could still smile so brightly. Sun Chen, who had the most experience, rushed over to hug him first, followed by Li Guangxing and then Lin Jiao. The latter two were obviously more enthusiastic than the former because they were half singers. "You're my idol," Lin Jiao said. "I'll give you my autograph after the show," Qin Zhe joked. "Alright, now that the male guests are all here, we have 4 female guests for this episode. The next segment is called Fated Pairing," the director announced. Each female guest will give a hint on the board, and the male guests will choose a female guest they like. Sun Chen said, "2 of them are Gu Ling and Xianxia. I don't know about the other 2. Li Guangxing teased, "Definitely don't pick either of them." He patted Lin Jiao on the shoulder. "I'll leave them to you guys." There was a roar of laughter. With that said, 4 tall and sexy female models went on stage, holding 4 boards. The 4 boards were Werewolf Kill, Golden Melody Award, Watching Childhood from Afar, and Black-Hearted Maggot. Sun Chen was dumbfounded. What kind of trick is this? The production team must be up to something. I can't tell Gu Ling and Xianxia's styles at all. How are they going to choose? Li Guangxing said, "What does Werewolf Kill mean? Are they hinting at the game they like? Which female celebrity especially likes to play Werewolf Kill?" Qin Zhe touched his nose. He felt that these 4 female guests were up to something. Lin Jiao said, "Golden Melody Award. Does it mean that she won the Golden Melody Award before?" Watching Childhood from Afar. What does that mean? The last one is Black-Hearted Maggot. Which female guest has such a strong taste? Sun Chen rubbed his hands. "I know that Qin Baobao came to our show this week, but I don't know which one she is. It's definitely not Werewolf Kill. I've never heard that she likes to play this game. I think it's most likely to be the Golden Melody Award. She won the Chinese Best Female Singer Award before." Lin Jiao said, "Can we ask the audience for help?" "Xianxia. Werewolf Kill is Xianxia," the audience shouted. Sun Chen was still confused. Li Guangxing suddenly understood and explained, "Xianxia is a permanent guest of Werewolf Kill. But I remember that Qin Baobao also participated in it before. There's no need to say more. It's another smokescreen by the production team. Watching Childhood from Afar is Qin Zhe's Weibo name." A female audience member in the front row shouted with her hands as a loudspeaker. That was his old name, but now his real name was verified on Weibo. Sun Chen clapped. "Then this could also be Qin Baobao," the director announced. "Now, let's invite the male guests to choose." Sun Chen took the lead and snatched the Golden Melody Award. Lin Jiao and Li Guangxing snatched the watching childhood from afar writing board. The two of them pushed each other and fought for it. Qin Zhe silently took the last writing board. There was no need to say anything. Evil maggot, his sister's catchphrase. If he didn't choose this, his sister would kill him. In the end, watching childhood from afar was snatched by Li Guangxing. Lin Jiao had no choice but to take werewolf kill. The little fresh meat was a little dejected, but when he saw the writing board Qin Zhe chose, he immediately laughed. I'm sure it's Guling Qin Bao Bao is one of them. Your taste is a little heavy, huh? Sun Chen and Li Guangxing laughed as well. You siblings don't have any chemistry at all. The audience roared with laughter. The director said, now, let's invite the female guests on stage. Chapter 429. As soon as the director said that, gas was released from the entrance and a petite female artist walked in happily. She was Xianxia. As expected, she came in the order on the board. The hundreds of audience members cheered and applauded. Sun Chen said, it's Xianxia indeed. The Golden Melody Award will definitely go to Qin Bao Bao. Li Guangxing wasn't convinced. Nonsense. This is Qin Bao Bao. On the other side, Lin Jiao went up to Xianxia and gave her a small hug. Then, Xianxia glared at Qin Zhe and said jokingly and bitterly, I've already given you such an obvious hint. Don't tell me you can't guess who I am. Qin Zhe played dumb. I really can't guess. Lin Jiao held his pierced heart. Don't be like this. You're mine now. Then, the second female guest came on stage. According to the order on the board, she was the female guest for the Golden Melody Award. Sun Chen said nervously, Qin Bao Bao, Qin Bao Bao, Qin Bao Bao. After the gas was released, the female guest came. She had a medium figure, long hair, and a cute oval face. It was Gu Ling, the sheep is dead version of Wang Zijin. Oh my God. Sun Chen hugged his head exaggeratedly. He went up and hugged Gu Ling. He teased, seems like it's my fate. I was just short of praying that it wasn't you. In the end, I really fell for it. Gu Ling stabbed back without hesitation and looked at Qin Zhe bitterly. I thought I could confuse you and make you think that I'm a Bao Bao and choose me. Sun Chen was speechless. The third female guest came on stage. Li Guangxing said excitedly, she's here. Bao Bao, she's mine today. The next second, he was dumbfounded. It wasn't Qin Bao Bao who came on stage. Instead, it was a tall female artist who was 1.7 meters tall. She had the goddess' signature long black hair and a bright smile on her face. She had an oval face and big eyes. Her name was Yi Lu. She was a very popular movie star. Li Guangxing quickly adjusted himself and greeted her with a bright smile. After losing Qin Bao Bao, he felt that it was not a loss to exchange for another long-legged beauty. She didn't know if it was the production crew's special arrangement or if Yi Lu was really Qin Zhe's fan, but she walked past Li Guangxing and opened her arms to hug Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, I'm your fan. I'm very happy to meet you on this show, she said. Li Guangxing was speechless. Qin Zhe was speechless. The audience roared with laughter. If it was arranged by the production team, then it was really full of evil intentions. If it was her own doing, then the operation was too much. Qin Zhe knew that he was very popular as a salted fish, but once his brand was revealed, he really underestimated his own charm. He just wanted to be a quiet, handsome man. Xianxia's werewolf kill was definitely a hint to him, hoping that he would choose her as his partner. There was no need to talk about Gu Ling. She had been eyeing him for a long time and wanted to recommend herself to sleep with him. Qin Zhe knew that Gu Ling had a few boyfriends. Some were from the entertainment industry, some were from outside. Although her private life wasn't as messy as other celebrities, she was definitely experienced. She had so many boyfriends already. Why would I hook up with her? I don't want to be in the same boat with too many brothers. Qin Zhe was already a strange man. If he hooked up with this experienced driver, would they be racing with each other? Also Yi Lu. He felt that this sister shouldn't be his fan. Before he changed his Weibo name, he wasn't a god of stocks or a fast shooter. At most, he was a little famous. Yi Lu was already a famous celebrity. How could she be his fan? With that thought, Qin Bao Bao went on stage. She was wearing the same sportswear as the other female celebrities, which was given out by the production team. But because she was wearing the same clothes, she stood out. The other female celebrities' breasts weren't obvious or barely protruded, but when it came to her sister, they were heavy and eye-catching. She also had a pair of long and straight legs. They were pleasing to the eye and there was nothing to say about her looks. After Qin Baobao went on stage, the cheers exploded. Qin Zhe ran up and held his sister's hand. Sun Chen raised his hand and said loudly, "Director, did you purposely put Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao in the same group?" The director said no. But the guests didn't believe it and protested. Qin Baobao laughed. "This wasn't arranged by the production team. I promise." Li Guangxing didn't believe it. They purposely wrote such a non-mainstream slogan and the other two are just smoke bombs. They're Weibo names and Golden Melody Awards. Shady, shady. Qin Zhe smiled. "I'll testify for the director. They definitely didn't arrange it." After a pause, he smiled bitterly. "That's her catchphrase. She calls me that at home." Xianxia, pft. Guling, pft. Yi Lu, ha. "Are you two siblings?" Ha. A few male guests laughed. Lin Jiao said, "Sigh. I feel that this catchphrase is going to be popular after this episode." Sun Chen said, "Then how do you usually call your sister?" "Moaning monster." Qin Zhe obviously wouldn't say it. "I don't have such a weird catchphrase. I usually call her sister and call her by her name when I'm angry." When everyone was here, the director said, "Now, we'll enter the next segment. In order to train the team's chemistry, we'll have a question and answer game." The question and answer game was very interesting. The men and women who weren't familiar with each other made fun of each other. This game was scored. 10 points would be awarded if the answer was right and points would be deducted if the answer was wrong. After this round, Xianxia and Lin Jiao's team had 0 points. Gu Ling and Sun Chen had -10 points. Yi Lu and Li Guangxing had 20 points. The two were very smart. Yi Lu's question was, "Who is my idol?" Li Guangxing wrote, "Qin Zhe." The two compared their answers and scored 10 points. Li Guangxing's question was, "Who is the female celebrity I like?" Yi Lu wrote Qin Baobao. She scored another 10 points. This small segment basically revealed their IQ. Since they weren't familiar with each other, they obviously had to ask questions that both parties knew. For the other two teams, Xianxia's question was, "What color do I like?" Guling's question was, "The food I like." As for Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao, they were considered bugs in this segment. They scored 40 points. Both teams asked 2 questions each and the two answered them correctly. Qin Baobao's question was, "The food I like the most." Qin Zhe obviously knew that. He wrote chicken stewed with mushrooms. When he usually cooked, it was definitely chicken stewed with mushrooms. Qin Baobao's second question was, "The thing I dislike the most." Qin Zhe originally wanted to write horror movie. But when the sister touched her nose, the younger brother understood. After hesitating for a long time, he wrote tissue. In the end, the answers were correct. He hoped that Sister Ziwei wouldn't watch the show. Qin Zhe could only pray in this way. Next, they left the stadium and took the bus to West Lake. Along with them was a large group of fans. The show quickly booked the top floor of Lei Feng Pagoda to film the show. The top floor of Lei Feng Pagoda had great scenery. The sun was shining brightly. Standing there, one could see the green waves of West Lake rippling like folds. Further away were the Su Causeway and the Bai Causeway. The willows were green and there were many tourists. The Su Causeway divided West Lake into 2. In the smaller part of the lake, boats with black awnings slowly sailed past. In the larger part of the lake, boats competed with each other. The reason why Qin Baobao came to this show was because she wanted to freeload on the show's travel activities. The show filmed all over the country and sometimes even went abroad. She originally thought that even if she didn't go abroad, it would be great to go to Sanya or something. She didn't expect the show to be set in Hangzhou. The Hangzhou siblings had already been here many times and played everything they wanted. It was only an hour away from Shanghai by high-speed train. They didn't have the thrill of traveling together at all. On this point, Qin Baobao was very disappointed. As everyone knows, There is a beautiful legend about Leifeng Pagoda. It is said that White Snake is imprisoned here. Now we will choose the most beautiful White Snake and the most handsome Su Xian. Everyone can show off their talents. Finally, the show's 10 audience members will give the score. The audience members were randomly selected from the fan group. The order of appearance was decided by drawing lots. Let me. Qin Baobao rolled up her sleeves, indicating that she would draw lots. Reality proved that her sister's luck was terrible. The siblings were the last to appear. Even a beautiful and cute little fairy like sister has times when she stumbles. Qin Baobao leaned against her brother and sighed. Brother cameraman, cut this part later. Qin Zhe silently covered his face. Soon, the talent show of each group was decided. Xianxia and Lin Jiao's group chose to act in a skit. They acted out the meeting of White Snake and Su Xian. The two of them were movie stars. Sun Chen and Guling chose to sing a song. It was a classic song by White Snake and Su Xian. The two of them were singers. Yi Lu and Li Guangxing both chose to sing. Li Guangxing was once a very popular singer. Then what should we sing? Qin Baobao glared. The good things were all chosen by the others. Xianxia smiled. You guys got so many points in the last segment. This time, it's our turn to make a comeback. Lin Jiao agreed. Luckily, we chose all the songs. The two Miss Qin are both capable singers. Yi Lu smiled and teased, how about Qin Zhe write a song on the spot? Good. That's a good idea. Miss Qin, if you can write a song on the spot, we'll admit defeat without any hesitation. The guests chatted and laughed. Even though fast shooters were famous for being fast, writing a song in a few minutes, he seemed to have done it before. But it might not be better than the classic song they were going to sing. How about you write a song? Qin Baobao hugged her brother's arm out of habit. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. The director and assistant director of the show talked. If Qin Zhe writes a song on the spot, our show will have a lot of gimmick. That's a bit difficult. It's actually not that difficult. I heard from Huang Yuding's studio that Qin Zhe can write a song in 10 minutes. There's a high chance. After all, he's a fast shooter. To the show, Qin Zhe being able to write a song on the spot was definitely a hot topic. The fame of a fast shooter was like thunder in the entertainment industry. The fans only knew that he was fast, but they didn't know how fast he was. They would write the title, Qin Zhe writes a song on the spot on the show to let you know how fast a fast shooter is. Just this gimmick alone would make the views for this episode explode. Chapter 430. The director gave everyone a few minutes to change their clothes. The female guests put on a vintage white dress while the male guests put on a scholar's shirt. The four teams stood together after changing their clothes. They looked at each other and joked around. Sun Chen pointed at Xianxia and laughed. This is definitely the shortest White Snake in history. Xianxia retorted, you're the fattest Su Xian in history. Xianxia was around 1.5 meters tall. Compared to Yi Lu and Qin Baobao who were around 1.7 meters tall, she looked especially petite. Li Guangxing said, they're both beautiful. They're both the most beautiful White Snake. Guling laughed. You're too old. There's no reference value. Qin Zhe, who do you think is the most beautiful? Qin Zhe didn't hesitate. Of course it's my sister. He paused and added, if I don't say that, she'll call me a black-hearted maggot. Everyone laughed. Qin Baobao kicked her brother lightly. The cameraman quickly captured the scene. Li Guangxing stepped forward and posed like an ancient scholar. Baobao, who's the most handsome Su Xian? Qin Baobao chuckled. Did you forget my nickname? Brother Dazzling Demon. Haha. Everyone laughed. The audience who were blocked outside took photos and videos excitedly. The crew was pleasantly surprised. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe had a good sense of variety. Then, the first group's performance began. Xianxia and Lin Jiao acted. They acted out the scene where White Snake and Su Xian met for the first time. Both sides spoke awkwardly and exchanged glances. It was very funny. All the guests and the audience laughed. The 10 judges gave a score of 90 points. Then, the two groups performed singing and dancing. The artists present all had good singing skills, especially Gu Ling and Li Guangxing. When they debuted, little fresh meats weren't popular yet. Singers couldn't rely on their looks to get paid. Movie stars mostly relied on their acting skills. Gu Ling's voice was soft and beautiful, like the cry of an oriole. Li Guangxing's voice was deep and long. Both groups received warm applause. Xianxia sighed. If Gu Ling and Li Guangxing were in the same group, we would definitely lose. Lin Jiao agreed. That's good. Miss Qin and her brother are also very good at singing. If their performance could be repeated, we would all lose. For Gu Ling and Sun Chen's team, the audience gave them 88 points. For Li Guangxing and Yi Qing's team, the audience gave them 92 points. Right now, Li Guangxing and Yi Lu were leading. Everyone looked at Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. It was their turn to perform. Qin Bao and Qin Zhe were still whispering. She said, "Brother, you look quite handsome in this outfit." As she spoke, she helped Qin Zhe straighten his collar. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Of course, I'm not Salted Fish Zhe or Heiai's king now. Please call me Grassland Hero." Today, his sister wasn't a whimpering monster either. She was a snake that was good at swallowing and spitting. "Sister is also very beautiful," Qin Zhe said. "Not as handsome as you. Not as pretty as you. Aha, not as handsome as you." Sister twisted her body. Cameraman. They definitely wouldn't cut out this part. They had to let the entire country see how shameless the two of them were. They had heard of businesses praising each other, but they had never heard of siblings praising each other. Seeing that it was their turn soon, Qin Baobao couldn't help but stop praising each other. She asked, "Have you finished writing? Cameraman, you can go first. We need to talk about business secrets." The siblings chased the cameraman to the side. Qin Zhe said, "Not yet." Qin Baobao complained, "You're not fast at all today." Qin Zhe, "Will you cry if I'm too fast one day?" Actually, he could just search for songs in the point store, but the system didn't have any missions. If there were no missions, he wouldn't waste points. Qin Zhe smiled. "Don't worry. I'm confident." Qin Baobao said in disdain, "I'm the one with a big chest." "Heh, when did this girl become better at complaining than me?" "Do you remember a palm technique that came down from the sky?" Qin Zhe asked mysteriously. "I only remember a hand blade that came down from the sky." Qin Baobao waved her hand and lightly hit her brother. "What's your plan? Try to recall. Have we ever sung a song like this before?" Qin Zhe winked at him. Qin Baobao racked her brain and thought seriously. She couldn't remember and shook her head. "You posted it on Weibo," Qin Zhe reminded her. Sister shook her head. "I used to be ashamed of it," Qin Zhe said helplessly. Sister shook her head again. "Think about it. That day when I wanted to hit you, you hid behind Sister Ziwei and trembled in fear." Qin Baobao remembered. It was the shameful video that was posted at the same time as Qin Zhe's photo. She posted it without Qin Zhe's knowledge. After that, the exasperated Qin Zhe pounded on the door. "Open the door, open the door. If you have the ability to post on Weibo, then open the door." He was really yelling like that at that time. Fortunately, Wang Zijin helped. Otherwise, she would have been beaten by her brother that day. "Do you remember that song?" Qin Zhe asked. "I don't remember." Qin Baobao frowned with a bitter expression. That song was written by Qin Zhe. At that time, she wasn't a big star in the music industry and he wasn't a famous composer in China. The song wasn't the complete version. That song didn't become popular, and Qin Baobao, one of the people involved, didn't take it seriously. "It's time for the complete version of this song to appear." Qin Zhe raised his hand and said loudly, "Director, give me 10 minutes. "No problem." The director made an okay gesture. Qin Zhe pulled Qin Baobao to a corner. The director hurriedly asked the cameraman to follow them. They couldn't miss such a crucial moment. The fast shooter wrote a song live. "I'll teach you how to sing it. You follow me twice," Qin Zhe said. "Okay." Qin Baobao leaned her face close to him and pecked his head. She was very cute. "How many words do you remember now?" "I forgot all." "It's useless." "Oh, I didn't remember." Qin Baobao punched him. "Fast shooter." Qin Zhe glanced out of the corner of his eye and turned his head. Good heavens, 2 cameramen on the left and 1 on the right. The 6 guests were sneakily bending over and whispering into their ears, as if they were eavesdropping. Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao said. Do what you want to do. Pretend we don't exist. Everyone waved their hands. Director, we can't record this show, Qin Zhe shouted. No. Qin Baobao slapped her thighs with her 2 small hands. The siblings chased all of them away, leaving only 1 cameraman to shoot without any distractions. I'll write down the lyrics first. You look at the lyrics and sing at the same time, Qin Zhe said. 10 minutes later, Qin Baobao memorized the tune and lyrics. As the talented and beautiful maggot Qin, her memory was so strong that Qin Zhe before the system's modification could not compare. Every day, when Qin Zhe stayed up late with the table lamp to memorize English words, his sister would recite them several times on the balcony, during meals, and on the way to school. She would memorize them all. His sister's brain was so big that the old man wanted to pluck his daughter's brain and put it on his son's neck. Old comrade Qin Zhenjiang often lamented that although his daughter was smart, girls were born to be disadvantaged in academic research. Getting married, pregnant, and having children, they still had to take care of the children. Especially when the country allowed for a second child, women did not have time to devote to academic research. Qin Zhe was envious when he heard that. 2 thoughts came to his mind. First, they were not disadvantaged. They were clearly the welfare group. Why not let him take care of such a happy thing at home? Second, his father was fine. In the future, his sister would go to academic research, and he would be a stay-at-home dad and full-time husband. He could not say either of these thoughts. The former would be dragged into the study by old comrade Qin Zhenjiang for ideological modification. The latter would probably be hospitalized. Seeing Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao return with confidence, the guests couldn't wait to ask, singing or acting? Is it an original? Qin Zhe, you can't really write a new song in 10 minutes, right? Come on, sing, I can't wait. The onlooking fans also couldn't wait. They talked about it all at once, and the scene was particularly hot. Qin Zhe and his sister looked at each other and nodded. Director, we have no problem. Wait a minute, Qin Baobao blinked and said with a smile, let me give you a hint. We have sung this song before, and we even filmed a video and posted it on Weibo. Among the people present, some frowned, some pondered, and some recalled. But no one could remember what song it was. When Qin Baobao made a splash on the program, I Am a Singer, she was still a newcomer with no foundation and no fan base. The famous stars who had been famous for a long time did not pay attention to her, so they did not know about the video. Xianxia said, don't keep us in suspense. Let's start. Sun Chen patted his head. Oh, they are so naughty. Yi Lu pondered for a while and suddenly thought of something. She said excitedly, I know what they are going to sing. Qin Zhe looked at her in surprise and thought, no way. Is this sister really my fan? Am I going to become a fan? Chapter 431. He wouldn't become a fan. Not in this lifetime. But that didn't stop Qin Zhe from fantasizing about it in his heart. Actually, in the eyes of many artists, Qin Zhe was a big shot who was so heartless that it made people's hair stand on end. He was a pure white lotus. Female celebrities couldn't figure it out. Other big shots in the entertainment industry might not be lustful, but when beautiful female celebrities willingly threw themselves at them, they couldn't help but harden slightly to show respect. It would be a waste not to sleep with them. But Qin Zhe went from being a top composer to the CEO of an entertainment company. He went from a female singer wanting to sleep with him to a female celebrity willing to sleep with him. But it seemed that there weren't any rumors of Qin Zhe sleeping with a female celebrity in the industry. Actors would even open a room to talk about the script. You're a big shot, yet you don't sleep with a female celebrity. Aren't you giving face? Some men were flirtatious but weren't really flirtatious. Some men were serious but weren't actually that serious. Yi Lu pouted in front of everyone's questioning. Hey, they're singing. Qin Baobao, who was wearing a white dress, had already started singing. Her voice was as magnetic and pleasant as ever. Waiting for 1,000 years, waiting for 1,000 years. waiting for 1,000 years, I have no regrets. Qin Baobao took 2 steps forward. Her right hand formed an orchid shape and her left hand formed a trumpet shape as she sang. Who said in my ear, "Love me will never change." Just for this sentence, aha, I have no regrets even if my intestines are broken. The rain is heartbroken, the wind is crying. The dream is lingering, the love is distant. There was no lack of professionals present whether the song was good or not. Right now, there were only 3 words in their hearts: convinced. Just from these few lines, everyone could tell that this song wasn't popular recently. But it was very interesting and chewy. She lived up to her reputation as a fast shooter. Qin Baobao's singing also made everyone's eyes light up. It was especially charming and sad. Especially the last la sound. It was just one sound but the tune was sweet. Tiske this singing. Qin Zhe continued singing, "The water of the West Lake, my tears. I'm willing to turn into a ball of fire with you." Qin Zhe's singing was even better. Although the guests didn't want to admit it, his singing was not only better than Qin Bao, but also better than Li Guangxing and Gu Ling, the 2 professional singers. After all, she was a cheater. He got it from the system. Everyone had a hunch that after this episode of the show was aired, not only would the ratings skyrocket, but the fame of the siblings would also rise to another level. Gu Ling exclaimed, "Once in 1,000 years." There's no white snake or Su Xian in the lyrics, but you'll understand after listening to it. It's about white snake and Su Xian. It's really nice. Li Guangxing sighed. If I had known Qin Zhe 7 or 8 years earlier, I might still be in the music industry now. Xianxia curled her lips. Qin Zhe's songs are notoriously hard to book. Gu Ling nodded. You're good if you can get one. The long-legged sister Yi Lu's eyes sparkled. After he finished singing, there was thunderous applause. The audience and judges all gave him full marks. Everyone got 10 points, so the total was 100 points. They won without any pressure. The director said, "For this segment, Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe's team win. They get 10 points." The guests who just finished congratulating and admiring them raised their hands in unison. "Director, we're not recording anymore." The director was speechless. "This is too depressing. Our team still has 0 points." Xianxia was the one who spoke. She was extremely dejected. They must be bugs. The previous segment was already very unfair. They still won this segment. Sun Chen and Gu Ling, who only got 10 points, protested. The director ignored their protests and announced, "The winning team will enter the lucky draw segment." A staff member carried a turntable up. There were many options on the turntable. There were 5 points, 10 points, and some special skills. For example, skills that could randomly draw the other team's points or skills that could command a team to help their own team in a certain segment. "I'll do this, I'll do it," Qin Baobao said excitedly. "I'll do it." "Don't forget your terrible luck just now," Qin Zhe warned. "Let me do it," Qin Baobao said coquettishly. Qin Zhe, who liked this the most, immediately nodded. "It's decided on you, Maggot Baobao." Maggot Baobao heard this and strode forward with her long legs. She stretched out a fair finger and flicked it hard. The needle spun rapidly and gradually slowed down. Finally, it stopped at the bright red option, "All members regroup." Qin Baobao was speechless. Qin Zhe was speechless. His sister's luck was really terrible today. Xianxia put her hands on her hips and laughed. Regroup. Not bad. Our team got 0 points. Brothers and sisters, I'm here to freeload your points. Sun Chen's expression was exaggerated. Really, Baobao's luck is already heaven-defying. I've played so many seasons of shows, but I've never seen anyone get this. Gu Ling laughed out loud. No, really. Qin Baobao stuck her tongue out at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe said, "Then, director, how do we regroup?" Director, "Okay, let's draw lots to decide." Lots were drawn. Sun Chen, Lin Jiao. Li Guangxing, Gu Ling Xianxia, Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe Yilu. Yilu was very happy. She was actually in the same team as Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao and Xianxia left Lei Feng Tower arm in arm. Sure, it's not bad to team up with you. It's much better than with him. Qin Baobao comforted herself like this. But can we win in the next segment? We're two weak girls. Xianxia said. I'm here. Qin Baobao patted her voluptuous chest. The next stop was the Cici wetland. It was a beautiful place with beautiful scenery. It was a rare secondary wetland in the city. 6 rivers intersected in the entire park. The waterways were like alleys, the streams were like nets, the fish ponds were like scales, and the islands were like chess pieces, forming the unique wetland scenery of Cici. The group arrived at their destination. Qin Zhe stood side by side with Yi Lu and smiled. It's a good place. There's a stream and smoke. Yi Lu naturally held onto his arm. It's my first time here. Have you been here before? Qin Zhe nodded. I came here once when I was young. I don't remember too clearly. It's barely an old place. The production crew was busy arranging work. The celebrities had nothing to do for the time being, so they looked around. Qin Zhe and Yi Lu sat side by side on the bench. Qin Zhe, let's walk around together after recording the show? Yi Lu held onto his arm and sat next to him. The production crew brought us here, so we'll definitely play around. Qin Zhe smiled and enjoyed the beauty's warm chest. In the show, it was very common for female guests to hold onto male guests' arms, especially when they were partners like this. Qin Zhe had just finished speaking when he saw Qin Bao and Xianxia walk over. The older sister's eyes were filled with power. The little pervert was instantly terrified. He broke free from Yi Lu's hand and said, "Sit further away. You're pressing on my invisible wings." Yi Lu was speechless. The older sister's threatening gaze swept over him. Then she pulled Xianxia elsewhere to play. Chapter 432. The production crew took half an hour to prepare and it was close to lunchtime. But the production crew remained silent about lunch. The petite and lively Xianxia rushed over. "Director, where's the food?" The director said, "There's no food." "What?" "Director, you said the wrong line." The guests were in disbelief. "Even if you don't bring us to a restaurant, there should be packed food. I want chicken drumsticks." Damn, the production crew is stirring up trouble again. Sun Chen and Li Guangxing, the 2 permanent guests of the production crew, started arguing. Then Gu Ling and Xianxia joined in. "We're not recording anymore. Let's go home." Qin Baobao, Yi Qing, Lin Jiao, and the other guests also joined in. "Let's go home. We're not recording anymore." Just as they were making a ruckus, the staff members carried boxes of lunchboxes over. The program crew's staff members went forward to distribute the lunchboxes. "That's right. Come, let's share." Sun Chen smiled. "I don't want spicy food. I don't care about vegetables." "I'm not picky," Gu Ling said. "I like spicy food," Yi Qing said. The director held the microphone. "No, this is our packed food. You don't have it. Now, let's move on to the next segment." The director swept his gaze across the guests. "You need to make lunch on your own. The production crew will provide you with the cost of buying groceries and a stove, but you need to do it yourself." "I don't know how to cook. Can you?" "I don't know either." "What about you?" "Don't worry, I can." The guests asked their partners. Xianxia panicked. "Bao, can you cook?" Qin Bao shook her head. Xianxia said, "Then what should we do? There's no food for us." Qin Bao said confidently, "Don't worry. My noodles are delicious." Xianxia asked, "Really?" Qin Bao said, "Even A's said that my noodles are delicious." Qin Zhe, who said that his sister's noodles were delicious, promised Yi Lu, "Leave lunch to me. I know how to cook a little." Yi Lu nodded. "That's good. I don't know how to cook." Then she added, "Just make do with it." Qin Zhe smiled. The production team was kind enough to give each team 200 yuan. 200 yuan was enough to buy a lot of vegetables. As for meat, it was enough for 2 people to make a sumptuous lunch. The group of people set off in a hurry. The production crew had their meals on the spot. The ones who had it the hardest were the brothers who were carrying the cameras. When the celebrities ran, they had to run too. They still had to carry the equipment. The other program crew members had already eaten, but they did not leave. They would wait for the celebrities to finish cooking and start eating before they could switch to other people to eat. Well, where is the market? Where are we going to buy groceries? I don't know. Didn't I follow you guys? How would I know where to buy it? Sun Chen, who was leading the way, said innocently. If you didn't know, why did you charge to the front? The guests looked at each other, dumbfounded. This was a tourist area. How could there be a market? Also, CC Wetland was huge. Even if there was a market, it would take a long time for them to go back and forth. Everyone was hungry now. The smart Qin Baobao was probably the most educated and had the most beautiful certificate out of all the celebrities present. She had an idea. She whispered something to Qian Shishir and the two sneaked into a restaurant. Yi Lu's eyes were sharp. She pulled Qin Zai's arm. Look at her. Let's go to the store to buy groceries. Everyone slapped their heads and went their separate ways. Qin Zai and Yi Lu walked into a restaurant. The moment they entered, the customers in the restaurant went into an uproar. This person said, "Look, Qin Zai." That person said, "Look, Yi Lu." Their second reaction was to take out their phones to take photos. They stopped eating. Qin Zai and Yi Lu communicated with the cashier in the restaurant. The cashier was an auntie. She was full of smiles and was a bit reserved in front of the camera. She turned around and called the boss over. When the boss came out, he got a shock. All the customers in the restaurant stood up and took photos in all sorts of poses. The man and woman at the cashier were very familiar too. After looking at them for a while, he recognized Qin Zai and Yi Lu. "Boss, we want to buy some groceries," Qin Zai said. Sure. Come with me." The boss didn't say anything else and brought them into the kitchen. At times like this, the halo of a celebrity was very important. They could get convenience wherever they went. The boss enthusiastically stuffed all sorts of meat and vegetables into plastic bags and handed them all to Qin Zai. Yi Lu said gratefully, "There's no need for so much. There's no need for so much." The boss didn't care. It was a fortress. It's just a few dishes. It's not worth much. The boss chuckled. He was determined not to take Qin Zai's money. He kept saying, "I'm your fan and I like your songs a lot." In the end, Qin Zai gave him $200. On the way back with Yi Lu, the long-legged Yi Lu smiled and said, "Let's cook some vegetables. As for meat, it's hard to cook it well without enough seasoning." Qin Zai said, "The production team will take care of the seasoning. We just have to bring back the vegetables." Yi Lu said, "It's different. Although I don't know how to cook, meat dishes are different from vegetables. Meat dishes are harder to cook." Qin Zai said, "Then you're a vegetarian." "I'll eat meat." Yi Lu glared at him. "I'm helping you reduce your burden." Qin Zai froze for a moment. This sister was quite flirtatious. She was pretty and charming. He watched her shows in the past. Her acting skills were average and she won because she was pretty. Thus, she had a lot of fans. When they returned to the empty space where they came from, there was already a table, kitchen knife, plate, chopsticks, and other kitchen utensils. The annoying thing was that there was no natural gas here. There was only a charcoal stove. This meant that they had to start the fire themselves. Lin Jiao and Sun Chen, who were the fastest, started the stove together. Smoke filled the air. The smoke made the two of them cough. The celebrities present had probably never used this kind of stove in their lives and didn't know how to start a fire. They kept making mistakes. They finally managed to light up the paper scraps. When the charcoal balls were put in, the fire was immediately extinguished. Qin Zai and Yi Lu split the work. One of them washed the vegetables while the other cut them. Qin Zai realized that this sister was quite reliable. Looking at her technique and speed, she probably wasn't good at washing vegetables. However, she washed them very seriously and made sure that the vegetables were clean. Unlike Sister Ziwei, Qin Zai had to wash them again after she washed them. Yi Lu rolled up her sleeves to her forearm. As she washed the vegetables, she looked up at Qin Zai and realized that he kept glancing at Qin Bao's group. She smiled and said, "Qin Zai, when I saw your sister's interview last time, you guys were still living together. What about now?" Qin Zai cut the vegetables aggressively. Yi Lu was impressed by his knife skills. He replied, "We're living together now too." Yi Lu smiled and asked, "You're not living with your girlfriend?" Qinze laughed. "You're really my fan? You even know about this?" Yi Lu said, "Yes. You said that you have a girlfriend before. I even saw a rumor about you 2 days ago. The girl you're carrying is your girlfriend, right?" The sound of the knife suddenly disappeared. Yi Lu asked, "What's wrong?" Qinze forced a smile. "What girl?" Chapter 433. Yi Lu glanced at him and teased, "The girl you carried on your back on the street. Her photo is all over the internet." She shook off the water droplets on her hands and wiped her waist. She took out her phone and searched for it. A moment later, she handed it over. Qinze looked at it and suddenly panicked. He really wasn't prepared at all. It was on the news just like that. How should he explain it to his sister and Sister Ziwei when they see it? "My excuse is that it's a company gathering." Bastard. How should I explain that I carried Su Yu in the rain? What a mistake. Cut the vegetables. Why aren't you cutting anymore? Yi Lu took back her phone and saw that he was still in a daze, so she asked. Oh. Qinze continued to cut the vegetables. Yi Lu? It felt as if Qinze had suddenly lost all of his energy and vitality. "Where were we just now?" Yi Lu asked. "I live with my sister," Qinze said. You two have a really good relationship." Yi Lu sighed. "I have a sister too. Our relationship isn't bad, but we're not too close either. I really envy you too." Qinze glanced at her and thought to himself, "It's only normal if you have an 18 centimeters iron rod. I've been living with her since university. It's convenient for me to go to school and she pays for my living expenses," Qinze said casually. "We're used to living together. No wonder you two have such a good relationship." Yi Lu nodded and joked. "But no matter how good my sister is, she's still someone else's." Qinze glanced at her again and chuckled in his heart. This girl definitely hasn't heard of the priceless advice of, "My sister's daughter is my daughter. Who dares to take my maggot? I'll kill him with one hand." Don't treat bean buns as dry food. Don't treat Lo as a system. The two chatted casually and Qinze realized that Yi Lu was quite talkative. Yi Lu was from Beijing while Qinze was from Shanghai. Unknowingly, they talked about the differences between the two cities. Actually, even though the two places are thousands of miles apart, they have one thing in common. Qinze said, "Their mentality is the same." "What mentality?" Yi Qing asked. "People in Beijing see everyone as grassroots, but people in Shanghai see everyone as bumpkins," Qinze said. Yi Lu laughed out loud. After laughing, she immediately applied what she had learned. "Hey, grassroots." Qinze retorted, "Hey, bumpkin." Yi Lu continued, "To be honest, the people in Beijing don't have as much money as you people in Shanghai. Although the houses on both sides are valuable, one is a financial city while the other is the capital. The higher-ups don't care. For the commoners at the bottom, Shanghai has more business opportunities." Qinze said, "One makes money, and the other collects money." Yi Lu pretended not to understand and continued, "I have a relative who is getting married and the bride's family wants 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. He has no money. Let's just say, if your two sons get married in the future, each of them will cost 500,000. What are you going to do?" Qinze continued. Then, the mother-in-law raised the betrothal gift to 1 million yuan. The long-legged sister Yi was stunned for a moment before she laughed out loud again. On the other side, Qin Baobao and Xianxia were still trying to light the fire but to no avail. The two coughed and squatted on the ground, trying hard. Qin Baobao's eyes were suffocated by the smoke. She rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand and her eyebrows were stained with black ash. She was truly disheveled. She had just boasted that her underwear was delicious. In the end, she realized that even if it was so delicious that everyone praised her, she couldn't even make a simple fire. The charcoal balls were so black. How could they burn something so hard? This stumped Qin Baobao, a top student from Fudan University. The fire made from paper was too easy to extinguish. Since they had never come into contact with something like a stove, Qin Baobao and Xianxia had already been doing useless work for more than 10 minutes. When they saw Qinze's laughter, the maggot Baobao gritted her teeth in hatred. Maggot with a black heart. Maggot with a black heart, she muttered as she lit the fire. Xianxia thought to herself, Xianxia wasn't lying. She really did have such a weird habit. The cameraman pointed the camera at Qin Baobao and recorded her muttering without missing a single word. These were all funny points. The cameraman was about to cry from the two girls' stupidity. Everyone else had already started the stove and was about to cook, but the two of them were still standing there. Qin, let's work together in a movie if there's a chance, Yi Lu said. Your pay is too high. I can't afford it, Qin smiled. Yi Lu pouted. Then I won't take your pay. Qin was puzzled. Why? Yi Lu said matter-of-factly, I'm your fan. It's great to be able to film with my idol. We'll talk about it when there's a chance, Qin said. What do you like to eat? I like to eat this. Yi Lu pointed at the gizzards. Qin heated up the pot, poured oil, and poured the cut gizzards and green peppers into the pot. The fire immediately lit up, scaring Yi Lu so much that she took a few steps back. Qin was the one who lit the stove and spent a lot of effort. He also hadn't done this before, but men were naturally better at doing things than women. While his useless sister was still stomping her feet in anger, he had already successfully heated up the briquettes. The briquettes were heated up piece by piece. A few briquettes were thoroughly heated and the fire was burning fiercely. Qin performed his fancy cooking skills for Yi Lu. Wang Zijin usually helped out in the kitchen and liked to watch him cook. She found it pleasing to the eye. Qin was good at cooking. In the past, he learned from Qin Ma. Later on, he spent some points and leveled up his cooking skills. Now, he was definitely at the level of a chef. Soon, the fragrance of the dishes floated in the air. It smells so good. Whose cooking skills are so good? Sun Chen sniffed. I'm starving. Lin Jiayo's stomach grumbled. Did you guys cook? Gu Ling came over to take a look and immediately denied her guess. Definitely not. It's Qin cooking. It smells so good. I'll steal some later. Li Guangxing chuckled. I'm not eating noodles. Let's go eat. Qin Baobao washed his hands and gave up. Is this okay? Xianxia was tempted and said pretentiously. Follow me. I'll bring you to eat a feast. Qin Baobao said proudly, he's the one who cooks at home. After Qin finished cooking a dish, his sister and Xianxia were at the dining table. After cooking the second dish, Gu Ling was at the dining table. After cooking the third dish, all the guests sat down. Director, I want to report them. They didn't follow the script, Qin said loudly. Yi Lu felt wronged. How can you be like this? Go away. Director, we won't cook anymore. We admit defeat. Sun Chen said sneakily, we'll just sit here and eat all your dishes. That's right. We won't leave even if you chase us away, Gu Ling said. Can we start eating now? I can't hold it in anymore, Li Guangxing said. Xianxia was already swallowing her saliva. The director didn't say anything. He just let the cameraman stand at the side and shoot. Qin thought for a moment. There are too many people. Bring the ingredients over. I'll cook together. Everyone cheered. Qin cooked a total of 9 dishes. Dishes that didn't require soup or heat control could be cooked very quickly. He automatically filtered out some of the more time-consuming dishes like bones and fish. Compared to the feast he usually cooked at home, the dishes today were considered simple. But right now, everyone was so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. When Qin said to start eating, the guests picked up their bowls and chopsticks and started eating. Delicious. Qin, you graduated from New Oriental, right? Sun Chen joked. He's definitely at the level of a chef, Li Guangxing continued. The guests were touched. They were like passers-by who ate Chinese food and wanted to rip their clothes off. He was simply a god of cooking. This standard was definitely at the level of a chef. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. Yi Lu ate quietly. The food was provided by the production team. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that she was very shocked. She was indeed Qin's fan. That was true. She admired Qin's talent. She didn't really care about other things, but after interacting with him for half a day, she felt that Qin had a lot of shining points. He was multi-talented, had a net worth of 10 billion, had a good reputation, had a good character, and was humorous. He wasn't hard to get along with. She knew that some bosses were hard to get along with. They were gentle on the outside but cold on the inside. Actually, they might not look up to celebrities. What was more disgusting was that they would use different methods to hint at you and promote you. Xianxia gave her a completely different feeling. She could tell if he was faking it or not. This segment was considered useless. But from another perspective, the effect of the show would be better. This was also the reason why the director didn't stop them. They were filming a variety show, not a competition. All the competition rules were just for the effect of the show. Chapter 434. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the high-end van sped on the highway. It was 2:30 p.m. The first day of the program recording had ended, and they still had to continue tomorrow. They were not returning to Shanghai. Although the two places were close, a round trip would take 4 hours, so it was unnecessary. The van was driving in the opposite direction. They were going to Shujia town. After the program recording, Yi Qing invited Xianxia to tour Hangzhou. Xianxia declined under his sister's murderous gaze and said that he wanted to wave his invisible wings and fly freely. "You're so obedient. I'll wear a swimsuit for you tonight." Qin Baobao was very satisfied with her brother's tactfulness in private. Xianxia lit a cigarette and said softly, "I'm going to Shujia town." The tall sister with long legs stood behind him and was silent for a long time. "Okay, I'll accompany you." Xianxia was touched. "Sister, you're so nice." Qin Baobao said seriously, "I'm afraid that you'll turn around and secretly ask that long-legged monster out." Xianxia. On both sides of the highway were tracts of farmland and fish ponds. The water was blue and the sky was blue. The vegetation was lush and the crops were thriving. Nowadays, transportation was getting more and more convenient. More than 10 years ago, before the highway was built, Xianxia's mother took him to Shujia town. First, they took the green train for 6 to 7 hours to get to the village of Ham. Then, they took the bus for an hour to get to the county, and then took the bus to Shujia town. They set off in the morning and arrived at night. If you want to be rich, you have to build roads first. Qin Baobao curled up in the comfortable big chair and talked on her phone for half an hour. Feeling rather bored, she stretched her body and squeaked. Her elder sister, who was wearing thin spring clothes and a white shirt, stretched her waist, revealing a patch of white skin around her waist, as well as her cute belly button. Xianxia took the opportunity to take a few glances. When his sister finished stretching, he resumed his sitting posture. Qin Baobao muttered, "Salted fish?" Xianxia did not hear clearly. "What?" "Nothing." Qin Baobao pulled the hem of her shirt. "I'm so bored. Let's watch a movie. My eyes are tired from playing with my phone." "Sleep?" "I can't sleep." Qin Baobao blinked, her eyelashes fluttering. "Ace, tell your sister some jokes." Xianxia thought for a moment and looked at his sister's face. "Sister is the most beautiful fairy in the world." Qin Baobao was taken aback for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on his face. Xianxia changed the topic. "What a joke, huh?" The smile on Qin Baobao's face gradually turned ferocious. She waved her hand to beat him up. "You're the one who told me to tell jokes," Xianxia protested. When Qin Baobao heard this, she became even angrier. She pounced on him and started to wrestle with him. Her heavy chest rubbed against his face. It was the genuine facial cleanser. "No, that's not right." Looking at sister's murderous look, "This isn't a facial cleanser, this is a chest murder." "How do you want to die?" Qin Baobao pinched his ears with both hands and puffed up her cheeks. "You can't say that you want to die of pleasure, you can't say that you want to die of old age, and you can't say that you want to die of lust." Hiss, Xianxia gasped. "I choose to be dumbfounded." Qin Baobao, ? Xianxia, suffocate me to death. Although I don't know what you're talking about, I reject. Qin Baobao bent her finger and flicked him hard on the forehead. "Then I'll tell sister another serious joke. I saw it on the internet and laughed until my stomach hurt," Xianxia said. "Then tell it." Qin Baobao crossed her legs. "Do you know who the most selfless person in the world is?" Xianxia asked. "I don't know," Qin Baobao said. It's Kai Lun. Qin Zhe smiled wickedly. Why? Qin Baobao asked. Because he's a eunuch, but he invented paper and benefited thousands of fellow otakus. Qin Zhe couldn't help but laugh. Qin Baobao, what was so funny? She couldn't get it at all. Isn't it funny? Qin Zhe scratched his head. I think it's very funny. Then I'll tell you another one. He pondered for a long time and his eyes lit up. I'll tell you a joke that I made up. There's a story behind it. Instantly, Qin Baobao's interest was piqued and she nodded vigorously. Qin Zhe cleared his throat. When Li Bai was young, he didn't work hard in class and ran out to play. He saw an old granny sharpening an iron rod. Li Bai ran over and asked, "Granny, why are you sharpening an iron rod?" The old granny said. He paused and looked at his sister. His sister blinked. As long as you work hard, you can grind an iron rod into a needle? No. Qin Zhe paused for a few seconds. The old granny said, "What do I need this iron rod for?" After he finished, Qin Zhe was overjoyed. Qin Baobao, isn't this funny? Qin Zhe saw his sister's confused expression. Qin Baobao pouted and nodded. I think it's quite funny, and I feel that I'm very smart to come up with such an interesting joke. Qin Baobao thought to herself, you're just being self-absorbed. Then I'll tell you another joke. I've made many jokes. Qin Zhe was not satisfied that he couldn't make his sister laugh. Qin Baobao looked dispirited and forced a smile. Actually, I don't like jokes at all. I was just joking with you. She would never joke with A's again. I can really tell a big joke this time, Qin Zhe said. I don't want to hear it. Get lost. Qin Baobao turned sideways and turned the back of her head to her brother. After 2 hours of driving, they arrived at Shujia town. They didn't drive into the town but stopped by the roadside. Qin Zhe got out of the car with a bouquet of white chrysanthemums he bought. The siblings walked side by side on the weedy field path in the middle. They passed through the crops, the pond, and a small city god temple. He climbed up a small mound and looked down. What entered his eyes was the rising and falling of tea trees, arranged very neatly. Women with dustpans around their waists and sleeves on their hands were scattered in the tea forest in 2s and 3s, picking spring tea leaves. It's so beautiful. 10 miles of tea forest. Qin Baobao took out her phone and took 3 consecutive selfies without saying anything. Then she raised her phone and took selfies in various positions. After taking the selfies, she looked at them and felt unsatisfied. She asked Qin Zhe to help her take more. There are more tea forests in the mountains and they're more beautiful. When the spring rain ends, the mist lingers in the tea forest. It's like a fairyland. Qin Zhe took a few selfies for his sister and returned the phone to her. Qin Baobao held his arm and walked towards the cemetery below the tea forest. When we don't want to work in the entertainment industry anymore, we'll buy a house here. No, we'll build a villa. Then, we'll pick chrysanthemums and go to the southeast. Before she finished, Qin Zhe interrupted, Love Maple Forest Night. Qin Baobao said angrily, Get lost. We're talking about serious business. Serious business is... Qin Zhe flicked his sister's forehead. Don't be a hipster. It's not realistic. But first of all, if you want to build a villa, you'll need approval for the foundation. However, you're not a local, so you can't get approval for the foundation. Now, if you use your connections and build a big villa, someone will report you. Although the villages are rich now, there are more and more shallow people who can't bear to see others living well. If you want to build a house here, you'll need the approval of your neighbors. If you're not close to them, you'll have to spend some money. If the neighbors are jealous and refuse to agree, don't even think about building a brick. We people in the city always yearn for a rural life and envy the villagers. Actually, it's easy for us to say that. Fortunately, our mother brings me to the countryside for a few months every year. It's not as leisurely and carefree as the people in the city say. When I was young, whoever raised chickens, ducks, and geese would have a smelly yard. When it rained, it would be like dung hitting water. It's also not like now where there are so many factories. The villagers all live in the fields, facing the yellow soil and the sky. They don't have the time to appreciate the natural scenery. They're all dog-tired. No matter how cold it is in winter or how hot it is in summer, they have to go to the fields. Why would the people in the city come to the countryside? After spending all their money, they still have to go back to work in the city. We're rich. We have enough money to spend in the countryside for 8 lifetimes. However, the countryside is short of supplies. There's number 24-hour convenience store, no shopping mall, no subway. There are all kinds of restaurants in Thailand, Japan, Korea, and France. If you want to have a cup of Starbucks with me, you have to drive to the city to buy it. I'm just saying. Why do you have to dampen my enthusiasm? Qin Baobao was confused and helpless. She glanced at her brother. What's wrong with you? Qin Zhe shook his head and stood in front of a tombstone expressionlessly. Chapter 435. Qin Baobao put her palms together and bowed a few times. She didn't know Auntie Sue, but in the past, she occasionally came to Shujia town with her parents. Her mother would call her and Qin Zhe together. Standing in front of a weather-beaten tomb and facing an elder who had passed away more than 10 years ago, Qin Baobao didn't feel the slightest ripple in her heart. But she knew that Auntie Sue had a very important place in her brother's heart. Every year after the summer vacation, Qin Zhe would tell her how good Auntie Sue was in Shujia town. She bought him snacks and toys. Every time Qin Zhe showed off like this, Qin Baobao would kick him and say, "Go and get food for me." The little red guy would obediently run to get fruits and snacks. After a few times, the little red guy realized that this couldn't make his sister envious, so he rarely showed off in front of her. "You black-hearted maggot, why are you in a daze?" After Qin Zhe was in a daze for more than 10 minutes, she finally couldn't help but speak. "You're the maggot." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and said, "I'd rather shit than maggot." Qin Zhe said, "You came to the wrong place." Qin Baobao was confused. "What?" Qin Zhe pointed to the tombstone. "Auntie Sue's birthday is on June 5th, not May 5th. I remembered it wrong. I didn't come for the New Year, and I didn't have time to come for the Qingming festival. I wanted to wait for her birthday to come and see her." After that, he bent down and put the white chrysanthemum in front of the tomb. "I'm sorry, Auntie Sue. I haven't come to see you for many years. How are you doing down there? My mother always said that you were unlucky, but when I saw you when I was a child, you were smiling very happily, very happily. Do you know, I'm rich now, a lot of money. How good would it be if you were still alive now? I can also be filial to you. You're so good to me, I'll remember it in my heart." Shujia town has changed a lot now. The asphalt roads and yellow houses in my memory are gone. A few years ago, I wanted to go to the reservoir to see it, but I found that it was full of weeds and there was no road. Other than playing computer games at home, kids these days don't go swimming. Most of the trees have been cut down, so I can't fish for eggs anymore. The stream is also gone. I don't know which mayor dug up the sand and sold it. I used to catch crabs to cook for you. The market outside the town has also been sold. If you want to buy groceries for me, you won't be able to find another place. All the items in the town had been sold out, and all the money had gone into their own pockets. Look at the nearby towns, they are almost more prosperous than the suburbs. The changes in Su town can't keep up with the times. Qin Zhe muttered to himself for a long time, and then he seemed to remember that his beautiful sister was standing beside him. He pulled his sister to his side and said with a smile, "She's my sister, Aunt Sue. You haven't seen her before, but she's very beautiful, very beautiful. Therefore you have to be at ease." Qin Baobao didn't understand. What did her beauty have to do with Aunt Sue's uneasiness? But she still smiled sweetly at the tombstone. After staying for about half an hour, Qin Zhe and his sister went back the way they came. His sister took out a mask from her pocket and put it on. Qin Zhe also put on a mask. The two of them went to buy spring tea from the auntie who picked tea nearby. "Auntie, we want some freshly fried tea. Do you have it at home?" Qin Zhe smiled. "Yes, how much do you want?" The auntie looked at the strange man and woman wearing masks. "I'll buy 20 caddies," Qin Zhe said. Shujia town's tea was famous in the whole county, and the price was not cheap. Aunt Sue's family had planted tea before, and Qin Zhe had also picked summer tea when he was young. At night, he would fry it in the big pot on the stove, and it was very fragrant. In addition to drinking it himself, he could also give it to the employees as a company benefit. He, Salted Fish Zay, was the boss of 3 companies and had 600 to 700 employees. The old man also liked tea, so he gave him 1 or 2 caddies. It was enough to last him half a year. The tea auntie was very happy. She didn't want to do this business. Although tea was not cheap, it was not as expensive as it was in the market. Moreover, it was not a particularly famous tea. If the customer bought a few taels, it would only cost a few dozen yuan. It was not worth it to go back and forth from here to Shujia town for half an hour. Looking at this scene, Qin Baobao suddenly recalled their childhood when their parents took them to Hangzhou to play. They swam past the Lion Peak Mountain, and the village was in sight. The old man could not restrain his poetic spirit. Mountains and rivers, there is no road, Luan points to another village. It's really a beautiful place. There's no such environment in Shanghai. Shanghai was a flat area, and there were generally no mountains. Xishan was the highest peak in Shanghai, and it was 100 meters above sea level. In Jia province, there were mountains that were 100 meters high everywhere. At this time, a rural woman caught up with them and said with a smile, "Are you tourists?" The old man said, "Yes, we're here to play. We're from Shanghai." Along the way, the rural woman and the old man talked about the tea leaves of Lion Peak Mountain and tea culture. The old man was a tea lover. They chatted about this topic for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that they were about to reach a modern village, the woman warmly invited the 4 of them to her house. "Come in and have a cup of tea. You must be tired after walking for so long." The old man laughed heartily and said, "Not only is the scenery here good, but the people are also hospitable. It's a good place." Then, the woman poured a cup of tea for the 4 of them and said, "Try it. It's authentic Lion Peak Longjing tea." They were all picked and fried by themselves. The old man was full of praise. "The fragrance lingers in the mouth and the aftertaste lingers. Good." The woman said, "It's not expensive. 1 tael to 120. Buy some if you like." The old man was speechless. The old man looked at the tea in his hand, then at the tea in his wife's hand. Then he looked at his son and daughter in elementary and middle school. The smile on the old man's face gradually disappeared. "The village is full of tricks. I want to go back to the city." After drinking the tea and chatting so happily, he was too embarrassed to say, "Sorry, I'm not buying." The old man was a cultured person. He was black-bellied, but he was thin-skinned. Therefore he bought 2 taels of tea. After that, he comforted himself by saying, "Lion Peak Longjing tea is famous. I came to Hangzhou to buy it. This is not a loss." He was completely unaware of the disdainful eyes of his wife and child beside him. Qin Baobao couldn't help but look at her brother. With Salted Fish Zay's thick skin, if he was as old as he was now, he would definitely take the initiative to say, "Thousands of mountains and rivers are always love. Can't you give me a discount?" On the way to Shujia town, the auntie said, "You two aren't from the town, right?" Qin Zay nodded. "No, we're here to pay respects to my mother's old friend." The auntie asked, "Which one? Do you want me to take you to their house?" "No need." Qin Zay smiled and said, "Su Ru, do you know her?" The auntie thought for a while and suddenly realized. "I know her. When I came to Shujia town for a few years, I often came here with her to pick tea." Qin Zay smiled and said, "My mother and her were good sisters. They grew up together." The auntie said, Oh. She didn't have any reaction. She was not from Shujia town. She was married here. If she was a native of Shujia town, she would ask, "Is it Su Lan?" The auntie changed the topic. "Now in the whole town, her house is the largest and most beautiful. It's a pity that she passed away early. She's not blessed." Qin Zay smiled and said casually, "Yes, she didn't marry a good husband." The auntie said, "Zhang Hanxing is okay. He's just a gambler. But she used to what?" "Nothing. She's been gone for more than 10 years. I won't talk about her behind her back." On the way, they passed by a 5-story villa. Qin Zay ignored it. The siblings followed the auntie to her house. They stood at the door and didn't go in. After about 10 minutes, the auntie came out. "We don't have enough new tea. Why don't you wait for me? I'll borrow some from other houses. Xianxia, who was squatting at the door and smoking, nodded and smiled gently. Sure. The auntie put the tea leaves in a brand new woven bag and hooked it on the old-fashioned scale. Look at the weight. It's exactly 20 kilograms. Xianxia, Qin Bao Bao. Xianxia thought to himself, Auntie, I'm just a kid who weighs 75 kilograms. I don't understand this scale. She did it on purpose, right? But it didn't matter. He didn't care about the weight. But he regretted buying so much. How was he going to bring it to the company with the woven bag? Boss Qin's arrogance instantly fell to the bottom. It was replaced by a strong rustic aura. When he returned to Shanghai, he still had to find someone to buy tea cans and put the tea leaves in them. Then he would give boxes to the employees. 20 kilograms wasn't heavy. But for tea leaves it was very large. Xianxia carried the tea leaves on his shoulder and brought his sister back the way they came. Qin Bao Bao shamelessly surrounded him and took photos of his back, front, and side. Xianxia said helplessly, "Get lost." Qin Bao Bao laughed until she couldn't straighten her back. When they passed by the beautiful 5-story villa, Xianxia suddenly stopped. "This is Auntie Sue's house." "It used to be." Qin Bao Bao asked foolishly, "What about now?" "The hostess has changed," Xianxia said. "Where did Zhang Hanxin get the money?" Xianxia muttered, "Su Yao?" Chapter 436. "Do you want to go in?" Qin Bao Bao asked. "Forget it." Xianxia shook his head. "Things have changed. Why should I go in? I haven't been here for more than 10 years. I'm afraid she won't recognize me. Besides, the mistress of this house has changed. I don't want to go in." As he said that, he squatted down at the door of the villa and smoked. "When I came here when I was young, there was no villa. It was a 2-story red brick house. Except for the bedroom that was painted white, the second floor was an empty shell. Mom and I lived in the ancestral home. We ate at Aunt Sue's house. She gave us some money for food. My mom and Aunt Sue didn't need to do that. But Aunt Sue's husband was narrow-minded and calculative." Xianxia exhaled a puff of smoke. He was a very unscrupulous man. He was not ambitious and liked to gamble. But he could bear hardships. He farmed and worked. It was not a problem for him to support the family. The relationship between the husband and wife was not very good. They often quarreled. They had a son who was 3 years younger than me. Auntie Sue is really good to me. I remember one year, I fought with her son and beat him up. Zhang Hanxin was very unhappy, but guess what Auntie Sue said first? Qin Bao Bao tilted her head. "Why did you fight?" She asked me, "Where did it hurt?" Xianxia took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled. After asking, he slapped his own son. Zhang Hanxin was so angry that he almost died. At that time, I was almost in junior high school. Her son was still in elementary school. I could beat 10 people with one hand. How could it hurt? Qin Bao Bao also smiled. Aunt Sue was a good person. Anyway, as long as she was good to her brother, she would think that she was a good person. Next month, I'll come to Shujia town again. I might meet someone. Xianxia paused for a long time. The cigarette gradually burned out. He looked up at his sister. "Are you coming?" "We'll see," Qin Bao Bao said. Xianxia nodded and got up. He put the tea leaves on his shoulder and took his sister's hand with the other. "Let's go back." The next day at night, after the dinner banquet, the celebrities exchanged contact information and followed each other's Weibo. These were all connections in the entertainment industry. As long as they were properly managed, they would definitely be useful in the future. Even if it was just on the surface, it was still profitable. In the future, no matter what event he attended, he would know 9 out of 10 celebrities. It was a completely different concept from only knowing 1 out of 10 celebrities. In any circle of society, if you had connections, you would have a way. If you didn't have connections, you wouldn't be able to make any progress. It was worth mentioning that although Qin Bao didn't like Yi Lu secretly flirting with Xianxia and was even more disgusted by Guling eyeing Xianxia covetously, she hid her emotions very well. On the surface, she was chatting happily with Yi Lu and reuniting with Guling. Her gaze and tone were especially sincere. Sisters on the surface, 666. Qin Zhe wanted to go back to Shanghai directly, but Qin Bao said, "Oh, it's rare for us to come to Hangzhou. Let's go shopping tonight and go boating tomorrow. We can play for a few days before going home." The nanny van was too eye-catching. Qin Zhe gave the driver 2,000 yuan and told him to play with it however he wanted. He called a business partner in Hangzhou to borrow a car. The other party was in the bill business and acted as an intermediary between companies and banks. Su Yu built a department in Baozi that specialized in bill business. It only dealt with banknotes and not business bills. Currently, it had added electric bill business. When Su Yu invited this bill intermediary for a meal, Qin Zhe also attended. The big boss said regretfully that if he had entered this industry 6 or 7 years earlier, he could have become a millionaire in 1 year. After a few years, his assets would be a few hundred million yuan. It was a profiteering industry with no cost. The profiteering was so high that the country was jealous. He started his business in the bill business. In just 5 years, he had a net worth of 7 to 800 million yuan. The salesman under him had several houses in Hangzhou. However, this industry rose quickly and fell even faster. The country intervened and the threshold was low. It was gradually mature and on the right track. Now, it was just bitterly holding on and eating some small profits. The big boss of the bill intermediary was thinking about transformation and holding the thighs of Su Yu and Qin Zhe, so he readily agreed. He drove a particularly domineering Land Rover and handed the car key to Qin Zhe. His face was full of smiles. "Boss Qin, feel free to use it. You can drive it back to Shanghai. Let me know where to park, and I will send someone there." Qin Zhe waved his hand. 2 days at most. Qin Zhe drove around the Wulin Square with his sister, bought a few clothes, a pair of jade bracelets, and a ring in the Hangzhou building, and then went to Tianhong Shopping Center. Wearing a cap, a mask, and sunglasses, his sister was tall, her long hair fluttered, and her hot figure always attracted attention. It was not winter, but spring, and the thin clothes could not hide her 36D big breasts and invincible long legs. Qin Zhe was dressed in the same way, hiding himself tightly. When he saw something he liked, he swiped his card and took it away. He knew that his sister was enjoying the pleasure of shopping, and she did not really want to buy clothes. Qin Baobao took him around and seemed to be looking for something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she ran into a swimsuit shop. Qin Zhe did not know what brand it was. It would be too weird if he knew. At most, he knew that it was Victoria's Secret, which sold underwear. "Ace, what style do you like?" Qin Baobao held his arm and strolled around the shop with great interest. Qin Zhe, it felt weird. It was not his sister who wanted to buy swimsuits, but he wanted to buy white with a string. Qin Zhe said, "Didn't I buy a set? But you have never worn it in front of me. You only wore it once when you swam in the Thousand Island Lake. How can I wear it at home?" Qin Baobao blushed. Qin Zhe could not figure it out and said angrily, "Then what are you doing in the shop?" She was not going to wear it anyway, so why would she buy it as a decoration at home? Bah! Pervert who wants to see my sister in a swimsuit all day long. Qin Baobao played the blame game. The salesperson who followed them happened to hear it, and her expression was very strange. "Miss, what style do you like?" The salesperson put on a professional smile and was ready to promote the swimsuit. Qin Baobao waved her hand. "White with a string. Give me as many as you have." "What about the size?" 36D. What? The salesperson was stunned, and then she reacted, thinking that she knew how to brag. At this time, Qin Baobao puffed out her chest. 36D. The beauty showed off her hidden weapon. The salesperson, at the same time, she felt a little sad. While she was still dreaming of getting promoted from A to B, someone else was already AD and a 36D. 36D. Qin Baobao said again, secretly glancing at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe played along and pretended to be shocked. Qin Baobao was immediately proud. In fact, Qin Zhe knew his sister's cup size. Once when his sister used his phone to shop online, he saw her size, but his sister didn't know that his brother had already found out about her talent. He had to play along and pretend that he didn't know. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too creepy? The salesperson cursed in her heart, "I know you're a 36D, okay? Do you have to repeat it so many times? What's the point? You're bullying us A-class big shots, right? Do you only buy the bra for your swimsuit? Other sizes were not mentioned at all. Qin Baobao bought 6 or 7 swimsuits in one go, of the same color but different styles. She left happily with her brother. When they passed by a coffee shop, Qin Baobao said that she wanted to drink coffee, but she had to go to the toilet first. She asked Qin Zhe to buy the coffee and wait for her to come back. Drinking coffee in the middle of the night? What do you want to do? High until dawn? Qin Zhe, who was carrying bags of various sizes, was not very willing. Go. Qin Baobao pushed him. It's moldy. Qin Zhe said subconsciously. Are you standing or squatting? Qin Zhe asked. No, a woman would always squat no matter what. Qin Zhe changed his words and asked, How long? Very soon. Qin Baobao said. Qin Zhe carried his sister's shopping bag and squeezed to the front of the coffee shop. Waiter, 2 cups of coffee. What do you want? The waiter asked. A cup of cabbage, a cup of vanilla latte, with cream. Qin Zhe said. Vanilla latte with cream, his sister's favorite. Cash or credit card? The waiter asked. Can I pay with my face? Qin Zhe said. The waiter looked at Qin Zhe, who was wearing sunglasses and a mask, and was stunned. Just kidding. Qin Zhe took out his credit card. After paying, he received the ticket and stood aside to wait for the coffee. At this time, a burly man came over and was surprised. Qin Gu. Chapter 437. Who is this guy? His face was full of surprise and excitement, as if he had just reunited with an old friend. But Qin Zhe didn't know him. Primary school classmate? Impossible. Primary school classmate wouldn't call him Qin Gu. Qin Zhe was an unknown passerby during the 9-year compulsory education and the first 3 years of college. At most, he was famous for fighting, but he never had any underlings. Maybe this guy had mistaken him for someone else. Who is it? Qin Zhe asked. The guy's smile froze. It's me, Bai Guowei. Qin Gu doesn't remember me? Qin Zhe suddenly realized. It's you, Guowei? Or you? Bai Guowei. Bai Guowei, Ziki and Donglai's friend. We were at the KTV that day. Bai Guowei scratched her head. If it wasn't for Qin Gu, we would have died miserably. We haven't seen each other for more than half a year. It's normal that Qin Zhe doesn't remember me. Qin Zhe just remembered. At that time, he had just started tutoring Li Donglai. Once, Li Donglai asked him to go to the KTV and wanted to introduce him to his friends in the circle. But his friends were polite on the surface, but they didn't accept an outsider. How could they be friends with different family backgrounds? It was just like the circle of rich people. There was no such thing as a country bumpkin. Bai Guowei was one of them. Her family's elders were in the public security system and were quite powerful in Shanghai. She was also very good at fighting and had practiced taekwondo. In the beginning, Qin Zhe did want to make friends with her. At that time, Sister Ziwei only had a good impression of him. He didn't have money or power, but his beautiful sister had already made a name for herself in the entertainment circle. For a long time, Qin Zhe worked hard to become the man behind his sister. He wanted to ride on Nan Man Pei's coattails. You couldn't expect him to have a backbone since he was indeed a salted fish back then. He had no money, no power, and yet he was so arrogant. That was a fool. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. At that time, he had helped them because he wanted to do them a favor. It might be of great use in the future. He did not expect that in just half a year, he was no longer the salted fish he used to be. He had become the king of salted fish, the Hei's king. This group of brats could no longer provide him with any help. Both sides were not on the same level. Not only did he give her a free favor, he even gave her a piece of sticky candy that she couldn't get rid of. Chen Qingyuan. How did you recognize me? Qin Zhe wondered. He thought to himself, my handsome face is covered by sunglasses and a mask, how can she recognize me? I was behind you the whole time and listened to you for a long time. I could tell, Bai Guowei said. You've changed a lot. I can't even recognize you. Qin Zhe laughed dryly. He remembered that Bai Guowei at that time. Although he was tall and strong, he could still tell that he was a high school student. Now, Bai Guowei's physique was twice as strong. He had muscles all over his body and was tanned. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a migrant worker who had just come out of a construction site. There were many acne on his face. It's all my dad's training. I'm preparing to enter the police academy. Bai Guowei said. Qinze thought to himself, so it's your dad who trained you. Are you planning to follow your father's footsteps? Why are you here? Qinze asked. My sister and I accompanied my mother to travel. She dragged me out to go shopping at night and just went to the washroom. Bai Guowei said. What a coincidence. My sister went to the washroom too. By the way, Qin Ge, have you made any progress with Qin Qingyuan? Bai Guowei winked. Qinze laughed bitterly. It seems that Qin Qingyuan didn't succeed. But she's very annoying and stubborn. Bai Guowei said. She was indeed a stubborn little girl. When he first met her at his cousin's school, Qinze had already communicated with her frankly and expressed his aesthetic standards subtly. I'm not a ciscon. I don't like girls with flat chests and small butts. I only like girls with big boobs and big butts. It's best if they have a pair of long legs. Who knew that not only was the girl not discouraged, she even seemed to have a goal and worked hard to cultivate herself into a mature little sister. On the one hand, she wanted to make a breakthrough with his cousin Suyu. On the other hand, she continued to send him caring text messages, called him from time to time, and occasionally sent video requests. Once, Qinze was bored, so he agreed. It was a stormy night. There were no kisses from his sister, no Sister Ziwei, and no Suyu. Qinze clicked on the video of the girl who was pursuing him. In the video, Qin Qingyuan was wearing low-cut pajamas and lying on the bed. The angle of the phone's camera was very tricky, and it just happened to be aimed at her chest. What a deep ravine. Qinze was dumbfounded at that time. He thought that a scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. He hadn't seen this girl for only a few months. How did she upgrade from a cup to be cup? She was definitely an inspiration to thousands of flat-chested girls. Qin Qingyuan said shyly, Qin Ge, what do you think of me? Qinze said, your chest is the same as Eris, patted. Qin Qingyuan blushed with shame and said, Qin Ge, you are so annoying. I don't want a video with you. After saying that, she hung up. No, she turned it off. Qinze breathed a sigh of relief. I really don't know what this girl likes about me. I'm not lively and enthusiastic like teenagers, and I don't have the vicissitudes of life like mature uncles. I envy those who have inner qualities, unlike me, who only has the word handsome throughout my life. What's so good about me? Why does she like me so much? Qin Qingyuan is very beautiful, and her family is rich. Oh, although Qin Ge, you are also very rich. Bai Guowei said, let me tell you a secret. This girl has had 2 boyfriends, but they were just in name to show her maturity. At that time, she was in her rebellious period. She was unhappy with her family and used boyfriends to annoy her parents. But in fact, she is still a virgin. Bai Guowei's tanned face revealed a smile that all men understood. In this era of war, it is not easy to find a girl who can hit the nail on the head. This child was full of flirtatious words. Qinze waved his hand. Qin Qingyuan is not my type. I can't persuade her. Do you have a way? What? Bai Guowei found it hard to understand and asked in bewilderment. Such a fresh little girl with a fair and pretty face and a soft and beautiful figure. How good is that? How could there be someone who doesn't like a little girl? Qinze was speechless. I have a sister complex. I'm sorry. You have a sister complex? Qinze laughed. Bai Guowei laughed. Useless. Qinze said. Bai Guowei was dumbfounded. Young man, your thoughts are dangerous. I have to change your mind. Qinze gestured for him to go to the side to prevent his flirtatious words from being heard by too many people. There is no future in a sister complex. You should give it up. A beautiful big sister is the king. She has legs, breasts, and buttocks. That style and taste is not something a little girl can compare to. Of course, a peach tastes better when it is ripe. If it is too green, it will be hard to chew, right? Qinze was good at teaching others. He guided him patiently. In terms of style, a big sister will give you a flirtatious look if you spank her buttocks. In bed, if you spank her buttocks, she will know to change her position. For a little girl, if you spank her buttocks, she will say, "Why did you spank me?" That is the difference, brother. In terms of figure, is it interesting to have a girl who is flat to the bottom? If she is flat, I have a flat chest. What is the point of rubbing a washboard? It is boring. If her buttocks are too small, there is no feeling or flesh when you spank them. Is that right? Bai Guowei was not convinced. But little girls are cute. Qin Zhe said in annoyance, "Do you eat cuteness for a living? If she is cute, wouldn't she be cuter if she gave birth to a daughter?" Bai Guowei, "Qin Gu, your thoughts seem to be more dangerous." Bai Guowei said again, "Maybe it is because I have a big sister. I am not interested in big sisters." "Me too." Qin Zhe quickly stopped himself. He almost said the truth. "You don't understand. With a capable big sister, you can do whatever you want. My big sister has a bad temper. I am quite afraid of her," Bai Guowei said. Qin Zhe was actually just bored. He kept talking to Bai Guowei to pass the time while waiting for his big sister. Just then he saw Qin Baobao coming out from the corner. This girl was finally done with the toilet. If a man is not sweet, how can he have a happy childhood? Qin Zhe patted him on the shoulder. If a man is not sweet, how can he have a good relationship with big sister? Watch carefully. Qin Baobao walked over. Qin Zhe said listlessly, "Big sister, I am dizzy, nauseous, and want to vomit." Qin Baobao was shocked. She asked with concern, "What is it? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Qin Zhe said seriously, "No, I am just a little dizzy." Qin Baobao was stunned. Then she reacted and hit him with her little fists. "You are so annoying." His sister hugged his arm and used her free hand to hit his chest, pouting coquettishly. Bai Guowei was dumbfounded. There was such a thing? He thought of his big sister. Since young, she liked to bully him and hit him in all sorts of ways. His big sister had a bad temper. Bai Guowei was always afraid of his big sister because of his psychological trauma when he was young. He either did not talk to her or was serious. He never dared to be flirtatious. Was it because he was too serious and did not know how to flirt? Was that why his relationship with his big sister was always lukewarm? Just as Bai Guowei was in shock, another short-haired big sister came out from the corner. It was Bai Guowei's big sister. Bai Guowei looked very mature. In fact, he was just an 18-year-old young man. He was a real 150-pound kid. His big sister was 22. Big sister said, "Why are you drinking coffee so late at night? If you can't sleep at night, you won't be able to wake up tomorrow. We still have to go to Jiushi." Bai Guowei mumbled, I can sleep, I can sleep." Big sister frowned. "If you can't wake up tomorrow, Mom and I will go play by ourselves." Bai Guowei hurriedly said, Oh. He suddenly remembered the scene of Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao interacting. He was very envious. Hence, his brain twitched and he said, "Big sister, I'm dizzy and nauseous. I want to vomit." Big sister asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Bai Guowei recalled that Qin Zhe was staring at Qin Baobao's big breasts when he said that. He also stared at his big sister's not-so-full breasts. Imitating Qin Zhe's expression, he said seriously, "I'm not going. I'm just a little dizzy." Big sister Bai Guowei thought to himself, will sister blush? She definitely won't act coquettishly. That's not his big sister style. But she will definitely blush. Then she will think that this little brother of hers is very humorous and interesting. Big sister Bai blushed. Then she raised her hand and slapped his scalp loudly. "You think I'm giving you face? You must be out of your mind. If you want to die, just say so." Big sister Bai grabbed Bai Guowei and slapped his scalp repeatedly. Big sister, I didn't do it on purpose. Listen to me." Bai Guowei defended himself while casting an interrogating gaze at Qin Zhe. What happened to the promise that if a man was flirtatious, he would be able to build a good relationship with his big sister? Only then did he realize that Qin Gu and his superstar big sister had already left, leaving him with a sweet back view. As they walked, the two of them were still talking. "Do you know that person just now?" Qin Baobao asked. No, no, Xianxia said. From Bai Guowei's Distress, plus 10086. Chapter 438. Most of the audience who liked Let's Play were looking forward to this episode. Through the Easter egg at the end of the last episode, the audience knew who the guests for the next episode were. The popular Queen Qin Bao Bao, the popular Little Fresh Meat Lin Jiao, and the popular movie star Yi Lu. Of course, the audience looked forward to the most was the appearance of the fast shooter Xianxia. People were always interested in new things. Compared to the celebrities who had a high exposure rate, they looked forward to seeing Xianxia appear on the stage of the variety show. As the famous fast shooter and the highly respected god of stocks, the legend of Xianxia swept through every corner of the industry. However, he didn't appear in public often. He didn't hold concerts, commercial performances, or participate in shows. Occasionally, he would film a few movies. Speaking of movies, after If I Become Memories became popular, Xianxia's popularity rose. The girls who liked him could fill up the Huangpu River. Xianxia equals salted fish equals Hai Zai King equals 900 million girls' dream. Therefore, when the Easter egg of Xianxia participating in the reality show was broadcasted, it instantly became a hot topic. In a week, there would often be spoilers for the next episode. The editors of the online media would find pictures from all over the place, pictures taken by the audience on the spot. Then, the editors would use their intelligence to create the first few pictures and make up the content. Xianxia and his sister sat in the luxurious living room. Qin Bao Bao curled up on the sofa and held a bowl of pudding. She scooped a spoonful and it was sweet and soft. His sister, who liked sweets, narrowed her eyes happily. Xianxia made the pudding. The main ingredients were milk, condensed milk, and egg yolk. It was paired with a small amount of strawberries, honey, and vanilla. Then, it was placed in the oven for 5 minutes. Tonight, it was just the two of them. Wang Zijin had a business appointment with a client. Xianxia wanted to accompany her, but Wang Zijin was arrogant and thought that she could handle it herself. Therefore, she only brought 2 assistants with her. 9 p.m. Looking from the living room to the balcony, the night was dark and there were no stars or moon. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It's going to rain. Xianxia looked at the balcony. Okay. Qin Bao Bao was eating the dessert after the meal. She kicked him lightly with her little foot in white stockings. Help me wash a bunch of grapes. Don't eat so much at night. You'll get fat, Xianxia said. Don't you practice dancing every day? Qin Bao Bao frowned. Just do whatever you want. The most important thing in life is to be happy and live in the present. Xianxia eagerly entered the kitchen. After washing the grapes, he came out and saw Qin Bao closing the glass door of the balcony. Outside, it was raining cats and dogs, accompanied by rolling thunder and blue lightning flashing in the clouds. In this kind of weather, if you are alone at home, you must be very scared. Qin Bao Bao returned and sat cross-legged on the sofa. But there were 2 people who felt warm. It was raining heavily outside, but it was warm and peaceful inside. But even so, she would not share the grapes with her brother. Qin Bao Bao stuffed the half-eaten pudding into her brother's mouth. She held the fruit plate, picked the grapes, and ate them. It's fine if you don't give me your grapes, but you also want to take my grapes. You black-hearted maggot. Xianxia ate the pudding and thought angrily. By the way, the rain is so heavy and there is thunder. I don't know if Sister Ziwei brought an umbrella or not, Xianxia said. Why do you care about her? Can't your sister alone satisfy you? Qin Bao Bao gave him an aggrieved look. Xianxia, what a terrible line. But Sister Ziwei had 2 assistants with her, so she shouldn't have to worry about these trivial matters. Half an hour later, the show started. Wang Zijin is not here today. You have escaped, Qin Bao Bao suddenly said. I'd like to hear about it, Xianxia said. Have you forgotten what you did on the show? What did I do on the show? Tissue. Qin Bao Bao took out a tissue and waved it in front of her brother like a girl in a brothel. Damn, Xianxia remembered. During the quiz segment, his sister had a question. What is the most annoying thing? At that time, his sister gave him a hint. Xianxia understood and wrote a tissue. In the blink of an eye, he had forgotten about it. Damn, this piece of sh*t stinks. Fortunately, Sister Ziwei had something to do today. His sister might have thought that he would be scolded by Sister Ziwei, but they were actually boyfriend and girlfriend. Sister Ziwei would definitely beat him later. Now that Sister Ziwei had left, she couldn't come back to watch the show. She would be busy with the company later, so she didn't have time to watch the variety show. I am indeed a man with a system. I am blessed by God everywhere. Suddenly, there was a beeping sound from the electronic lock at the door. Since a key was inserted into the keyhole, the door opened with a click. It's raining heavily and there's thunder. The flight has been cancelled. Wang Zijin complained. Qin Zai, Qin Baobao, there shouldn't be a problem for a man with a system to be blessed by God, but the same couldn't be said for a host with a low-level system. Qin Zai felt very tired. Where is the remote control? Where is the remote control? Change the channel for me. Qin Zai looked around and finally found the remote control behind his sister's butt. He reached out to take it, but a fair and tender hand took the remote control first. His sister glanced at him and casually stuffed the remote control into her cleavage. Qin Zai, come and take it. If you dare to touch me, I will tell Dad that you touched my breasts. Qin Zai's sister's words appeared in his mind. Flip the table. One day, I, the monkey son, will roll around on my sister's Mount Longhu. Yo, isn't this the variety show you were on? Wang Zijin, who had changed into slippers, came over and poured herself a cup of hot tea with a few goji berries and dried red dates. She was very happy. Bao Bao, why did you put the remote control there? Wang Zijin saw the head of the remote control in the cleavage and asked curiously. The black-hearted maggot wants to rob me of the remote control. Qin Baobao was very calm. Qin Zai's mouth twitched and changed the subject. Sister Ziwei, do you want me to accompany you tomorrow? Wang Zijin shook her head. No, Suyu has told me the skills to pay attention to in business negotiations. This time, Wang Zijin is going to buy a network technology company. The current users of Golden Shield antivirus software have surged to 300 million. Compared with the industry leaders of antivirus software, there is still a long way to go, but it can already look down on small and medium-sized antivirus software. Today's computer users may use 2 or even 3 antivirus software at the same time, but as long as the computer has a problem, Golden Shield antivirus is absolutely the first choice. The storm of ransomware has caused customers to be very sticky, and Golden Shield is the first antivirus choice. But Golden Shield antivirus has a serious drawback at present. Single. It is just an antivirus software, so Wang Zijin is going to buy a professional company this time to help Golden Shield improve itself, such as making a Golden Shield guard. This is the real way to make money. When this client software is made, there will be countless software developers flocking to it. With Golden Shield's huge customer base, it will be lying down and counting money. At present, some large software download websites on the internet can make an annual profit of tens of millions, but these are all small fries for the guard client. The most important point is that Golden Shield antivirus has an advantage that local antivirus software does not have. It has a huge user base in foreign countries. The ransomware has only subsided for a few months. Who knows when it will come back, so no one dares to uninstall Golden Shield antivirus. At that time, Golden Shield Guard will be online at home and abroad. The advertising fees collected will be astronomical. In the near future, it will even surpass Baozi and Tianfang. Qin Zai told Wang Zijin so. Sister Ziwei thought, oh, it turns out that her company has the greatest potential, far exceeding Su Yu's Baozi and Qin Baobao's Tianfang. She was happy for a long time, and her oval face was smiling all day. Do you have enough funds? Qin Baobao frowned. Not enough, we just bought 2 entertainment companies, and Baozi doesn't have so much funds. Qin Zai said, but you Tianfang have money. Including the box office earnings of our movie, Tianfang earned more than $1 billion this quarter. It's more than enough to buy a small to medium-sized company. Not to mention 1, even 10 would be enough. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and said slyly, okay, then I'll buy a stake in Purple Crystal. Before Qin Zai could say anything, Wang Zijin rejected. Then I won't give you a single cent, Qin Baobao glared. Tianfang was also given to you by A's. Your money is his money. Are you qualified to say no? Wang Zijin said. Well said, my money is his money, and his money is my money. What's wrong with me buying a stake? Qin Baobao said. I'm the CEO of Purple Crystal. If I say no, then no. What a coincidence, I'm also the CEO of Tianfang. If I say no money, then you can't take a single cent. The two of them stared at each other without backing down. A's, look at how unreasonable she is. The elder sister used her unique skill of acting cute and even pouted. As long as it's A's decision, I'll agree. Wang Zijin nodded. She was as virtuous and gentle as she could be. Qin Zhe, how dare you? I'm not dead yet. My Qing dynasty isn't over yet. Are you two trying to rebel? Qin Zhe said this in his heart. How about this, we'll just take it as a loan. Purple Crystal will issue a 100 million bond and buy it from Tianfang. After the profits are made, we'll buy it back. That should be fine, right? Qin Zhe gave a sunny, flattering smile. He couldn't be stubborn. He had suffered in the past. He remembered one time when he was stubborn in front of his sisters. After that, he shivered for a week and everyone ignored him. So, I'm not born to be a salted fish. It's because I consider my sister's bad temper that I have no choice. I have no choice. Qin Baobao, Wang Zijin, Both of them were dissatisfied, but they could accept it. I'm indeed a man with a system. Smart. Qin Zhe sighed. His sisters were fighting for power more and more frequently. His sister was not stupid. Once she heard the name Purple Crystal Network Technology, she probably knew what was going on. She was definitely unhappy and wanted to interfere. His sister, of course, would not allow her territory to be occupied by others. She guarded it to the death and was determined not to back down. Let's watch the show. Qin Zhe tried to smooth things over. Chapter 439. The smile on Qin Zhe's face disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. While the sisters were arguing, the show had already been on for more than 10 minutes. The guests appeared one after another and entered the first game segment. Qin Baobao's question is, what is the thing I hate the most? Please write down your answer, the director said. Seeing this, Wang Zijin's interest was piqued. She said, Baobao, what do you hate the most? Horror movies or bugs? Qin Baobao smiled faintly. No, guess again. Wang Zijin thought for a moment. Don't lie to me. When you were in school, you cried when you saw a caterpillar on the lawn. Qin Baobao said angrily, don't take the opportunity to expose my dark history. Anyway, it's not the case. Qin Zhe listened at the side and thought to himself, Sister, we've known each other since we were in diapers. It's not like I don't know your dark history. Why are you so angry? Qin Baobao chuckled. It's something you're very familiar with. Wang Zijin? Then I can't think of anything. She shook her head. On the screen, Qin Zhe hesitated for a moment. Then he wrote 2 words. Please show your answer, the director said. Qin Zhe flipped the writing board over and pointed it at the camera. 2 words that blinded Wang Zijin's eyes. Tissue paper. Female guest, please show your answer, the director said. Qin Baobao followed suit and showed her answer. Tissue paper. Wang Zijin suppressed her anger in her heart. She felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to chop this adulterous couple with a knife. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao used to call her tissue paper because of their southern accent. Wang Zijin had to correct them for a long time before she could get them to come back to their senses. The thing they hated the most was tissue paper. It could also be understood that the person they hated the most was Zijin. Forget about the big cow. After all, she and I had a tacit understanding and were secretly competing with each other. We loved and hated each other. But why was Qin Zhe able to write tissue paper so tacitly? I might have gotten a fake boyfriend. Yo, you siblings really have a tacit understanding. Why do you hate paper towels so much? We can't live without paper towels, Wang Zijin said sarcastically. Qin Baobao whistled loudly and coquettishly, pretending to look at the scenery around. Wang Zijin was so angry that she gritted her teeth. It just so happened that her period was coming in a few days. She had to feed them 2 big bowls of iced menstrual juice to vent her anger. Hei's king switched to his salted fish state and cast a weak glance at Wang Zijin, saying, "Sister Ziwei, I was forced to do this." Wang Zijin gave him a look. "Ta." Salted fish say, "Madam, this person forced me." Wang Zijin, "Cut the crap. Brother, let's finish this bowl of ant juice." For this episode of the reality show, Let's Play, the TV ratings reached a new high and the number of clicks on the internet far exceeded the previous episodes. At midnight, the netizens who weren't used to watching TV watched the show on their computers. The bullet screen was filled with comments. Lin Jiao's fan club reporting for duty. Qin Baobao's fan club reporting for duty. Yi Lu's fan club reporting for duty. Then, the comments above were covered by Qin Zhe's fan club. The show soon started and the 4 male guests appeared. The comments were filled with, "My husband is so handsome," and "Marry me, my husband." Yellow words, "Qin Zhe, why am I yellow?" Green words, "Qin Zhe, why am I green?" Qin Zhe didn't watch shows on the internet anymore. Otherwise, he would definitely be angered to death. The more popular a person was, the easier it was to become the target of ridicule. The show started and the male guests chose their partners based on the female guests' hints. The male guests were arguing about which brand was written by Qin Baobao, and they all fought over the brand that they thought was most likely to be written by her. Qin Zhe chose Black-Hearted Maggot without hesitation. When the female guests appeared one by one, it turned out that the most unpopular brand was written by Qin Baobao. Comments: "There's a script for this, right? How could my goddess write such disgusting words? Did you deliberately put the siblings in a group?" In the show, "Director, did you deliberately put Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao in a group? She deliberately wrote such a non-mainstream slogan and the other 2 were just a smokescreen. It's a Weibo name and the Golden Melody Award. Shady, shady. I'll testify for the director. They definitely didn't arrange it." That's her catchphrase. She calls me that at home. At this point, the comments were filled with Black-Hearted Maggot. White words, red words, and green words. They were colorful and covered the video completely. The full screen floated for a few seconds before it ended. The netizens were happy to see this. They loved to watch gossip about celebrities. When they heard Qin Zhe say this, they immediately changed their view of the word. It wasn't disgusting. It was funny. They felt that a female goddess like Qin Baobao was so cute in private. It was such a contrast. The phrase, Black-Hearted Maggot, would probably be popular online for a long time. It might even become Qin Zhe's 3rd nickname after Fast Shooter and God of Stocks. Some netizens also commented, "Qin Zhe is really popular. A few female celebrities like him." Qian Shishir's Wolf Killer was a hint to Qin Zhe because he was also a guest on Wolf Killer. Gu Ling wrote the Golden Melody Award to mislead Qin Zhe. Yi Lu even wrote Qin Zhe's old Weibo name. Damn, I'm envious of his luck with women. That's true. If the production team didn't follow the script, it would be amazing. Of course. Qin Zhe isn't a normal little fresh meat. His level is much higher than celebrities. A bunch of flirtatious sluts. They only know how to think about my husband. The next stop was Lei Feng Tower. The guests would dress up as White Snake and Su Xian for a talent show. Someone immediately commented, "Is Qin Zhe going to compose a song on the spot?" That's what the promo said at the end. *CK, we can finally see the glory of Fast Shooter. High energy ahead. For the first few talent shows, the comments were quiet. Occasionally, there would be a few comments praising their idols. But most of the comments were silent as if they were holding something back. Among the guests for this episode, Qin Baobao was the most famous. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao were bound artists in the eyes of the fans. The combination of the 2 of them was eye-catching enough even in the Golden Horse Awards and Golden Melody Awards, where all the big names gathered, not to mention this show. Finally, it was Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe's turn to perform. Qin Zhe pulled Qin Baobao to the side and whispered. Their words were edited by the production team and the lyrics were cut out. Everyone only saw the 2 of them huddled in a corner and whispering. The camera showed their backs to the audience and couldn't hear what they were saying. The comments were full of curses. Damn the production team. Didn't they say they were going to compose a song on the spot? Why the F***ck are we looking at? We want Fast Shooter to compose a song on the spot, bastard. Where's his composing idea? Where's the draft? Were the lyrics carefully edited or done in one go? How was he going to compose a song? But in order not to reveal any spoilers, the production team cut out the part where Qin Zhe taught Qin Baobao how to sing. Waiting for 1,000 years, waiting for 1,000 years. Waiting for 1,000 years, I have no regrets. Who said in my ear, love me will never change. Just for this sentence, aha, I have no regrets even if my intestines are broken. The moment the song started, the bullet screen was filled with Fast Shooter in various colors. Once again, the entire screen was filled with bullet screen comments. But this wasn't the highlight. The highlight was that when the two of them were singing, the image was replaced by a video. It wasn't the image of Leifeng Tower, but an old video with AV quality. In the video, Qin Zhe was covered with a blanket and Qin Baobao had a white scarf wrapped around her head. The two of them played the role of White Snake and Su Xian with simple equipment and sang the same song. Qin Baobao was beaming with joy as she sang and cooperated with Yan Yi's performance. Qin Zhe, on the other hand, kept a straight face throughout the whole process and looked reluctant. I've seen this video before. I laughed like crazy at that time. At that time, Qin Baobao had just become a little famous. She updated her younger brother's photo on Weibo. This video was posted at that time. Later, Qin Baobao deleted it. Full of memories. At that time, I felt that her younger brother was really pitiful and looked reluctant. I still keep the photo to this day and change it every day to use as my desktop. The one who said the photo, don't go. Where's the photo? Quick, send me the seed. The program continued. The guests were cooking at CC Wetland. Qin Baobao and Xianxia didn't manage to set the fire for a long time. Instead, they made themselves dirty. The audience laughed crazily on the bullet screen. They were crying because of their stupidity, but they also felt that it was especially cute. As for the scene of Qin Zhe cooking and the other guests running over to freeload the food, it shocked countless audience members. Although they couldn't smell the fragrance of the dishes, even the simple stir-fry looked good and gave people the feeling that it was cooked by a chef. The female fans screamed in the bullet screen and liked Qin Zhe even more. He could make money, write songs, was multi-talented, was handsome, and could cook well. He was simply too outstanding. Chapter 440. After Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin finished their morning run, Wang Zijin occupied the large bathroom and said she wanted to take a comfortable hot bath. Qin Zhe had no choice but to knock on his sister's door with a towel in his arms. Little Bao Bao, be good. Open the door. Open it quickly. I want to come in. Qin Zhe made all kinds of noises. After a while, the sleepy sister with messy hair opened the door and stood in the doorway. Stupid pft, I'll give you 10 minutes. His sister was very angry when she woke up. After scolding him, she went back to sleep. Enough. Before Qin Zhe entered the bathroom, he stretched out his leg and lightly kicked his sister's big round but under the thin blanket. You're looking for trouble. Qin Zhe slipped into the bathroom and closed the door. He was too lazy to lock it. In any case, All Mouthy King's sister wouldn't dare to open the door and enter while he was bathing. 10 minutes was enough for him to wash his face, brush his teeth, wash his hair, and take a bath. He even had time to pee. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Zhe finished bathing. His whole body was relaxed. He stood in front of the mirror in his bathrobe and used a short sleeve to wipe the mist off the mirror. He tilted his head and looked at his neck through the mirror. After looking to the left, he looked to the right. There were hickeys on both sides. They were done by Wang Zijin. Last night, he had sneaked into Wang Zijin's room and was prepared to beg for forgiveness. He would do his best until he died. Wang Zijin was indeed a magnanimous girl. Not only was she not angry, she hugged him and bit him, leaving 2 hickeys on his neck. Qin Zhe didn't notice at the time. I forgive you. Hurry up and go back. Wang Zijin had achieved her goal and sent Qin Zhe away. Qin Zhe was floating. He hugged Wang Zijin and didn't let go. Wang Zijin said, You're going to die soon. I have a flight tomorrow. Qinzhe said, don't worry about those things. Sister Ziwei just needs to be in charge of being beautiful. Wang Zijin felt a little sweetness in her heart. She said, what about you? Qinzhe said, I'm in charge of the flower arrangement. It's all because of my cheap mouth. Qinzhe stood in front of the mirror and rolled up his sleeves. There were bruises on his arms. The wound on her arm was an accident, but the hickeys on her neck were intentional. When Qinzhe saw the two hickeys, he realized that the generous Sister Ziwei did not exist. To think that he didn't even know that he had been tricked last night. He was even King moved. I can't be seen by my sister later, otherwise, the house will become a scene of carnage. Dong dong dong, someone knocked on the door. Qin Bao Bao, that's enough, I need to go to the bathroom. Qinzhe said, okay, come in. Qin Bao opened the door and came in. She was stunned. Why are you wearing a short-sleeved shirt around your neck? Qinzhe said, this is the punishment for being impulsive. Qin Bao Bao. Of the 36 stratagems, escape is the best stratagem. While his sister was dawdling in the bathroom, Qinzhe finished his soy milk, held a bun in his mouth, and went to work. After thinking about it, it was not good to go to Baoza. Su Yu, that jealous jar, saw the two hickeys and went back to settle the score with Wang Zijin. He turned a corner and went straight to Purple Crystal. Wang Zijin went out to discuss business, so he would be in charge today. At noon, Qinzhe received a call from the dorm leader, Li Liang. Qinzhe, we're going to have a farewell meal. I know you're busy, do you have time to come? Li Liang said. Farewell meal? Qinzhe did not understand. Zhao Guishan is going back to the northeast. Li Liang sighed. I have time. Tell me the location and I'll come over now. Qinzhe said. After graduation, the four guys in dorm 303 parted ways and went their separate ways. Qinzhe occasionally chatted with them in the group, but they had never met. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, Qinzhe drove to the agreed location, a gourmet city in the CBD area. He parked, put on a mask, and opened the door to get out. A small yellow car passed by and stopped outside the gourmet city. The guy on the bike stopped the car while talking on the phone. I have an appointment with a client at noon, but I'm not going to pick you up. Okay, I'll take you out for dinner tonight. I can't talk to you anymore. The parking here is full. I'm looking for a parking space. I'm hanging up. Qinzhe glanced at the yellow car and thought, this guy is awesome. He's even better at showing off than I am. At this time, the guy on the yellow car suddenly turned his head and saw Qinzhe. Qinzhe, Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang recognized Qinzhe at a glance. Although he was wearing a mask, they had been classmates for many years. Unless Qinzhe covered his face tightly, he would be easily recognized by people familiar with him. This was King Awkward. You brat, have you paid the tax for showing off? Qinzhe joked. Lu Ziqiang grinned. He barely managed to resolve the awkwardness. Qinzhe was a little emotional. Back then, it had only been half a year. Lu Ziqiang was the most reserved in the dorm. He would occasionally watch videos with the AV maniac Zhao Guishan and smoke on the balcony with the heavy smoker Li Liang. His persona was similar to Qinzhe on the surface, but they were different on the inside. Qinzhe looked calm on the outside, but he was flirtatious on the inside. For example, Zhao Guishan's AV resources and Thunderbolt membership were all provided by Qinzhe. The cigarettes in the dorm were provided by Li Liang. He even led Qinzhe astray. Lu Ziqiang was really reserved and self-disciplined. Who would have thought that such an honest and reserved man would become a pretentious maniac after entering society for half a year? On the third floor, in a private room. After half a year, the four of them from dorm 303 reunited. The rich second-generation Li Liang had obviously put on weight and his face was rounder. Zhao Guishan from the northeast was still tall and strong. Speaking of which, Qinzhe used to think that the men from the northeast were all tough men. After meeting Zhao Guishan, he thought so even more. Later, he realized that was not the case. It was purely an illusion. Tsuke, now you're a big boss and a big star. I'm afraid that I can't ask you out. Li Liang poured wine for everyone. It's a farewell dinner. No matter how busy I am, I still have to take time out. Xianxia asked, "What have you been doing recently?" "I'm slacking off at my dad's company. When I was in school, I played to my heart's content. Since I have graduated, I should learn something so that I can inherit my father's business in the future." Li Liang took a sip of wine. "My family is quite rich. But compared to the real tycoons, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. That's why I don't have the confidence to take over when I'm 30 years old." Xianxia turned to look at Zhao Guishan. "Why do you suddenly want to go back to your hometown?" Young people from all over the country were trying to squeeze into the first and second-tier cities to earn money. It would be best if they could settle down in a big city and buy a house. That's why the first and second-tier cities' population was expanding rapidly. The property prices were rising, and the country's policies were constantly changing. In the past, if you have money, you can buy a house. If you buy a house, you can move your household registration. Now, if you want to buy a house, you need to pay a few years of Social Security. This policy had started to be implemented in the second-tier cities. I have thought about it. If I stay in Shanghai, I will only waste a few years of my youth. It's meaningless. Zhao Guishan drank his wine and shook his head. Everyone says that if you have more opportunities in Shanghai, you will be able to make a name for yourself. But I feel that this is a big pie. Most people are just looking at it and can't eat it. Also, the rent and expenses here are too expensive. If I stay here for 5 to 10 years and achieve nothing, it will be too late to go back to my hometown. Zhao Guishan said, "I will go back next week. We might not have the chance to sit together and drink in the future. Cheers." The four of them raised their glasses. "Let's keep in touch." Xianxia patted him on the shoulder. There is a saying, all good things must come to an end. A person's circle of friends radiates out from him. The people around him are his friends. But people can't stay in the same place forever. That's why when some friends leave, they may never see each other again. Friendship or love will be worn down by distance and time. They will become a scenery and a memory on the journey of life. Fortunately, you didn't ask me to follow you. Otherwise, I will not recognize you as a friend. Zhao Guishan punched Xianxia's chest hard. Friends are equal. If there are too many interests and relationships involved, it is easy to change the taste. Xianxia laughed and said, "We are not the same, we are not the same. Everyone has different circumstances." He waved his hand and slapped himself. "Ah, quick-hand idiot. All right, do you have a girlfriend in Shanghai? Are you going to break up?" Xianxia asked. Zhao Guishan waved his hand bitterly. "Let's not talk about this." Sitting alone in an empty room and being a wife, he did not mention this to outsiders. "What about you?" Xianxia looked at Li Liang. "Other people's children can eat, but mine is still eating paper." Li Liang's tone was sad. Get lost, get lost. Believe it or not, I will beat you. I hate people like you who say 9 out of 10 things." Xianxia was impatient. He was a rich second generation who went around hooking up with white-collar women during his university days, but he liked to pretend to be a loser. Before he met Li Liang, his world was colorful. After he met Li Liang, his world was only left with yellow. "What about you?" Xianxia went one round and finally pushed the topic to Lu Ziqiang. But Lu Ziqiang hesitated. This guy hooked up with this super beautiful goddess. Li Liang's big mouth said first. "How beautiful is she?" Xianxia asked. "She is a model. Her legs are as long as your sister's. She has an oval face and curly hair. Her height is about the same as mine, about 1.7 meters. Li Liang said. Lu Ziqiang raised his glass. "Let's drink." The meal ended a little early. At 11:30, the four people who had eaten and drunk to their heart's content settled the bill. Xianxia paid. Since it was a farewell dinner, there was no reason for Zhao Guishan to pay. According to Li Liang, this guy was now a rich guy. If they didn't rip him off, who would? If one meal wasn't enough, they would continue to rip him off. All the expenses for today's program were paid for by Xianxia. Zhao Guishan and Lu Ziqiang seconded the motion. The so-called program was, in fact, an online game. They had spent more than 3 years together and had a lot of memories. But online gaming was their most frequent program. When the winners in life were getting a room, the 4 losers of room 303 were gaming. When the winners in life gave roses, they gave heads. When the winners in life pushed girls, they pushed high ground. Li Liang, who was pretending to be a loser, put his arm around Zhao Guishan's shoulder and walked toward the entrance of the food city. In room 303, only you and I abide by the rules. There are 2 traitors among us. There was a rule in room 303, the 4 men were of one mind. The status of gay friends was as heavy as a mountain. He only loved 5 girls in his life. Whoever left the single life would die first. The 4 single men kept each other warm. Zhao Guishan said angrily, "We are different. You are a playboy, I am a virgin." Stepping out of the food city, Lu Ziqiang's yellow car parked in the food city was still untouched. He scanned the QR code and unlocked it. "Let's ride." Before he could finish, Lu Ziqiang suddenly froze. Chapter 441. When Lu Ziqiang saw the tall girl walking towards him, his face turned slightly pale. Li Liang's face also changed, and finally, the tall girl. This girl was called Xia Chu, a model. She wasn't a runway model, nor was she a high-end print model. She was a fashion model for Taobao and a cosplay model at comic conventions. She made a lot of money, but not a lot. This type of model was on the same level as car models, but more conservative than the latter. Lu Ziqiang met Xia Chu by chance. In October last year, Li Liang opened an online store to sell women's clothing for fun. He wanted to spend some money to manage the store so that his pocket money would be secure in the future. The rich second generation asked his father for 600,000 yuan as the initial capital. At that time, Lu Ziqiang happened to resign, so he asked him to run the store together. Lu Ziqiang met the model girl, Xia Chu, at that time. Lu Ziqiang fell in love at first sight. Li Liang, who had tasted countless abalones, chose to help his roommate. Therefore, Lu Ziqiang acted like a rich second generation in front of Xia Chu. When the model fee was paid, Lu Ziqiang gave Xia Chu an extra 1,200 yuan, totaling 5,200 yuan. Don't ask why, 5,200 is suitable for you. Lu Ziqiang followed Li Liang's instructions. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled wickedly. Xia Chu took the money and left in a daze. Since then, Lu Ziqiang began to crazily ask Xia Chu out. Li Liang taught him face-to-face and imparted his experience. Spending hundreds or thousands of yuan to chase a girl every day might not be enough. Many men chose to go with the flow. No, choose to go with the flow and enjoy the full service. After that, they could even buy a skin and have fun in the game. But in the eyes of the rich second generation, Li Liang, hundreds or thousands of yuan were not considered money. To him, this was a game, an interesting game. Once, Lu Ziqiang asked Xia Chu out to play and bought a lot of gifts. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark. Suddenly, a silver-gray Audi A8 stopped in front of the 2 of them. Li Liang, who was in a suit, got out of the car and respectfully said, "Young master, the boss asked me to bring you home." "Who is he?" Xia Chu asked. "He's the son of my father's old subordinate." Lu Ziqiang said the lines he had prepared beforehand. In addition to the Audi A8, Li Liang also drove the Porsche sports car at home. It was a gift from his father to his mother for their 30th wedding anniversary. Going in and out of large shopping malls, expensive restaurants, and gifting branded bags. This girl named Xia Chu quickly fell into the gentle land that the 2 of them weaved with money. She fell in love with Lu Ziqiang, who was packaged by Li Liang. "Li Liang, what do you think we should do in the future?" Lu Ziqiang asked one time when he was drunk. "She thinks I'm Prince Charming, but I'm actually the Frog Prince. But she's not Snow White and definitely not Cinderella." Li Liang replied. In the eyes of the rich second generation, who cared about the future? They just needed to live in the present. Qin Zhe felt that Lu Ziqiang had become more pretentious than before. In fact, he didn't even have the right to be pretentious. Lu Ziqiang had imagined the awkward ending after being exposed many times, but he didn't want to lose Xia Chu. He would rather let this lie continue. Who knows, maybe they would really fall in love with each other after a long time. But he didn't expect such an ending to happen under such circumstances. There was a saying that went, Look up if you don't believe, who will be spared by the heavens. Xia Chu was holding the arm of a middle-aged man. Xia Chu. Lu Ziqiang's eyes were red. Panic flashed across Xia Chu's pretty face, and she quietly let go of her hand. It wasn't easy for her to hook up with the rich second generation. Chu, who is he? The middle-aged man looked at the young man in front of him and frowned. I'm her man. Lu Ziqiang clenched his fists. I thought you didn't have a boyfriend. The middle-aged man looked at Xia Chu. Xia Chu's expression was extremely awkward. She forced a smile. Why you here? Aren't we talking business? After saying that, her gaze fell on the other three people. She knew Li Liang, the tall and burly Zhao Guishan. He was too rough and dressed ordinarily. He didn't look like a big boss. There was also a guy wearing a mask. His dressing was too different from the successful people in suits and leather shoes. Moreover, he was too young. I lied to you. The silent Li Liang suddenly spoke. He sneered and said, What rich second generation? I'm just playing with you. There's no sports car, no Audi, and no business. Xia Chu was stunned and immediately looked at Lu Ziqiang. Just now, she was thinking about how to calm Lu Ziqiang down. After getting along with him for a few months, she was very familiar with Lu Ziqiang's temperament. He was introverted, calm, good-tempered, and loved her very much. Now you're telling me that you're not a rich second generation? Lu Ziqiang met her gaze. His pale face turned even paler as he nodded with difficulty. Xia Chu was speechless. I've been kid. President Zhou, he's my ex-boyfriend. He pretended to be a rich second generation to deceive me. Now he's pestering me endlessly. Xia Chu said. Although she was angry, she still had this bit of shrewdness. She couldn't lose another financial backer. When the middle-aged man heard that, he immediately raised his eyebrows and said rudely, Young man, since you've broken up, you're all adults. In the future, don't be too petty when others look for Chu. She's my woman now. This was a false accusation. It was true that Lu Ziqiang had deceived her first, but he had bought her gifts and bags. In total, he had spent nearly 100,000 yuan. However, while Xia Chu had hooked up with a rich second generation, she had also hooked up with a middle-aged uncle. The green hat was placed on Lu Ziqiang's head. Love was a ray of light so green that it made you panic. Oh, we're kindred spirits. Li Liang laughed. It's just a coincidence. I won't pester you. We're not at a disadvantage. Although we've spent tens of thousands, we've done what we should have done. Up and down, in and out, we're not at a disadvantage. Xia Chu's pink face turned red as she scolded, You too be cheese, I was blind to fall in love with a dog like you. Get lost, I'm the one who's kicking you now. The middle-aged man said unhappily, Don't interact with these people in the future. I don't want you to keep in touch with them when you're with me. Xia Chu immediately said, They're the ones who pestered me. The middle-aged man nodded. All right, they're just a bunch of immature brats. He glared fiercely at Li Liang. Obviously, Li Liang's words just now made him extremely unhappy. An old man with no hair left. Li Liang retorted. The middle-aged man pointed at him with his finger. Lowly person. Xia Chu continued, That's right, lowly person. Why are you pretending to be a rich second generation? What did you say? Lu Ziqiang's forehead was blue with veins popping out. I'm talking about you. Xia Chu glared at him. If you're poor, then you're poor. Why are you pretending to be a rich second generation? I was really blind to fall in love with you. You even said that you graduated from the University of Finance and Economics and were Qin Zhe's roommates. You hooked up with him behind my back. How shameless are you? Lu Ziqiang said angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? We broke up a long time ago. Take a piss and look at yourself. Xia Chu said disdainfully. Lu Ziqiang felt that Xia Chu was a little different from the girl he usually knew. Every word from your mouth is true. I thought you really knew Qin Zhe. Most of the girls who were beautiful had a good figure and worked in the modeling industry. Most of them had the ambition to enter the entertainment industry and become stars. Lu Ziqiang moved her not only with the gift, but also with the gift of tens of thousands of yuan. Being a rich second generation was only one of the reasons. The key was that Lu Ziqiang said that he and Qin Zhe were roommates and even showed her photos. Xia Chu asked to see Qin Zhe several times, but Lu Ziqiang did not agree. At that time, he was still a rich second generation. Whatever he said was the truth. Let's go. I'm too lazy to care about him. Xia Chu hugged the middle-aged man's arm and walked towards the gourmet city. Qin Zhe took a step forward and blocked in front of the two. But I really know him. Qin Zhe took off his mask. Chapter 442. Qin Zhe took off his mask, grinned at Xia Chu and the middle-aged man, and put his mask back on. Xia Chu and the middle-aged man were dumbfounded. If their eyes were right, this young man was Qin Zhe? Did Lu Ziqiang really know Qin Zhe? Was he really Qin Zhe's roommate? Were they having a meal together today? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, their faces turned pale. There was annoyance, regret, shame, and anger. All kinds of emotions surged in their hearts. Lowly person, are you talking about me? Qin Zhe smiled. Xia Chu bit her lips. When we were having dinner just now, I wanted to meet Lu Ziqiang's girlfriend. I was wondering when this guy would hook up with a long-legged girlfriend. Now that I've met her, her legs are indeed long, but she's not a good person, and her taste is even worse. Qin Zhe glanced at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was furious. He felt naked contempt. What do you mean? He said angrily. Your IQ is too low. You're not qualified to talk to me. Qin Zhe's words almost choked him to death. You're not convinced? How many assets do you have? Do you have 10 billion? You don't even have 10 billion. Your assets are too low. You're not qualified to talk to me. Qin Zhe gave him a disdainful look. His attitude, if placed in a novel, was exactly the attitude of a supercilious retard. You think you're so great just because you're rich? Do you really think you can do whatever you want in Shanghai? The middle-aged man said hatefully, You're just a nouveau riche. Which unit are you from? Show me your identity. Let's play if you dare. Qin Zhe sneered. The middle-aged man was terrified when he saw that the billionaire was going to be serious. Qin Zhe's reputation was so well known that rumors about him were flying everywhere. A young man who suddenly rose to fame in the entertainment industry in less than a year. He was the god of stocks, an investment company, and the antivirus software. There was no doubt that he was a big shot. Those rumors speculated that Qin Zhe had someone backing him up and knew some big shots. Otherwise, no matter how talented a young man was, how could he earn 10 billion yuan in a year? Qin Zhe looked at him with disdain, which made the middle-aged man furious. Fortunately, Qin Zhe didn't lower himself to his level and continued, If you want to enter the entertainment industry, that's not a problem. I can package you into a vase and become a big star. At that time, you will realize that the old man beside you is actually just SOSO. Look at his clothes, his entire body is less than 100,000 yuan. My pair of leather shoes is more than 100,000 yuan. Li Liang looked on enviously. When would I ever be able to match your beauty? But the premise is that you're still Lu Ziqiang's girlfriend. Now that you're not, it's not good. If we didn't bump into each other today, he would still be in the dark. He did lie to you, but what he can give you is not something a typical rich second generation can give you. Qin Zhe stared at her. Because he is my brother. Lu Ziqiang's eyes turned red. Lowly people like us can't afford to have a woman like her. It's better to get rid of her as soon as possible. In the future, when you find a woman, remember to open your eyes. Can beauty be used as food? Qin Zhe looked at Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang nodded. Xia Chu clenched her teeth tightly. She didn't dare to refute or curse. At the same time, she knew that she had missed a big opportunity. That's all. Qin Zhe paused. Then let's go. Let's go to the underworld. Li Liang laughed. What underworld? Let's go to Qin Zhe's company. There are models there. Let him introduce us to girls with good moral character. He especially emphasized the word moral character. Qin Zhe. Okay, my company has more than 20 high-end models. You can pick any. Zhao Guishan watched for a long time and added, For this kind of woman, it's better to use tissue. Qin Zhe was furious. What are you talking about? Is tissue for you? Zhao Guishan. As they talked, they left along the road. Various expressions flashed across Xia Chu's face. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Mr. Zhou, shall we go in and eat? The middle-aged man's face darkened and he pushed her away. No, I have something to do. He turned around and walked away. Suddenly he stopped. Xia Chu's face lit up. She heard him say, today's matter didn't happen. Puma, don't talk too much. I'm too lazy to lower myself to their level. Xia Chu, she squeezed out an ugly smile. Got it, Mr. Zhou. At the corner of the intersection, Qin Zhe turned around and saw Lu Ziqiang following behind them with his head slightly lowered. Are you serious? Qin Zhe handed him a cigarette. Lu Ziqiang took it, lit it, and took a deep puff. I like her. Otherwise, I would be crazy to spend so much money on her. If you like her, you have to cheat her, Qin Zhe retorted. That kind of woman has been around for so many years. She's not a little girl who just graduated. She's more materialistic, Li Liang said. So you cooperated with him to play the role of a rich second generation? Qin Zhe whipped his leg, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Lu Ziqiang held the cigarette and whispered, otherwise she wouldn't even look at me. I don't have money, but when I see a woman I like, I always want to get close to her and understand her. Even if it's cheating, as long as I'm with her, I'll be happy. Qin Zhe sighed and patted him on the shoulder. That's true. If you like someone, you'll do everything you can to get close to her and have her. Have you slept with her? Lu Ziqiang nodded. Just when he thought that Qin Zhe was going to comfort him with some chicken soup, Qin Zhe said, Okay. This is not a loss. Lu Ziqiang, Li Liang, Zhao Guishan, was it an illusion? It felt like Qin Zhe's mouth was sharper than before. What a show of flowers. Qin Zhe just didn't know how to comfort him. Although it was quite tragic to be cheated by his girlfriend, Lu Ziqiang had also cheated her. If not for this, Qin Zhe would have killed that pair of B** stars just now. Because he liked you, he pretended to be a rich second generation to get close to you and took advantage of you to make you smile. If this was in a novel or a TV series, they would first fall out and the female lead would wash her face with tears, but in the end, they would definitely change their minds and get married. However, the reality was that the man was not so charming, and the woman was not so naive and sweet to cheat on you. Go play a game. Lu Ziqiang scratched his head. Don't look at me with sympathy. It's uncomfortable. Besides, I'm actually mentally prepared. What's fake will never be real. I was quite guilty at first, but now I don't feel guilty anymore. Scumbags, let's not talk about each other. The group of them found an internet cafe to play games. Just like every afternoon when they were in university, no one brought up this matter again. After they finished playing games, the four of them smoked a cigarette at the entrance of the internet cafe and went their separate ways. Before leaving, Qin Zhe hesitated for a moment. Brothers, if you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me. Don't be shy. If you want to start a business or find a job, give me a call. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. There's no reason not to benefit the people around you. Seeing that no one spoke, he grinned and said, At least you want to be a big shot. I'll take you to the most high-end place in Shanghai and sleep with the most beautiful girls. Zhao Guishan scratched his head. Then, before I go back, let's find a place to play? The four of them laughed. Chapter 443. After drinking some wine, Qin Zhe stopped driving and took a taxi back to Purple Crystal Technology. As soon as he stepped into the office, he received a text message from Suyu. Come to my house tonight. Qin Zhe thought about the 2 kiss marks on his neck and replied, It's not convenient tonight. Suyu sent a questioning emoji. Is your period here? Qin Zhe, Suyu, come on, I miss you so much. Qin Zhe suddenly remembered something. You're in a dangerous period recently, right? Suyu, oh, I forgot. I'll make you look more beautiful tonight. Qin Zhe, you're really naughty. Suyu, are you coming or not? Qin Zhe, you want to kill me, right? Suyu found that her little trick was exposed and immediately cut off the topic. I'm very busy here, let's not talk. Bye. The so-called dangerous period, for example, was the menstrual period on the 20th, the ovulation period on the 6th, and the dangerous period from the 3rd to the 10th, so they couldn't have sex. And Wang Zijin, who was about to have her period, was in a safe period. But Sister Ziwei could see it but not have it. Qin Zhe couldn't be too hasty with her. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. Qin Zhe's phone rang, and the caller ID showed, Sister Man. It was strange that Sister Man rarely flirted with him. No, she rarely contacted him, probably because you can't covet your friend's wife, so she was a lot more distant to him recently. Sister Man? Qin Zhe answered. Are you free tonight? Nan Man Pei said. What's the matter? Qin Zhe asked. Don't talk too much nonsense, are you free? Nan Man Pei said in a cold voice. Yes, I have a lot of time anyway. It's Ziki's birthday, so I invited some friends over. I don't have time tonight. You go over and help me keep an eye on them. Don't let a group of children make too much noise. Nan Man Pei paused. Dong Lai and Ziki also wanted to invite you over, but they were afraid that you would refuse if they called. That's not a problem. As long as you're not the one cooking, I'll definitely come. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. What do you mean by that? Nan Man Pei's killing intent was overflowing. It slipped out of my mouth. I'm sorry. Qin Zhe apologized. Nan Man Pei was speechless. Qin Zhe, this little bumpkin, must be inflated. Half a year ago, he dared to say such words in front of him? This man, once he had money, he would become unbearably slutty. I think we should consider coming back earlier, Nan Man Pei said. Huh? I'll come back and break your bones. Nan Man Pei gritted his teeth. Big Sister Man, you're busy. I'll take care of the two brats for you, Qin Zhe said. Sure, he would not go home until he was drunk. If he went home in the middle of the night, his sister would not be able to see his love bites. With the recovery ability of the times is calling, the love bites would disappear the next morning. Is Suyu going? Qin Zhe was still worried and asked. I didn't inform her. Nan Man Pei was curious. Why are you asking? It's fine. She's busy, so there's no need to inform her. I'll go over after work. Qin Zhe said, bye-bye, and hung up. Suyu was Nan Man Pei's best friend, and she did not hang out with Ziki. She would definitely not come. At the villa, the spacious backyard was filled with tables and chairs. Electric wires were pulled up from shelves and installed with colorful light bulbs. 7 to 8 tables and chairs were fanned out around the bonfire. 5 or 6 barbecue staff were in charge of tonight's meal. They had rented a barbecue restaurant. A lamb was placed on an iron rack in the middle of the burning charcoal fire. As night fell, young men and women sang and danced in the backyard, laughing and chatting. There were wine, champagne, beer, and all kinds of drinks. There were about 17 or 18 young men and women present. Those who played at the KTV last time were the closest friends. This time, they were all present. For example, Bai Guowei, who met Qin Zhe a few days ago in Hangzhou. Old Bai, you're getting more and more stingy. My dad froze the card he gave me. I asked you to lend me a few tens of thousands, but you didn't even give it to me. The guy who spoke grumbled as he hugged Bai Guowei's shoulder. How could it not be frozen? This guy used his dad's card to sleep with women everywhere. He swiped a few million yuan in a month. The henpecked dad could not stand it anymore. Why did he have to work every day while his son could fool around everywhere? Dream on. Bai Guowei drank a mouthful of wine gloomily. I said I have no money. My pocket money for this month is gone, and the next 3 months' pocket money is gone too. Why? I was cheated by my sister. How old are you? Are you still afraid of your sister? Bai Guowei's face was full of tears. I'm not afraid of my sister. I'm afraid of my dad. What do you mean? You're annoying. I'm in a bad mood. Get lost. I'll beat you up if you keep talking. After being beaten up in the mall that day, he was dragged into the room by his sister when he returned to the hotel. Do you still have milk sickness? Not anymore. Aya, do you mean that my breasts are small? Then. Aya, how dare you faint my breasts? Have you asked for our dad's opinion? Sister, my mouth is cheap. Can you stop hitting me? Isn't it right for me to hit you? Yes. Isn't it right for me to spend some of your money? Yes. Hand over this month's pocket money and the next 3 months' pocket money to my card. Otherwise, we'll ask for Dad's opinion. If his bad-tempered father knew about this, Bai Guowei felt that his life would end in GG. Bai Guowei's intestines were green with regret now. He should not have listened to Qin Zhe's words. How evil must her brother be to be able to tell his sister that he has milk sickness? He would definitely not reveal such a sad thing to his friends. He drank alone. Chen Qingyuan, who was among the acquaintances, sat quietly in the group of girlfriends. She was dignified and elegant, like a quiet little swan. She was a young girl. She had a thin and sharp oval face. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. After a few months of persistent diet therapy, her breasts were even more prominent than most girls her age. She already had a B cup, and her breasts were perky and her waist was thin. Ziki, is Qin Gu not here yet? Chen Qingyuan thought to herself. It's so tiring for me to pretend to be a virtuous lady. She was dressed especially beautifully today. She wore a purple off-the-shoulder dress and light-colored Roman shoes. Her 2 pairs of white and tender legs were very tasteful. On the other hand, tonight's protagonist, Pei Ziki, was dressed very plainly. She looked like a lively girl next door. She rolled her eyes. Dong Lai went to the door to pick him up. He'll be here soon. Hey, Chen Qingyun, think about our idea. Get him drunk tonight, and you can do whatever you want. A beautiful girl with a C-cup winked and smiled mischievously. No, Lishi. This kind of thing has to be consensual. He's drunk. How can he do whatever he wants? Chen Qingyun thought about it seriously and shook her head. You're inexperienced. Lishi laughed. Let me teach you a trick. Blow the conch. Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki were dumbfounded. Li Shi was a freshman this year. She was 2 years older than them and 1 year older than Li Donglai. After going to college and getting a boyfriend, her temperament changed. She became charming and enchanting. Li Shi, go away. A young man came over with a bottle of wine and was chewing barbecue. He looked at Chen Qingyuan and stared at her with his slightly bloodshot eyes. Qingyun, let's go over there and drink. Chen Qingyuan put on a straight face and refused. No. Then I'll sit here and drink. He pushed Li Shi away. Li Shi glared at him and said, Damn you. She swayed her waist and sat down beside Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki minded her own business and ate the barbecue and eggplant. I'm so tired of eating barbecue. Do you have any vegetables in your fridge? I can cook. I'll go and cook some dishes. Li Shi poked Pei Ziki's waist. No, Aunt will kill me. Pei Ziki shook her head. The kitchen was forbidden to outsiders. Nan Man Pei never allowed outsiders to enter the kitchen. Even Pei Ziki and Li Donglai could only look around. They couldn't even cook egg-fried rice. When Qin Zhe comes, let him cook a few dishes. If it's him, my aunt won't be angry. Pei Ziki said, even if she's angry, I can push the blame to him. He can handle my aunt's anger. Really? Li Shi didn't believe it. Your aunt has such a good relationship with him? It can't be. The group of teenagers didn't know much about what Nan Man Pei had done in the past, but they occasionally heard their fathers mention it. Their fathers were very afraid of her. Anyway, she was a very difficult woman to get along with. She was strong and domineering. Being with her was like sitting on pins and needles. If she wasn't at home today, this group of juniors wouldn't be willing to come here to play. I'm afraid your aunt will break his hand. Yang Lingdong sneered. He doesn't come to my house many times, but whenever he comes, he will cook. Pei Ziki said. She didn't say that it was actually Qin Zhe's good cooking that made the Hunan dishes very authentic. But in the eyes of others, it meant different things. Yang Lingdong gossiped. What's the matter? Is he having an affair with your aunt? Pei Ziki sneered. I will tell my aunt exactly what you said. Yang Lingdong immediately cowered. Coward. Chen Qingyuan attacked. So, this guy was completely incomparable to Qin Gu. Li Shi looked at her expression and sighed in her heart. This little girl was hopeless. People in their circle all knew that the little delinquent girl Chen Qingyuan turned over a new leaf and pretended to be a good girl for a man. At the same time, it surprised people and broke the hearts of many men. In the circle, which was neither big nor small, There were only so many beautiful women, especially a delicate girl like Qin Qingyan, who was even rarer. Although the second generation of the rich and the officials did not lack beautiful women, they would only consider the beautiful women in the circle when they got married in the future. They could not marry a bar girl or a prostitute. Many young people were certainly dissatisfied with Qin Zhe, such as Yang Lingdong, who openly pursued Qin Qingyuan. When she was still a delinquent girl, Yang Lingdong often asked her to hang out. But now Qin Qingyuan ignored him. Li Shi, who claimed to be a big sister, was also disappointed because there were rumors in the circle that Qin Qingyuan was in a pitiful one-sided love and that he didn't even care about her. At this time, two people came from the path beside the villa. Pei Ziqi's brother, Li Donglai, and Qin Zhe, who everyone had seen on the screen. Qin Qingyuan's face bloomed with joy. She lifted her skirt and trotted to greet them. Yang Lingdong also followed with a face full of displeasure. He was really afraid that Qin Qingyuan would take Li Shi's bad idea, so he had to keep a close eye on the little girl. Chapter 444. Qin Gu, you're here? Qin Qingyuan stood in front of him with a joyful smile on her face. Just like how many girls would react when they saw the boy they liked. Qin Zhe looked at her and asked curiously, "Did you grow taller?" A 17-year-old girl was indeed still growing. Qin Qingyuan nodded and said happily, "Not only did I grow taller." She puffed out her chest. Qin Zhe was very calm and did not even look at her chest. Her breasts were not as perverted as his sister's. Qin Qingyuan was a little disappointed but immediately smiled and took the initiative to hug Qin Zhe's arm. Qin Zhe struggled and she hugged him again. She struggled again and hugged him again. "Qin Ge!" Qin Qingyuan called out pitifully. Qin Zhe looked at Li Donglai and Li Donglai pretended to look at the scenery with his hands in his pockets. It wasn't good to not give her face, so Qin Zhe could only let her hug his arm. Qin Qingyuan immediately bloomed a sweet smile. There was a murderous aura. Qin Zhe realized that there was another big-chested guy who was angrily staring at his arm. Qin Qingyuan's small chest was rubbing against his arm. "Hello." Qin Zhe gave him a friendly smile. "Hello." Yang Lingdong stared at him. "Qin Zhe," Qin Qingyuan said. "Qin Ge, his name is Yang Lingdong." Qin Zhe thought to himself, "So your name is Yang Lingdong. I thought your name was Lu Shu." Qin Qingyuan frowned and said, "Go away, don't block the way. Qin Gu and I are just friends. Don't misunderstand." Li Donglai, was Qin Qingyuan really stupid or was she doing it on purpose? Old Yang was about to explode. Yang Lingdong was not reconciled. The girl he had been chasing after did not show any expression in front of him. Once she saw Qin Zhe, she threw herself into his arms like a love-struck fool. It hurt his heart. He knew that at this moment he had to show his magnanimity and calmness. Verbally attacking someone without a word was the style of a jealous little boy. Thus, Yang Lingdong revealed a radiant smile. "I was just joking. I've heard so much about you. As expected of an actor. You have good looks and are indeed super handsome." Qin Zhe pretended not to understand the sarcasm in his words and said brightly, "What are you talking about?" Yang Lingdong was speechless. This person is not easy to deal with, he thought. The charcoal fire in the courtyard was bright, and the rich aroma of meat wafted out. With the addition of Qin Zhe, the atmosphere in the courtyard became more lively. The girls all liked to sit around Qin Zhe, chatting and laughing. After a few glasses of wine, they started to show off. The men also often came over to propose a toast. They all hoped that Qin Zhe would help them make a fortune. Qin Zhe patted his chest and said, "If you want to invest, feel free to come to me, but the capital has to meet the requirements. Hundreds of thousands of yuan? Go play with mud." Li Shi sat on his left and Qin Qingyuan on his right. Qin Qingyuan silently helped him peel the lobsters. This girl probably had OCD, and the lobsters were neatly arranged. "Qin, it's delicious." Qin Qingyuan sucked her fingers, looking a little cute. Qin Zhe was under great pressure. He forced a smile and ate the lobsters she had peeled. "Qin, it's delicious." Li Shi placed the cut mutton in front of him. Qin Zhe was speechless. He thought to himself, "Miss, who are you? Do we know each other? I wanted to ask just now, but she sat beside me inexplicably and held my arm. If you don't like Xianxia, just tell her. Why do you keep her in suspense? Li Shi whispered in his ear. Qinze was stunned. He looked around and whispered in her ear, I did, but it was useless. It was not good to say this kind of thing too loudly. It would hurt Xianxia's self-esteem. Li Shi sneered, you let her hold your arm just now. Qinze said, just now. The girl was stubborn. Li Shi was so angry that she almost laughed. He obviously enjoyed it, but he pretended to be innocent. Well, what a scumbag. He was indeed in the entertainment industry. Maybe he rejected Xianxia because he was playing hard to get, playing the innocent girl like a monkey. She had not seen the conversation between Qinze and Xianxia at school that day, and she did not know how stubborn Xianxia was in love. Your breasts are too small. They don't meet my aesthetic standards. I can increase my breasts. I have a sister complex. I'm not interested in girls. I can also be a domineering sister in the future. I already have a girlfriend. I can have a girlfriend and a wife. That was the process. At that time, Qinze sighed with emotion that he finally had a successor. The Queen of Balls had perfectly surpassed their predecessors. Qinze said, why don't you help me persuade her? Li Shi began to despise Qinze. She suddenly turned pale with fright and cried, bastard, I can't sleep with you at night. I'm not such a casual person. The air suddenly became quiet. The atmosphere of singing, dancing, and laughter was suddenly cut off by her cry. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Everyone's expression was very complicated. The shock came too quickly. Pei Ziki spat out a mouthful of wine. Xianxia was shocked in disbelief at first, then she felt sad and about to cry. Finally, she was slightly happy. Yang Lingdong despised her at first, then became excited. Look, Xianxia, the man you fell in love with is a scumbag. Your image is completely ruined. There were also male comrades present who glared at Qinze. It was not enough for him to hook up with Xianxia. Now he wanted to sleep with Li Shi? Just now, Qinze whispered in Li Shi's ear. It turned out that he wanted her to sleep with him at night. No wonder the two of them were whispering. Li Shi was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. She whispered in Qinze's ear, sorry, I'm a psychology student. I just wanted to test people's reaction in an awkward situation. Qinze stood up abruptly. What? 500 for fast food and 1,000 for a night? That's too expensive. Once again, the air suddenly became quiet. Li Shi, Pei Ziki spat out another mouthful of wine. Bai Guowei murmured, only 500? I'll call my sister and ask for money. Li Shi glared at Qinze. Qinze shrugged. Little girl, you're trying to be smart with me. Li Shi laughed and said, I'm kidding. We're just kidding. Qinze picked up his glass and took a sip calmly. Xianxia leaned over and whispered, Qin Go, I don't want money. Pfft. Qinze turned his head and spat on Li Shi's face. Li Shi, in the end, it was Pei Ziki who came out to smooth things over. She was the main character today, so everyone gave her face and didn't ask in detail about what had happened just now. However, everyone looked at Li Shi strangely. Li Shi felt that everyone was looking at her and translating their gazes into words. Is it really only 500? Only 1,000 a night? So cheap? It was all her illusion. Li Shi felt that Qinze was different from the boys she usually hung out with. He was very difficult to deal with. When other boys were teased by her like this, they would either blush or say awkwardly that it was okay. Qinze was not on the same level as them at all. He fought back sharply on the spot. Not only was he not easy to deal with, but she felt that he was very cheap. After drinking for a while, Pei Ziki came over. Qinze, there's food in the fridge. Cook a few dishes for everyone. Qinze said, what flavor? Mild spicy, medium spicy, or devilish spicy? Whatever, Pei Ziki said. Go ahead. Whatever is spicy. Today was Pei Ziki's birthday, and the birthday girl was the most important. Qinze went into the kitchen and rummaged for ingredients. There were quite a lot of ingredients. Pei Nanman's fridge was like a freezer. It had a lot of space and a lot of ingredients. Other than the lack of seafood, there were all kinds of home-cooked dishes, meat, and seasonal vegetables. According to his previous experience of eating here, a family of 3 usually only had 4 dishes. Including him, there would be at most 6 dishes. Sister Man couldn't have filled the freezer with ingredients in order to create the psychological comfort of, I'm a chef and my kitchen is full of dishes, right? Women were really unreasonable when they were stupid. Could it be that they could really grow to 18 centimeters when they hinted to him every day that, my dick is 18 centimeters long? Thinking of this, Xianxia repeated 10 times in his heart, my dick is 18 centimeters long. What if it came true? He cooked more than a dozen dishes in 3 pots in half an hour. The aroma drifted outside, and the smell of barbecued meat could not be covered. It smells so good. I suddenly want to eat. Spicy. I like this kind of spiciness. The young boys and girls who were drinking and eating meat outside were gradually attracted. Li Donglai quickly ran into the villa and brought out the dishes with a few of his buddies. Thus, they ate and drank as much as they could. Bottles of wine were opened one after another. The brothers competed in drinking, and there were even couples who performed mouth-to-mouth feeding. Chen Qing and Elder Yuan were envious as they watched. Their gazes frequently turned to Xianxia. Qinggu, let's drink. Chen Qingyuan blinked her starry eyes. She found that Xianxia was good at cooking. You want mouth-to-mouth? Don't say it out loud. You're so annoying. Xianxia said in his heart, Girl, are you arrogant? Our relationship hasn't reached that level yet. Chen Qingyuan had indeed drunk a lot of wine, and it was all drunk when he forced him to drink. However, Xianxia's kidney was a teddy bear's kidney, and he wouldn't fall even if he drank 1,000 cups. Sigh, it seemed to be the liver's problem. Everyone come and toast. Chen Qingyuan clapped her hands. Immediately, 7 or 8 girls came over. Celebrity drinks. Handsome, I like you so much. Xianxia, let's get drunk today. Xianxia had always been the star of the birthday party. His appearance and reputation were there. Yang Lingdong looked at them and his heart turned cold. Chen Qingyuan, this girl, really wanted to get Xianxia drunk and then have sex with him. He glared at Li Shi and strode over. If you want to toast, you have to go through me. Yang Lingdong slammed the table and shouted. It's none of your business. Go away. The girls chased him away. How is it none of my business? I'm Xianxia's fan. The idol's business is the fan's business. Yang Lingdong said something against his will. After that, there was nothing for Xianxia to do. Yang Lingdong had to face all the girls by himself. Xianxia dragged a stool and sat aside with 2 skewers of barbecued mutton in his hand. This Yang Lingdong is so annoying. He won't even let me drink with you. Chen Qingyuan followed and leaned her delicate body against him. This girl must have recently studied 36 ways to seduce a man, or something like that. In the past, she wouldn't dare to flirt with him like this in front of him. Sit away. You're pressing on my invisible wings, Xianxia said. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Sorry. With a serious expression, she shifted her butt and reached between the 2 of them. As if she had really caught something, she gently placed it on Xianxia's back. This way, it won't press on you. Chen Qingyuan leaned against him. Xianxia. Chapter 445. Xianxia didn't know what to say. If he knew Chen Qingyuan before he got the system, and there was such a cute girl who wanted to sleep with him, he still wouldn't accept it. As a man with moral integrity, even if there were countless soft and cute girls throwing themselves at him, he would still be able to sit still. At most, he would be a little stiff to show respect. However, if he didn't get the system, he would be a loser. Would Chen Qingyuan still like him? In this world, there was someone who would always like you, no matter if you were a loser or a god, no matter if you were handsome or mediocre. Would there be such a person who would always like you? There was. Xianxia knew there was such a person. Chen Qingyuan saw that Xianxia was speechless and felt happy. She gnawed on the lamb bone stick with satisfaction, her white cheeks puffed up. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Shi, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly came over. Xianxia, sing a song for everyone. How about it? Xianxia glanced at her. Thousands of mountains and rivers are always love. How about 500 bags of night travel? Li Shi, how could Chen Qingyuan like such a bitch? Wasn't I just joking with you? Why did you hold a grudge until now? Qin Zhe saw Chen Qingyuan's hopeful eyes and his heart moved. He turned to Pei Ziki and asked, "Do you have a guitar?" Pei Ziki curled her lips. "No guitar, but I have a piano." Ding, Divinity Show. Host, please play a song and let the audience shout 666. Success will reward 70 points, failure will deduct the corresponding points. Ding, Divinity Show. Host, please play a song and let Chen Qingyuan know the difficulty and retreat. Success will reward 100 points, failure will deduct the corresponding points. In his mind, the system's voice suddenly sounded. It was actually a double mission. "You're too polite, are you ready to give me a double kill?" The host finally has the desire to show off. Tears of joy. The system said. "Why are there two missions?" Qin Zhe asked. "Mission conditions met." The system said, "Don't you know what you're thinking?" Thinking back, he did have the thought of playing the piano to show off. Secondly, he wanted to sing a song for Chen Qingyuan, hoping that she would back off. Who knew that these two thoughts would be immediately captured by the system, and then a mission would be created. "Where's the piano room? I'll go and play." Qin Zhe looked at the soft girl, Chen Qingyuan. "I'll sing a song for you." Chen Qingyuan was stunned, and then her eyes sparkled. Pei Ziki said, "Come with me." She excitedly led the way, followed by Chen Qingyuan and Li Qian. When the little friends in the courtyard heard that Qin Zhe was going to play the piano, they all came to join in the fun. Li Donglai said, "There are too many people. Let's watch it in the living room." It's the same. The piano room was on the second floor. Looking up from the living room, the second floor was circular. The piano room could also be called a glass room. People in the living room could look up and see the scene inside. Qin Zhe pushed open the two glass windows so that the sound could be heard in the living room. The people in the living room saw the corner of the piano and Qin Zhe sitting at the piano with a straight posture. At the door stood Pei Ziki, Chen Qingyuan, and Li Qian. When Qin Zhe's hand touched the piano key, the song searched in the mall had been exchanged and poured into his brain. Without a trace of hesitation, without the slightest unfamiliarity, the soft sound of the piano with a full rhythm floated. Everyone in the living room couldn't help but listen attentively. The sound sounded like a piano, but listening to the rhythm, it sounded like the sound of other instruments, such as organ, guitar. This level of imitation of the rhythm and sound of another instrument with one instrument was at the level of a master. When everyone thought that he was playing the piano, they heard his voice. It was a very pleasant voice. The organ in the classroom, ding dong ding dong ding dong. Like the sound of your confession, the movements have been very light. I smiled at your back when you turned around and left after delivering the letter. I like the concern in your delicate handwriting. A new song? Everyone was stunned. Many of them were Qin Zhe's fans and were familiar with all his songs, but this song was obviously a new song. Was it written on the spot again? Or was it a new song that hadn't been released? As expected of a fast shooter, he was as productive as a sow. Everyone was excited. Chen Qingyuan was overjoyed. Qin Gu said that this song was written for her. This was a love song, a proper love song. It seemed that Qin Gu still had her in his heart, but he was a bit pretentious and wanted to reject her. Chen Qingyuan's heart bloomed with happiness. Li Qian looked disdainful. The song was good, and the singer was talented, but why was he so hypocritical? Just now, he vowed that he didn't like Chen Qingyuan, but now he turned around and sang a love song for her. Days are like a merry-go-round, spinning in my mind. The scenes of you being good to me appear. You said that holding hands was a promise. But my dear, that's not love. Too beautiful a promise because too young. But my dear, that's not love. It turned out that this was not a love song. In the glass room, the three girls had the same thought at the same time. There was only one melody in Chen Qingyuan's mind, but my dear, that's not love, the happy little flower, withered. The song ended. Qin Zhe felt good about himself, but the system didn't send a message that the task was completed. It was okay. He had encountered this kind of situation many times and had experience. Xianxia walked to the window and shouted down, "How was it?" Everyone applauded. Xianxia said, "Is it good or not?" Everyone applauded. Ding! Task completed. Reward, 70 points. See, the task was that simple. Amidst the applause, Xianxia walked to Chen Qingyuan and whispered, "This is my answer to you. It's the same as before." This was the second time he had directly rejected Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan lowered her head and looked at her toes, feeling a little sad. Just as Xianxia was waiting for the notification that the task was completed, she raised her head again. "Although I'm a little disappointed, I already knew this result. I've been rejected once. It's okay to be rejected again." After a pause, she said, "In a few years, you won't reject me anymore." As she spoke, she puffed out her chest. "Girl, where did you get your confidence from?" Ding. Task failed. 100 points deducted. Xianxia. It cost 30 points to redeem the song, and 100 points were deducted if the task failed. The total was 130 points. After deducting the 70 points he earned, he still had 60 points. It was a big loss for him to show off. Hope was always beautiful. For example, a group of people got rich first, and then another group of people got rich. Reality was always nonsense. For example, those who got rich would flaunt their wealth to those who didn't get rich every day. Xianxia knew a long time ago that the system's tasks weren't guaranteed to be completed, especially these kinds of tasks like "everyone is cheering 666, beat everyone up," and "what kind of emotion do you make someone feel?" They were the worst. Pei Ziki bit her lip, wanting to say something. Li Shi looked at Xianxia and then at Chen Qingyuan. She thought to herself, "This guy is crazy. There's a girl who's throwing herself at him. It's not like he's asking you to marry her." From a woman's point of view, there was nothing wrong with it. In this era of gunfire, it wasn't necessary to be in a relationship and get married. Many men and women liked to be in a relationship, but they didn't want to get married. If they had slept with you, how could there be so many single dogs? From a man's point of view, "I've slept with this girl before. It's so good." In fact, from a woman's point of view, "I've slept with this man before. It's so long." It's not a loss. After all, it's a matter of pleasure. Men think they're taking advantage, but in fact, women are the same. Therefore, Li Shi thought that since the girl was so handsome, he should accept it. What would happen in the future? Li Shi's values were in line with the values of most women. After playing the piano, everyone continued to sing and dance. Chen Qingyuan's mood was obviously much lower. She sat silently on the side, drinking wine. Her back was thin and slender. Pei Ziki took out a big cake from the refrigerator. After eating and drinking, she ate the cake again. However, everyone drank a lot of wine and ate more meat. They couldn't eat such a greasy cake. Someone's face was smeared with cream first, and then they began to fight in the yard. You can't underestimate a woman's narrow-mindedness. Li Shi, who was sprayed in the face by Xianxia, held a grudge. She sneaked behind him and slapped the cake in her hand on Xianxia's face. Xianxia moved quickly. He tilted his head, grabbed her wrist with his left hand, and covered her face. Li Shi's beautiful face was suddenly covered with cream. It fell down her face and fell into her C-cup breasts. The girl was also tough. She glared at Xianxia fiercely, turned around, and went to the villa to wash her face in the bathroom. Pa! A piece of cream hit Chen Qingyuan's forehead. The girl, who was drinking silently, was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she felt very wronged and cried. The boys around her were very embarrassed. Pei Ziki put her hands on her waist and kicked each of them to vent Chen Qingyuan's anger. "I'll take you to the bathroom," she said. "No, I'll go by myself." Chen Qingyuan sniffled. A few minutes later, Xianxia also felt the urge to pee. He went to the bathroom in the villa. The 2 toilets on the first floor were full. He went to the second floor, and the toilets on the second floor were full. He went to the third floor, and the 2 toilets on the third floor were still full. He tried to push Nan Man Pei's bedroom, but the door was locked. He couldn't get in. At this time, the door of the bathroom at the end of the corridor opened. Chen Qingyuan walked out with wet bangs. Her eyes were slightly red. "Are you okay?" Qinze asked. Chen Qingyuan shook her head. She bit her lip and looked at him. Qinze saw her red face and said, "Don't drink too much." Chen Qingyuan nodded. When he walked into the bathroom, Chen Qingyuan suddenly shouted, "Qinge." Qinze looked at her. "It's okay." Chen Qingyuan suddenly stopped talking. She lowered her head and hurriedly walked towards the stairs. Qinze took out the large magic tool to pee. He lowered his head and glanced, from 100 Herb Garden to Sanwei Study. Back then, the old man always said that he wouldn't be able to achieve great things. After using the bathroom, he walked to the stairs. Suddenly, he heard a conversation. "Qingyuan, I've been chasing you, but you turned a blind eye. That Qinze doesn't like you at all, but you can't wait to throw yourself at him. Go away. It's none of your business." "I'm not convinced. How am I worse than him? If you don't make it clear today, I won't let you go. Go and look in the mirror. How are you better than him?" Chapter 446. Qinze stood at the corner and saw Chen Qingyuan leaning against the wall between the second and third floor. Yang Lingdong had his hands on the wall, blocking Chen Qingyuan. It was the legendary Cabidan. When he watched TV dramas in the past, he always envied the male characters who Cabidan. However, he didn't have a girlfriend and was a coward back then. He didn't dare to Cabidan his sister, so every time he saw a Cabidan he would curse in his heart. Chen Qingyuan was also wondering why she fell in love with Qinze. At first, it was in the KTV private room. Qinze descended from the sky on a 7-colored cloud, and with a series of popping sounds, he rescued her from danger. If this was in ancient times, the girls would give themselves to him. Chen Qingyuan felt that she couldn't abandon the good virtues of her ancestors, so she secretly fell in love with Qinze. Although she liked him casually, her love was very deep. Since then, Qinze had been like a wild dog that had broken free of its leash. He was the fastest in the entertainment industry, the most accurate in the stock market, and the most ruthless in fighting. In the end, he was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Of course, she was attracted to such a man. There were many, many reasons for liking someone. The one that touched Chen Qingyuan's heart the most was still that time in the KTV. When she was at her most helpless and scared, her friends were all scared and were pressed to the ground. The only one who was tough was Qinze. Qinze had a cigarette in his mouth, like Sun Wukong holding the golden cudgel. Qinze wore a pair of 100 yuan sneakers, like a monkey stepping on a rainbow cloud. Chen Qingyuan felt a sense of security. This was something she didn't feel from her parents who kept saying that they were good for her. Liking someone is a touching experience. Falling in love with someone was a trigger. "How am I not as good as him? Tell me, Yang Lingdong said loudly. "Are you as rich as him?" Chen Qingyuan asked. "My parents are rich." Yang Lingdong was unconvinced. "You're talking about your parents too. It's none of your business." "Isn't my parents' money my money?" "Your parents might not be your money. What if your father has an illegitimate child outside?" "Your parents are dead, and the money is your money. That's a matter of decades later." "Are you as handsome as him? Do you know how to play the piano? Can you write songs?" When Qinze heard this, he beamed with joy. He thought to himself, Chen Qingyuan's only problem is that she's too honest. Don't say it out loud, it'll be embarrassing. Chen Qingyuan shrugged. "Look, you can't beat him in anything. Why don't you give me a reason to accept you?" Yang Lingdong muttered, I don't accept this, I don't accept this, aha." Qinze walked down and coughed behind him. Yang Lingdong was so scared that his body trembled. He looked at him in horror. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Yang Lingdong said angrily. "I don't look scary." Qinze touched his face. "I just look scary." Yang Lingdong was speechless. "Yeah, you're Qinji's boss. Are you older than him?" Chen Qingyuan sneered. "Why should I choose you and not him? How big is it?" Yang Lingdong couldn't accept this kind of thing. "Damn big chest, you're wrong. Shouldn't you be suspecting that we're in a fake relationship?" Chen Qingyuan turned to look at Qinze. "Damn, why are you looking at me? I'll tell you that my brother is huge. My brother can go from 100 Herb Garden to Sanwei Study. My brother can go 20,000 miles under the sea. My brother, shrouding the heavens. Qinze regretted speaking up for her. After Egyi's awakening, his thoughts were unconstrained. Chen Qingyuan tilted her head as a bright idea came to her mind. She said, Yang Lingdong, give up. I can't sit on your seat. Qin Gu, you're hurting my heart. Qinze? Yang Lingdong? Neither of them understood what Chen Qingyuan meant. They thought that she had said something bad. Anyway, this girl had a lot of bad words. Qinze thought to himself, this girl is messing around. I can't do that. It's not the right time to use it. Don't be so smug. I won't give up on Qingyuan. Yang Lingdong turned and glared at Qinze. His eyes were bloodshot. When he spoke, the strong smell of alcohol assailed their nostrils. Qinze frowned. He knew that alcohol made people fearless. This guy was so stubborn and drunk. It was easy for him to do something impulsive. What if he dragged Chen Qingyuan into the bushes on the way home and attacked her crazily? Therefore, he felt that he had to interfere. You're young and don't learn good things. You'll die early if you push girls around. Qinze patted him on the shoulder. Young man, listen to my advice. Go back. You can pursue her when you're sober. What's wrong with you? You don't like her and you're hanging on to her. Then don't hinder others from pursuing her, Yang Lingdong said loudly. Oh, you don't like her and you don't allow others to get close to her? Are you a pervert? Chen Qingyuan's eyes lit up. I didn't say that you can't pursue her. I said that you can come after you're sober, Qinze explained. I'm very sober. Why do you care what I want to do? Yang Lingdong said agitatedly. You see, drinking makes you excited. You're not in the right state to talk about this, Qinze said. Ah. Yang Lingdong said, yes, I'm not as rich as you. I'm not as handsome as you. So what? Who do you think you are? Why do you care? Qinze didn't say anything. Yang Lingdong patted his chest and said provocatively, hit me if you can. Qinze. Yang Lingdong kept patting Qinze's chest and continued to provoke him. Hit me if you can. Come on, hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Qinze sent him flying with a slap. Yang Lingdong spun 365 times and hit the ground with his head. I thought such a cheap request was on TV. My horizons have been broadened, Qinze said in surprise. Chen Qingyuan, Yang Lingdong, this guy covered his face and sat on the ground, dumbfounded. Qinze kicked him. Are you awake? If not, I'll hit you again. Yang Lingdong, I'm awake, I'm awake. Yang Lingdong got up awkwardly. Qinze kicked his butt again and he ran down the stairs. Chen Qingyuan blinked and hugged his arm. Qin Ge. Qinze dodged. Chen Qingyuan didn't mind. In fact, she was very happy. See, men were animals who didn't mean what they said. They said that they didn't like her, but they couldn't bear to see other men get close to her. Men were also changed from eels, so as long as she continued to work hard, he would definitely be hers. The birthday party lasted until 10 in the evening. Everyone came in high spirits and left to their heart's content. How are we going back tonight? Qinze asked Chen Qingyuan, who was sticking to him. Sister Li Qian found a designated driver. We'll take her car back. I also took her car when I came here, Chen Qingyuan said obediently. I'm going to be 18 soon. My mother said that when I'm an adult, she'll buy me a car. Chen Qingyuan suddenly blushed. I can do a lot of other things when I'm an adult. Qinze pretended not to understand. Qinze walked her out of the villa. On the way, Chen Qingyuan gave Li Qian a look. Li Qian rolled her eyes and walked forward, distancing herself from the two. Qin Ge, do you think that I'm still young so you won't accept me? Chen Qingyuan walked briskly. I have a girlfriend, Qinze said. I know you have a girlfriend. Can't you have a girlfriend? What do you like about me? I'm not handsome. Chen Qingyuan puffed up her cheeks and said indignantly, you're lying. Qinze. After a while, Chen Qingyuan said sweetly, well, if I get into Fudan University, you'll be my boyfriend, okay? Qinze. It's none of my business whether you get into Fudan University or not. Chen Qingyuan bit her lip and said, just say yes. That's what they say in the movies. Qinze. Okay, If you get into Harvard, Cambridge, or MIT, I'll be your boyfriend. Chen Qingyun felt wronged. I'm not that smart. Since we're talking about this, I'll talk to you for a while. Qin Zhe sighed. Little girl, you're still young. You don't know what love is. You might admire me. After all, I'm handsome, rich, and talented. But this is definitely not love. Chen Qingyuan laughed. I like how shameless you are. Even my fart smells good. Yes, it smells good. Are you King crazy? Chen Qingyuan said seriously, after a girl turns 13, she knows what love is. So, Qinggu, what you said is not reliable. I actually know what love is. Qin Zhe was concerned about another thing. So, a girl's first menstrual period is at the age of 13? How old was his sister at that time? He couldn't remember. He only remembered that his sister was crying. She felt cold all over and her limbs were weak. Qin Zhe was also scared to death. He ran to his mother and said, Mom, my sister's butt is bleeding. She's going to die. He should have just started elementary school. When Qin Baobao was young, she was really mischievous. Later on, she found out about the monthly hemorrhage, but she lied to little Qin Zhe and said, Last time, big sister went crazy while practicing martial arts and almost died. Fortunately, our mother's cultivation was high and she was lucky enough to heal her injuries and save big sister. At that time, the two of them were especially obsessed with Hong Kong martial arts dramas. After that, for a very long time, every time Qin Baobao had her period, she would run to Qin Zhe with a pale face and say, Brother, I'm going to die from qi deviation again. This time, I'm going to die. Qin Zhe was on the side, crying in fear. Qin Baobao said, Before Jiejia dies, I hope to have some pocket money in my pocket, so that I can show filial piety to the king of hell. Qin Zhe gave all the pocket money he had saved to his sister. Time after time, his sister didn't die every time. Every time, Qin Zhe would give his sister some pocket money. But she still had to sing with tears in her eyes, I'm willing to do it for you, I'm willing to do it for you, I'm willing to give up my treasury for you bastard. At that time, you could buy 5 spicy strips for 50 cents. Later, when he was in junior high school, Qin Zhe no longer believed in his sister when he learned about his period. Many girls have already gotten boyfriends. They laugh at me, saying that I'm a love-struck fool and brainless. Chen Qingyun wrinkled her nose and snorted, Actually, they are the brainless ones. When I was in junior high school, my boyfriend liked to ride a motorcycle. I felt that it was very cool to ride on a motorcycle. I also rode on a boy's motorcycle before. I have to be honest about this. I was a little rebellious at that time. But I also took good care of myself. I had fun, but I didn't spend the night outside, and I didn't let men touch me. When I was in senior high school, they liked those guys with gloomy temperaments. They felt that it was a sign of maturity, scheming, and shrewd. At this point, Chen Qingyuan giggled. But after I met you, I didn't like boys of the same age anymore. That Yang Lingdong just now was already not bad. But in front of you, he seemed particularly childish. While they were still pretending to be cool and proud of small things, you already had your own business. When they were still singing a few songs and feeling that they were outstanding, you were already a famous composer in the music industry. When they were still using tens of thousands of pocket money to show off their superiority in front of ordinary classmates, you were already worth tens of billions. Chen Qingyuan tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. You see, what reason do I have not to like you? Damn, I'm actually so outstanding. Qin Zhe thought for a moment and retorted, Because I'm old. You're still studying, but I've already entered the society. This is the gap brought about by age. It doesn't mean that they're worse than me. Chen Qingyuan sneered. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be able to reach your achievements in their lifetime. Even if they relied on me, they might not be able to reach your current height. Moreover, you're only 24. You graduated from college less than a year ago, and you're only 5.5 years older than me. For a girl, this is the best. Qin Zhe said, but for a man, it's best for a girl to be 3 years older than you to hold a gold brick. Chen Qingyun was about to cry. But I was born late. What can I do? Qin Gu was really an irredeemable sister complex. I know. It's because of your sister Bao Bao that you formed the idea of marrying a wife like your sister when you were young. But in a few years, I'll definitely grow into a big sister with long legs who can wear black stockings. I'm now 167 meters tall. It won't be a problem for me to grow a few centimeters taller in the future. I've checked online. A girl's bones will only close at 23 years old. Xianxia said, yes, that's true. A boy's bones will close at 25 years old. No, how did you know? Who told you about marrying a wife like my sister? Chen Qingyuan said, so you told me. She said that you especially liked your sister when you were young and didn't like your sister. If there's good food, you'll give it to your sister first and give the leftovers to her. Xianxia was speechless. I've been unknowingly betrayed by that brat Su Yu. I really want to explode. As they spoke, they arrived at the villa's sentry post. Li Qian stood at the door and made a phone call to contact the designated driver. Is the designated driver a female? Xianxia asked. No, female drivers are too scary. Chen Qingyuan shook her head. Xianxia nodded and was about to turn back when he suddenly remembered something. He asked, Qingyin, what did you mean by, I can't do it? He felt that something was wrong. It was the intuition of an experienced driver. Chen Qingyuan blushed. Xianxia was puzzled. Why are you blushing? I can't do it, Chen Qingyuan said. Yes, I can't do it. What's the problem? I can't do it. I can't do it. There's nothing wrong with that. Chen Qingyuan turned sideways and patted her perky butt. I can't do it. It's sitting, not doing it. With that, she turned around and ran away. Xianxia thought for a moment. In that case, if she couldn't do it, it meant she was small. It hurt. It meant she was big. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia's face was full of tears. Look at this little girl. Sister, you've lived 8 more years than her. It hurt. Chapter 447. Xianxia stood by the sentry box and watched Chen Qingyuan and Li Qian get into the car. The engine started, the car lights turned on, and the BMW rushed out like a cheetah. He returned to the villa the same way he came. The birthday party was over. The staff of the barbecue restaurant carried the barbecue props and tables and chairs away, leaving the yard in a mess, including bamboo sticks, wine bottles, paper towels, and tableware. After the party, the place was a little bleak. Pei Ziki sat alone in the yard. Her back was thin, and she looked particularly lonely. Give me a hand. Let's clean up the yard. Xianxia said, or, can you contact the property management? At this time, the property management probably couldn't be relied on. Nan Man Pei would definitely go crazy when he saw the backyard. Sister Man asked him to keep an eye on this group of brats, but it turned out to be such a mess. He couldn't explain it. Drink another glass. Pei Ziki turned around. Her face was as red as an apple, very attractive. It turned out that she was sitting here in a daze. Xianxia thought that she would feel lonely when she saw the scene. How much is this? Xianxia put up a finger. 1. How about this? Xianxia put up 2 fingers. 2. Then who am I? Little uncle. Xianxia. It seemed that she was really drunk. Oh, okay, I'll take her to the room and crazily attack her. Attack your ass. No one will help me clean the yard. Xianxia helped Pei Ziki up, took her into the living room, and threw her on the sofa. Li Donglai also fell on the sofa. Before the birthday party was over, Li Donglai was already on the verge of collapsing. This guy drank like he didn't care about his life. He drank all the wine and went around in circles. He didn't refuse any foreign wine or beer. After all, young people had the mentality that if they didn't get drunk, they weren't men. The brother and sister lay side by side on the sofa. Xianxia carried a big black garbage bag, a broom, and a dustpan in the backyard to deal with the funeral. The barbecue tools, tables, and chairs were provided by the barbecue restaurant. Now that they had been taken away, the burden was reduced a lot. Xianxia mainly dealt with the garbage on the ground, as well as some disgusting vomit. Xianxia had obsessive-compulsive disorder. For example, when he spanked his sister's buttocks, he wanted it to be even. The toothbrush in the bathroom must be facing the same direction, and the towel must be spread out and not wrinkled. The courtyard was in a mess. which made his obsessive-compulsive disorder very uncomfortable. Pei Ziki walked out with a small stool in a daze and sat down at the bottom of the stairs. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at Qin Zhe with blurred eyes. "What are you looking at?" Qin Zhe took the time to look back at her. "Look at you." Pei Ziki burped. "Why are you looking at me?" "I want to see how handsome you are and make Chen Qingyan like you so much." "Can you tell?" "No." Qin Zhe thought that this girl really knew how to say things that went against her conscience. Chen Qingyun was much more honest than her. "I don't understand." Pei Ziki tilted her head and said, "What's the matter? Chen Qingyun is not bad-looking. She's not worse than me and she's soft and cute, unlike me. I'm actually very shrewish. I'm also dead set on you. Don't be a hypocrite. You must be very happy in your heart." Qin Zhe straightened up, leaned on the broom, and touched his chin. "That's right. Why would I reject her? It's not like I have to marry her. It's not a loss to have a few times while I'm young." Pei Ziki gritted her teeth and said, "Scum. Look, I accept it. I'm scum. If I don't accept it, you little brats will say that I'm hypocritical." Qin Zhe shrugged. "Forget it. I'm not interested in a small asterisk asterisk. What are you glaring at? You're just a little girl of 18 years old. You're not convinced? But the little girl will grow into a mature lady in a few years. She's very malleable," Pei Ziki said. "Haha, are you talking about yourself?" Qin Zhe glanced at her small, protruding chest. "I'm not bragging. I've seen the whole process of a table tennis ball evolving into a football with my own eyes. At your age, you're only at this scale. You'll be a yo-yo for the rest of your life." Pei Ziki carried a small bench and chased him all over the yard. The two ran a few laps. Pei Ziki stepped on a puddle of vomit. She slipped and fell straight forward. Qin Zhe reacted quickly and opened his arms to catch her. Pei Ziki blushed and looked up at him. Perhaps it was because she drank too much, but her blurred eyes were especially charming. Such an ambiguous atmosphere made Pei Ziki a little helpless. Qin Zhe cleverly resolved the awkwardness. "Look, you pounce so hard, but you don't have the pleasure of dribbling the ball and hitting people." Pei Ziki was stunned for a few seconds and then exploded. "Qin Zhe, go to hell." She made threatening gestures and scratched Qin Zhe's face. "I'm a progressive youth of the new era who can always implement gender equality." Qin Zhe pressed on Pei Ziki's head and gave her a push, causing her to fall to the ground. Pei Ziki was not angry. She patted her butt and bent down to pick up the small bench and walked into the villa. Qin Zhe called out to her from behind. When she turned around, he asked, "When is your aunt coming back? Why is she so busy in the middle of the night? Don't tell me she's on a date with a man." Pei Ziki smiled faintly and teased, "Oh, you miss my aunt so much. Do you really want to be my uncle?" Qin Zhe said, "Little niece, you've lost your semen." "Wretch." Pei Ziki suddenly bent down and vomited. Qin Zhe. She had felt disgusted and uncomfortable just now, so she carried the small bench to the yard to get some fresh air. With such a fuss, her stomach was churning and she could not control it at all. Qin Zhe spent 20 minutes cleaning the yard. He put the garbage into a bag and washed the vomit into the flower bed. He stood on the steps and swept the yard with his hands on his hips. It was neat and tidy. Very good. All that was left was to send the two drunkards back to their room and wait for Nan Man Pei to come back. After that, he could leave. Li Donglai lay down like a dead pig. Pei Ziki leaned against the sofa and frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Qin Zhe picked up his good-for-nothing disciple. It was a little embarrassing to carry her like a princess, but it was the easiest way to support an unconscious person. Li Donglai wrapped her arms around Qin Zhe's neck and looked up at him with misty eyes. After a while, she smiled shyly. "Qinga, I like you, Qin Zhe." Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki choked on a mouthful of saliva and coughed violently. It took her a long time to stop. She stammered. "He said he likes you." Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. "Seems like maybe, those are the words." Pei Ziki felt as if thunder had exploded in her head. She was flustered. Pei Ziki cried, "You won't even let my brother go. He's still a child." "Qin Qinze looked at Li Donglai sadly. How could a good young man turn gay just like that? If Sister Man knew, would she beat the shit out of him? A strange smell floated in the living room. It was the fragrance of soap. When the man was silent and the woman was crying, Li Donglai finally recovered and continued, "Really, I like you," she burped and continued, "this magnanimity." Qinze, Peiziki. Qinze carried Li Donglai up to the second floor in a single breath. His face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath. Qinze placed Li Donglai down, and when he went downstairs, he discovered that it was raining outside. The courtyard was first filled with raindrops, as if thick ink had been thrown onto rice paper. Then, the torrential rain poured down. The white curtain of rain instantly blurred the outside world. Peiziki looked at the rain and was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, she thought of something. "My aunt's clothes are still on the balcony. Help me take them back." Qinze said, "Where's the key?" When he went to the toilet, he wanted to pee in Sister Man's room, but found that the door was locked. "I have the key. It's on the bedside table in my room, in the second cabinet," Peiziki said. Sister Man's room. Qinze's interest was piqued.